Individuals standing in the aisles. It's against fire code. There are some empty seats. If you can find a seat. For the overflow crowd, we do have conference room B, which is down the hall. Turn a right, turn a left, and speaker cards will be picked up from conference room B as well when we get to the public comment period. So, thank you, and we'll have to stop the meeting if we have more people come in that are standing in the aisles. Okay. Are we ready, clerk? Okay. So we call the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors December 16th, 2019 meeting to order. Please conduct the roll call.
Supervisor McCowan?
Here.
Supervisor Haschak?
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Here.
Supervisor Williams? Chair Brown?
Here. And I'd like to ask Marge Handley to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please join with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Margie. Okay, we're going on to agenda item number 3. This is public expression. Members of the audience can come and comment on items of interest, no more than 3 minutes and no more than 10 minutes on any one topic. So if anyone would like to speak under public expression for something that's not on the agenda, please come forward.
Thank you, Chair Brown. Good morning, Supervisors. Good morning, County staff. John Sakowitz, candidate for 1st District Supervisor and proud member of the Mendocino Cannabis Alliance. I come to you today about something I feel very strongly about, very passionately about. Within the last 2 or 3 weeks, 2 homeless men have died in public places in the city of Ukiah. And yet we give Redwood Quality Management many millions of dollars to prevent exactly this kind of tragedy. Charles Henley was one of these men. Charles Henley should have been declared gravely disabled due to chronic alcoholism and placed on what's called an LPS conservatorship and involuntarily committed to treatment. He should not have been allowed to refuse treatment and to die a terrible death in a public place. If a proposed conservatee is a person who is gravely disabled due to mental disorder or chronic alcoholism, an LPS conservatorship, also known as a Lanterman Peter Short conservatorship, should and would apply. I refer you to the Welfare and Institution Code, Division 5, Community Mental Health Service, Part 1, the Lanterman Petrus Short Act. You can find it in the code at LPS 5350 and LPS 5352. This points us to the more serious problem of where your money goes for mental health services. And for that reason, I propose a thorough audit of Redwood Quality Management and its 6 contractors. Specifically, are flex funds being routed into income-based compensation for clients? And in fact, is that going into the bonus pool? Redwood Quality Management should not be paying itself 1 penny in bonuses if there is one avoidable death like Charles Hensley. December 21st is National Homeless Persons Memorial Day, and I hope the Board of Supervisors sees fit to memorialize those who have died here in Mendocino County, who were homeless, who were forgotten, and who could have been saved. Thank you.
Ms. Barbara Mudd, our Air Pollution Control Officer. Oh, here she comes.
Thank you. Good morning. I am Barbara Mowat, Air Pollution Control Officer from Mendocino County Air Quality Management District. I'm here to very briefly discuss the pellet mill in Calpella. I primarily want to inform the public of a few key items. First of all, the district's mission is to protect and manage air quality, thereby protecting public health. And I want to inform the public of the multiple actions that the Air District took to keep PM 2.5 levels acceptable in the vicinity of the pellet mill as we worked with the operators to get them into full compliance, which they did demonstrate on November 14th, 2019. So I would just like the public to know that there are 3 emission control devices that were under permit and had limits in their permit. 2 of the 3 have been compliant in each of the source tests conducted. The one piece of equipment that was challenging to bring into compliance was a wood-fired dryer. And that dryer did fail a couple of source tests, which led to a notice of violation, and also an interim operating agreement, which limited the rate of pellet production to keep the dryer emissions under the limit in their permit. And we actually had written 2 notices of violation and 3 interim operating agreements specifically using emissions from the plant to calculate a rate of production, pellet production, which would keep them under the limit in their permit. And I just want to say, I know this has been a long process, but I feel that the Air District has done its job well, in my opinion. And the plant did demonstrate full compliance, as I said, on November 14th. And I'm willing to entertain any questions.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank you for your diligence in monitoring this project and bringing it into compliance.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I also want to thank you for keeping us up to date.
Yes, I know I have
And the
informed the
plant
board.
is located within the 1st District, so I truly appreciated it in being able to talk to people when they called.
This is my job, yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Katie Ford.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board, CEO Angelo, and County Council Curtis. My name is Katie Ford. I'm an HR analyst with the County of Mendocino and a member of the Employee Engagement Team. I'm here to present the results from the 2nd annual Employee Engagement Team survey. Our survey was deployed July 1st of this year, and we gave employees until August 1st to complete the results. The survey contained 46 questions covering 12 different engagement drivers. And out of the 503 responses, the top 3 factors impacting employee engagement this year were training and development at 36.9%, supportive management at 30.7%, and new this year is career progression at 28.7%. I wanted to pull out a few positive statistics from the survey. You guys have the survey results, the countywide survey results, but a few of the things I wanted to kind of highlight were that 71.2% of respondents felt that their team worked together to resolve problems when they occurred. 73.7% of the employees felt like the people they work with treated them with respect. 76.6% of respondents were motivated to go above and beyond in their role. 65.5% are proud to work for the County of Mendocino. And 77.4% of respondents believe their individual contribution makes a difference to the success of the county. So our next steps at this point are to notify the departments of the department-specific results, and then to post the countywide and the department-specific results on the internal intranet site, and email the results to all employees within the next week. Our engagement team will then be looking at the results and analyzing them deeper to develop programs that can help improve engagement within the County of Mendocino over the next year. Does anyone have any questions? Thank you.
I see none. Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
Katie. Anyone else? Public expression for items not on the agenda.
Good morning. Maureen Mulhern, speaking as a Ukiah City Council member. I wanted to invite the board and everybody at the county to Ukiah City Chambers tomorrow at 5 p.m. The Ukiah Lions football Mighty Mites team has won a world championship, which is very exciting for this youth to have this experience and bring that back home to Ukiah. So there will be a celebration and cake and pizza, and I hope that you all can make it tomorrow at 5 at City Hall. Thank you.
Thank you. Yay. Okay, anyone else? Public expression? Seeing no one, we're moving forward on our agenda. And that's to item 5A. It is a notice public hearing, discussion and possible action, including one, rescission of the 2012 approvals, including EIR certification, ordinance amendments, rezoning, and project approvals for Harris Quarry expansion project. And two, adoption of resolution certifying the 2019 revised EIR, adoption of ordinance for ordinance amendment, adoption of ordinance for rezone, and adoption of resolution approving use permit and reclamation plan removal for the Harris Quarry expansion project. Planning and Building Services and County Council will be the presenters. And since it is a public hearing, I do need to inform everyone of the process. First, I want to ask I haven't opened the hearing yet. Let's go through the process. We will hear from staff, and the Board of Supervisors will make statements, ask questions, and go forward from there. And we will state if we anticipate continuation of the case and acknowledge any contact with proponents or opponents of the item. The board and clerk will note any correspondence, telephone calls that have come in at the last minute that have not been posted in the public record. Forward, the Board of Supervisors will hear from the staff, be able to make statements, ask questions. And then we will have the applicant presentation, and that will be timed for 20 minutes, and the clerk will time that. Then we will go to public input and public comment, and each speaker should stand up. Know that you have not over 3 minutes, and you should step forward to the podium, state your name for the record. Then, once the public comment is over, the item will come back to the Board of Supervisors. Supervisors can ask questions of staff, the applicant, or the public. And once the matter is before the supervisors, that's when we can entertain a motion. So, I'd like to note that we are starting the public hearing at 9:16. Please mark that, clerk. Okay. So, has proper notice been established?
I defer to County Council.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes. Okay. I would like to know if all the correspondence and telephone calls have been noted, received, and passed on to the board.
There's been a multitude of correspondence since this item was published on the agenda, and since all correspondence has been scanned and uploaded to the item and is available for public viewing.
Okay. So supervisors, I'm hoping you uploaded, took care of your agendas, so you have all the information within your iPads. Okay. We're going to go forward. Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very briefly. So for some of us, this is a bit of a replay. In 2012, we had a hearing. The room was equally packed. And one of our rules is if you like or don't like what the speaker at the podium is saying when we get to public comment, show them the same respect you would like to be shown. So we really don't want people to boo or hiss or applaud. It does take away from what the speaker is saying. It does act as a distraction, and it actually takes more time. We want everybody to be heard, so please respect each speaker, and you will have your turn as well. Thank you.
Supervisor McCarron is our parliamentarian. Thank you, sir. All right, we're going to go to staff, so please go forward.
Thank you. Julia Acker-Krog, Chief Planner. So I'm going to give you just a brief overview of what the project is that's in front of you, and then we have some folks here from both ESA and also Thomas Law Group here that are going to have a little bit of discussion as well. So to start off, the project in front of you has various components to it. So the first is to amend the county zoning code to create a mineral processing combining district. That's OA 1-2007. The ordinance amendment will allow for the processing of mineral resources near the site of extraction, and there's other ordinance amendments also included in your packet that are necessary to establish consistency with the county's inland zoning code. The second component of the project is the rezoning of 18 acres of assessor parcel number 147-14007, that's rezone 4-2011. And that's to add the mineral processing combining district mentioned in the as the previous component to allow the processing of aggregate for the length of the use permit. And I would like to note that the applicant did volunteer to include a condition of approval that the applicant would submit an application to remove that mineral processing combining district and revert the 18 acres back to just pure rangeland zoning after the expiration of the use permit. So the third component that we have here is the use permit and reclamation plan renewal. That's UR 19-83/2005, and that's to allow the extraction and processing of 200,000 cubic yards of aggregate on site per year for a 30-year period. And that's an increase from the current limit of 75,000 cubic yards annually. This will also allow production of up to 58,280 cubic yards or 150,000 tons of asphalt per year, and nighttime operations up to a maximum of 100 nights per year. And finally, there is also included the revised reclamation plan that directs how the site will be reclaimed at the end of the use permit. This project would really allow the applicant to continue to mine the existing quarry and expand the quarry to the north and to the west. In all, the existing 11.5 acre quarry will be expanded to a final size of about 30.6 acres. An additional 9.2 acres would be developed for access and processing, and 5.1 acres would be disturbed to provide mitigation that's to address project impacts. Quarrying would use the same techniques and equipment that's currently used on this site. And as proposed, I would just like to note, as Supervisor McCowan had previously mentioned, that this project has been in front of this board previously. There are new board members here today, but this project has been previously reviewed by the Board of Supervisors. And I would just like to note that the proposal has not substantively changed from the versions previously considered by both the Planning Commission and then finally adopted by the Board of Supervisors in 2012. And so with that, I would like to turn to our consultant, Jana Scott, with ESA.
Good morning. Jana Scott, Environmental Science Associates. The county hired ESA to prepare a revised EIR for the Harris Quarry project to respond to direction from the court regarding earlier environmental analysis that had been prepared in accordance with CEQA. In response to direction from the court, the focus of the revised EIR is narrowly tailored on the feasibility of two alternatives, alternatives 4 and 5. With minor modifications to reflect the fact that the Willits bypass has already been constructed. Because all other issues of the 2012 EIR were considered and upheld by the court, the county needed only to revisit the feasibility of alternatives 4 and 5 in the revised EIR. The revised draft EIR was circulated for input between August 28th and October 15th of this year. 38 comment letters were received, and oral comments also were received at a public meeting on October 7th. The county carefully considered all input received and provided responses to the comments that were within the scope of the revised draft EIR. The final EIR was issued, as you know, earlier this month. multiple comments suggested that there was significant new information and for purposes of CEQA, and on this basis, that considerations broader than those identified by the court should be addressed. After carefully evaluating all of the information received in comments on the draft EIR, and since publication of the final EIR, and in light of applicable standards, the county concluded that no new information had been presented that either was not or could not have been presented as part of the county's consideration of the 2012 EIR. For this reason, no reconsideration of those issues was warranted. Further consideration is not required when new information is added to an EIR that merely clarifies, amplifies, or makes insignificant modifications to an EIR. Rather, new information must be of substantial importance and must show the project will have significant effects that were not previously disclosed, that potential significant effects that were disclosed would be more severe than previously stated, or that new mitigation measures now exist or would be feasible but are not being adopted by the project's proponents. New information about an issue that was already known at the time the original EIR was released does not constitute significant new information. New regulations concerning the status or evaluation of environmental resources impacted by a project also does not constitute significant new information. A change in circumstances is not significant new information unless the change is so substantial as to require major revisions in an EIR. The county determined that no significant new information exists in the 4 areas suggested in public comment for this project. First, comments suggest that significant new information exists because changes have occurred in the project area since the 2012 EIR with respect to cumulative traffic conditions and the locations of sensitive receptors relative to the project site. However, cumulative effects were considered in the 2012 EIR, the part of it that was upheld by the court, and so did not need to be revisited in the revised EIR. In any event, the 2012 analysis relied on very conservative Caltrans assumptions that projected 20% increase in traffic between 2006 and 2025. The analysis also assumed that traffic on Black Bart Drive would increase by 50% by 2025 to reflect assumptions for planned growth in that area. By contrast, actual population growth has been below these projections, and the locations of sensitive receptors surrounding the project site have not substantially changed since the county's 2012 action on the original EIR. Proposed future growth, including in the White Deer Lodge area, is consistent with the growth projections that were known when the 2012 EIR was acted upon. Second, comments suggest that significant new information exists based on wildfire risk and access and egress concerns, including reliance solely on Black Bart Drive in the event of an emergency. The 2012 EIR considered Williams Ranch Road, which is a private road that connects to Black Bart Drive, and determined that it did not provide a viable, feasible access way, and that Black Bart Drive was the only viable emergency access and evacuation route for residents along Black Bart Drive. For this reason, the current unusable condition of Williams Ranch Road is not significant new information. The analysis of fire risk focused on whether fire could escape the asphalt plant site. With the implementation of recommended mitigation measures, the fire department was confident that any potential wildland fire ignited by the project would be contained. Further, the proposed improvements would be a benefit relative to existing conditions. Third, comments suggested that significant new information exists because improvements have been made to quarry access from Highway 101 and due to an increase in the number of traffic collisions in that area. Digging into this a little deeper, facts and evidence from the California State Highway Patrol that show that safety conditions within half mile of the site in both directions have actually improved over the last 5 years, and that the incidence of collisions has decreased. Finally, comments suggest that significant new information exists because the California Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment, or OEHA, has adopted new modeling protocols since the county's decision on the 2012 EIR. As noted a moment ago, New regulations concerning the evaluation of environmental resources impacted by a project does not constitute significant new information. Although not required, the applicant submitted an updated health risk assessment on Friday. Using the new modeling protocols, the project would not result in health risks in excess of the Air District's standard. This was consistent with the 2012 EIR and analysis under the new modeling protocols. Multiple other comments were received suggesting that additional alternatives should be considered. After carefully considering all of the information received in these comments, and in light of applicable standards, the county concluded that the focus on alternatives 4 and 5, consistent with direction from the court, was appropriate. One other point. The revised draft EIR included a peer review of the economic analysis that had been submitted on the applicant's behalf. The economic analysis is relevant to the board's consideration of the project and alternatives, but does not bear directly on the physical impacts of the project, and so I won't focus on it now. With that overview of the CEQA process for the revised EIR, the County Sequin Land Use Council, Tina Thomas, will discuss next steps.
Good morning, Tina Thomas, Thomas Law Group. I'm happy to be here with you today and looking forward to the debate. I did want to underscore exactly what Janice said, and that is that there was a very narrow scope here. When the matter was litigated, the appellate court very clearly held that all of the issues that had been raised by the petitioner were unfounded and that the EIR was adequate, with the exception of the rejection of alternatives 4 and 5. And that's exactly what we've done here. We've looked at 4 and 5, we've recirculated it. As Jana has said, we've examined it to determine whether or not there is any significant new information that needs to be considered that was not considered, and we have come to the conclusion that the EIR covers, the recirculated EIR covers all of the issues, and in particular focuses on alternatives 4 and 5. So what we have before you today are a set of findings that will address, first of all, the impacts that are identified in the EIR, the 2012 EIR and this EIR, and then adds mitigation measures to demonstrate that the impacts have been reduced to a level below significance or in fact, remain significant. There are 5 significant unmitigated impacts. There are aesthetic impacts related to views, and then an indirect impact related to haul trucks and NOx. Because of those significant impacts, we have prepared a set of overriding considerations for the board to consider and to review and to ultimately adopt if appropriate. And if they choose to approve, if you choose to approve the project, you would adopt those overriding considerations. In addition, we have prepared for you a set of findings that reject the alternatives that are infeasible. That includes 4 and 5, and as Jana has mentioned, that relies upon 2 economic analyses, one prepared and submitted to the county by the applicant by Enviromine, and the second prepared by the county and independently reviewed by the county to review the Enviromine study. And those studies are both relied upon in the rejection of alternatives 4 and alternative 5. In addition, we will be proposing to the county that you adopt a mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program that would be adopted and put into place. And if the county, if the applicant moves forward with the project, then the county would use that plan to make sure that all of the mitigation measures that are embedded in the environmental document and in the findings that you'll be considering today are actually constructed in accordance with the specifications in that particular document. So those are the documents that you have before you today. We have a series of, I believe, 13 motions, 14 motions today. We'll guide you through those. It's somewhat complicated because it requires the rescission of the prior environmental document and then its readoption, and the same for all of the various ordinances and use permits. So we will walk you through that step by step when it's appropriate to do that. So with that, I think that's the conclusion of my presentation. And should you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them for you.
Madam Chair, Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. I have one thing to add in terms of the documents that were loaded as part of this agenda packet. On Friday, we became aware that one of the comment letters in the final EIR was missing one page. The response was fully put into the document, and somehow just the second page of the comment letter itself was not included as part of the FEIR. What we've done is we've sent the full comment letter to Clerk of the Board staff, and we're asking them to upload that, just the entire comment letter, as part of the packet today, and we can provide copies of that full document if necessary.
Is that the finish of the staff presentation?
Thank you. Yes, that concludes our presentation.
Okay. Supervisors, questions? Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, if I understand staff's position is that the 2012 EIR remains valid in every respect except for alternatives 4 and 5, which the court found deficient, and supplemental work has been done there. But despite the statements that there's new information on a variety of subjects, the analysis shows, in your opinion, that the conclusions of the 2012 EIR remain valid?
Yes, that's accurate with one clarification. The court didn't find alternatives 4 and 5 themselves to be inaccurate or not in compliance with CEQA. The county had not properly rejected those alternatives as infeasible. So really, the error was in your findings as opposed to in the environmental document. And yes, the 2012 document remains adequate.
Thank you.
So I don't see any other questions here. So we're going to go forward with the applicant's presentation. And who's going to be making that? Okay, before you begin, I have to instruct the clerk to begin the timing, and it will be 20 minutes. So please come forward, state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Tina Wallace, legal counsel for Northern Aggregates. May I begin?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for your reconsideration of the Harris Quarry entitlement package. We respectfully request that you reapprove the entitlement package. I'm going to give what's hopefully a fairly brief presentation. I will be followed by Vern Losh, a veteran of almost between 40 and 50 years in the fire industry, to address many of the comments that have been raised about fire risk issues and evacuation risk issues from a practical perspective. As a legal matter, that issue is barred by res judicata, and there is no new information on it. But to begin this presentation, I'm going to talk about why this project is important for Mendocino County, because not all of you were here for the duration of this project. The project actually began in the early 2000s when Northern Aggregates initially proposed an asphalt plant on North State Street. In response to public comments about an asphalt plant on North State Street, Northern Aggregates abandoned that location, and in response to direction from the then Board of Supervisors in the mid-2000s, I think 2005, the board directed staff to write an ordinance that would allow the asphalt plant to be located on the same site as the quarry. So in response to that direction from the Board of Supervisors, Northern Aggregates submitted a revised application for an asphalt plant to be co-located on the same site as the existing quarry, which has been mined since the 1920s. That initial application, or that revised application, was in the mid-2000s again, and it was called the End of Quarry Life application. That application proposed mining the quarry until the material was exhausted. The mining was projected to go for 100 years, and the application included a concrete batch plant and an asphalt batch plant. The county prepared a draft EIR for the End of Quarry Life application and circulated that document in 2008. Again, Northern Aggregates listened to public comments, and in response to public comments, in 2010, Northern Aggregates submitted a significantly downsized application. The 2010 application is what was ultimately unanimously approved by both the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors in 2012. The 2010 application only contemplated or requested approval for 30 years of mining, a very significant reduction relative to 100 years of mining. The concrete batch plant was eliminated, and the asphalt plant remained as part of the project. As I mentioned, the 30-year quarry operation with the asphalt batch plant was unanimously approved by both your Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors in 2012. Keep the Code then litigated those approvals, and Keep the Code raised 22 claims in that litigation. The court found against Keep the Code on all but 2 of those claims, alternatives 4 and 5. And as counsel for the county has stated, the deficiency was not in the CEQA document, the deficiency was in the evidence. Those deficiencies have been cured, as I'll explain in a moment. So that's a brief bit of the history of this project and why we're before you today. Turning to why this project is very important to Mendocino County is that aggregate resources are scarce, both in the state of California and in Mendocino County. It's well established by state policy that aggregate resources are being depleted faster than they are being permitted. The almost 20-year story of trying to get this quarry expansion permitted is evidence of how long it takes to get a quarry permitted relative to the resource depletion. Additionally, high-quality aggregate resources are in limited supply in Mendocino County. According to Caltrans District 1 Materials Lab, Harris Quarry is the only known approved asphalt concrete resource in Mendocino County. You have no other local source for this product. Mendocino County's roads, construction industry, and reconstruction depend on a good quality, centrally located, construction-grade aggregate resource and a centrally located asphalt plant. The existing local quarries, due to permitting restrictions or a limited amount of remaining material, are not expected to meet the demand for aggregate generally, and in particular, they're not expected to meet the demand for PCC grade and AC grade aggregate. Equally as important, a centrally located quarry with high-quality materials reduces trucking distances. Shorter hauling distances save money because the trucking component of the aggregate product is a very large component of the overall price. In addition to saving money, a centrally located facility reduces truck emissions and reduces wear and tear on county roads. Without sufficient resources, construction delays are likely to occur. Additionally, in the evidence that was before this board in 2012, and that was also before the Mendocino County Superior Court and the Court of Appeal, showed that the county itself has had to stop emergency repair work due to lack of adequate product, and the county itself had experienced a shortage of available product, which resulted in the county paying higher prices for aggregate and asphalt. Finally, there are more direct economic considerations. Harris Quarry and its affiliate companies employ a total of 61 people. Each one of those 61 jobs has a ripple effect through the community, and each of those 61 jobs results in 6 additional jobs in your community. That is a total of 392 local jobs, in addition to the 61 jobs related to the quarry. The sales tax revenue from the quarry product sales is projected to be $200,000 a year. That is only for sales tax revenue from product originating from this site. It doesn't take into consideration sales tax revenue generated by quarry-dependent businesses. The other economic ripple effect to take into consideration is that for every dollar spent by Northern Aggregates on this project, $17.5 million per year is spent in your local community. That is a very significant economic development consideration for this community. I will briefly echo, because county staff and county council have covered it very thoroughly, what's before you today. And I want to emphasize that what's before you is very narrow. It is not a redo of the 2012 EIR. There are, again, only two issues before you, and that is the evidence to support a rejection of Alternative 5, which was a temporary asphalt plant instead of a permanent asphalt plant. That was Alternative 4, excuse me, and Alternative 5, which called for a highway overpass instead of what was included in the project, which were the improvements to Highway 101. The next topic I want to address is how compliance with the court's order was achieved. As staff mentioned, the applicant commissioned an economic analysis provided by Enviromine. This analysis showed that Alternative 4, the temporary asphalt plant, if the temporary asphalt plant operated for 2 years, the project would result in an overall $3 million loss, making that alternative economically infeasible, because no good business owner is going to knowingly undertake an operation that will result in a $3 million loss. The economic analysis also looked at Alternative 4, a temporary asphalt plant for 5 years, and concluded that a 5-year temporary asphalt plant would result in a $1.6 million analysis. And the analysis looked at the 5-year time horizon because that's the maximum allowed by your zoning ordinance without the ordinance amendments that are before you today. The economic analysis also looked at Alternative 5, which, if you recall, is a highway interchange and reduced night operations instead of the highway improvements that were included in the project description. The analysis concluded that the cost of that interchange is $37.8 million. Of that $37.8 million, NAI would have to pay $28.6 million, and the remaining $9 million would come from county coffers or would be attached to other discretionary and similar permits that were submitted by community members in the community. Because of the very significant cost, this alternative was also deemed infeasible. As staff mentioned, Ms. Thomas, I believe, the county didn't rely solely on the applicant's analysis. Even though it wasn't required, the county retained its own economic consultant. That economic consultant, Hatch, peer-reviewed Enviromine's analysis and concluded that the analysis was sound. Next, I want to briefly address why recirculation is not required. And I'm not going to touch on every comment, just a couple of categories of comments. And I want to clarify, as you've been advised, that not just any information constitutes significant new information. I'm going to touch on the issue of health risks, rubberized asphalt, traffic risks, the highway improvements, and a portable asphalt plant, and I will then be followed by Vern Losh to discuss fire and evacuation issues, as I mentioned. Turning to health risks, there was a public comment that a new analysis, a new requirement came online in 2015, which of course came after the 2012 approvals for health risk assessments. These are the 2015 OEHA standards. The courts have held that compliance with new regulations is not required. However, in an abundance of caution, and again, going above and beyond what is legally required, Northern Aggregates procured a health risk assessments, which we submitted to the clerk of the board on December 13th. And that health risk assessment evaluated the proposed project, applying the 2015 OEHA standards, and concluded that the project is below all thresholds of significance for health risk, applying the later 2015 OEHA standards, even though Northern Aggregates wasn't legally required to do this. The next topic I want to address is you received comments that rubberized asphalt is somehow more pernicious than producing non-rubberized asphalt. Rainey Planning, air quality experts looked at 4 studies conducted by both public agencies and private entities and concluded, and this is a direct quote, evidence that asphalt rubber materials present a greater health risk than conventional asphalt materials does not exist. Air pollution emissions from rubberized asphalt production are similar in both content and quantity to conventional asphalt emissions. So there are no more pernicious air quality impacts from rubberized asphalt as compared to non-rubberized asphalt. The next topic I want to address is traffic risks. Even though Northern Aggregates didn't have to, they constructed the improvements to Highway 101. The law allows an applicant to proceed at its own risk while litigation is pending. This is what Northern Aggregates chose to do. Even though Northern Aggregates wasn't legally required to pay for all of the highway improvements and could have in the 2012 proceeding said, no, the law only allows the county to require us to pay our, quote, fair share of those improvements. Because Northern Aggregates, the founders of Northern Aggregates, and at least 3 or 4 generations of this family live in this community, and have lived in this community for a long time, and will continue to live in this community for a long time, Northern Aggregates voluntarily chose to pay for and construct all of the highway improvements. As a result of those improvements, safety has improved and collisions have decreased. Since 2014, the accident rate on that segment of highway is 4 times lower than the statewide average for a similar road. The accident rate is also lower than what the 2012 EIR projected, and the monitoring shows that the accidents that have occurred were not related to the quarry. You also received comments that the highway improvements were not conducted as was required. The issue of mitigation and condition compliance is not before the board today. However, we submitted evidence showing that the highway improvements were constructed in accordance with the approved plans. And finally, there have been a number of comments about why can't Northern Aggregates just have a portable asphalt plant? And we submitted an economic analysis prepared by Enviromine showing that a portable asphalt plant is not economically feasible. A portable asphalt plant operated over a 5-year period would result in a $2 million loss. And that's a very conservative estimate because it doesn't take into consideration transporting the portable asphalt plant from site to site, air quality permits, and other permit costs for each location. As a matter of housekeeping, I am going to reserve the rebuttal time before I turn the presentation over to Vern Losh. After Mr. Losh speaks, I will do a very quick, I promise 30 to 60 second close of the presentation. Thank you.
Chair Brown, Board of Supervisors, Vern Losh. As Tina mentioned, I had to do some finger counting real quick on when she mentioned almost 50 years, but anyway, in the fire service, but it's 46. I was asked to talk about the fire issues related to this project, and during that review, I reviewed the comment letters, and I can find no new significant information on the impacts related to fire for this project. Some of the things I looked at were climate change. It's my understanding that climate change was discussed and raised 61 times during the 2012 process. The history of climate change started in the 1800s. People started talking about it. 1930s, Industrial Revolution. Scientists started getting involved. It's been around a long time. In fact, I was recently watching an episode of the old NYPD Blues, and Detective Sipowicz brought up global warming and climate change in 1998 episode. Al Gore wrote a book, as we all know, back in 2006, so it's been around a while, and again, it was raised 61 times during the last process. I looked at weather. I can find no significant changes in weather in the last 10 years. I looked at, my sources were the United States Forest Service and National Weather Service. Certainly there's been highs and lows in weather, including humidity, temperature, fuel moisture, and winds, but nothing significant, nothing that I could track that was significant and a strong change. There's highs and lows. There was highs, of course, in 17 when we had a lot of fires, particularly down in some of the areas of Mendocino County and Sonoma County. There's been lows. Diablo winds. One of the letters, comment letters, mentioned Diablo winds. The term Diablo winds actually came about right after the Oakland Hills fire of 1991. It's not new. We've had north winds in Northern California, dry, hot winds for many, many years, maybe centuries. Vegetation, I took a look at the vegetation that's on the site, did a site inspection, drove around the roads. Historically, I can't find any evidence that there's been any change in any of the vegetation around the site. On the road, I agree with staff. Black Bart is the only viable emergency evacuation route historically from that area. You also received a letter that was attached to my document on asphalt plants from Catherine Gunkel. She's an engineer, and her expertise is asphalt plants. In that letter, she discusses the rash of fires that occurred from the designs of asphalt plants from the 70s and 80s. There was a lot of significant fires back in the 70s and 80s. A lot of industry changes because of those fires. An asphalt plant doesn't want to have a fire. They're going to do everything they can. So the industry took a look at all the technology and created the new technology is more efficient as far as the mixing process goes with increased fire safety. One of the things about this specific asphalt plant in that specific location is generally speaking, right around the 3.2 acres of land that are going to be on there is all dry and no vegetation. And that is all the comments I have at this point.
I would just add to that as a reminder that the project includes a 210,000 gallon water tank to be used for fire suppression purpose and also fire hydrants. In closing, I would like to let you know who is here today and available to answer questions should the board have them. Pat Allen, Randy Lucchetti, and Frank Dutra, all from Northern Aggregates. Crystal Howard from EnviroMine Economists. Rod Sterling, who prepared the health risk assessment from Rainey Planning, and of course, Mr. Losh. And in my remaining 1 minute and 39 seconds, I would like to submit to the Board of Supervisors 5 binders which contain 90 letters of support for this project. Given the time constraints, I'm not going to read the names. However, at the beginning of each binder is an index with the list of the names of those who wrote letters in support of this project.
We already have them on record, but go ahead and submit them to the clerk.
And Chair Brown, just to clarify, I believe you only have about 40 letters on record, so these are an additional 50 letters from your business community.
Okay, please accept them, clerk.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And one comment I do have, and then I'm going to go to Supervisor Williams. I'm talking about significant weather change. 2013, we had a historic drought. So that was very historic here and very frightening. So I just wanted to correct that one statement. Supervisor Williams?
I had a question for the fire expert, if I may.
Okay.
First, I would like to understand your role here. Are you here on your own accord or work a consultant for the applicant?
I'm a consultant for the applicant.
And would you say fire behavior in our county has changed in recent years?
I think we're recognizing changes, yes. I think that I did an overview of weather, topography, slope, things like that, and I couldn't find any significant changes in that 10-year period. But I think that when we look at fuel moisture, as an example, fuel moisture is critical to fire behavior. I looked at all the averages from the United States Forest Service website, and the fuel moistures are pretty consistently the same over that 10-year period.
What about acres burned in the area, say Mendocino, Sonoma, Lake counties?
Well, I live in Sonoma County, and I used to work in the Sonoma County, so the acres are certainly increasing in the last 5 years of those significant fires caused by, those winds and things.
And I imagine this project would be considered a potential ignition source. There's some thoughts about mitigation, but could you describe the ignition source, what risk that plays?
With the safety measures that I've talked about with my client, and I've talked to the engineer that wrote that report on asphalt plant safety, just like any industrial occupancy, if you follow your safety procedures and have checklists and things like that, I think it's going to be relatively reasonable to be a safe occupancy. Again, the 3.2 acres right around the immediate asphalt plant itself is bare dirt. There's nothing that's going to, if some small fire started from electrical component or something like that, there's nothing to attract to the vegetation in the immediate area of the plant.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. We're now, okay.
Very
There's a
briefly.
question of clerk about procedure, so I'd like to go to county council. We're asking questions of the applicant. Is that proper at this point?
Yes, I believe the board can ask questions of the applicant and just make sure that there will be time for adequate public comment afterwards.
And also of staff if we so desire.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor
Just
McCowan?
briefly to the last presenter, to confirm from your report, I believe you stated you had contacted fire agencies in Mendocino, Sonoma, Fresno, Sacramento, and Napa counties to inquire if there'd been any fires associated with asphalt plants, and I believe the response was negative.
Yes, I did. I couldn't quote those off the top of my head, but you've got the letter right in front of you. Mine's right here too. But yeah, I contacted as many many fire jurisdictions as I could within probably, 100, down to Fresno County, about asphalt plants, and nobody could find something in California on asphalt plant fires.
Thank you.
All right. We're now going to go to public comment. And just know each speaker, you have 3 minutes. And it may be that some of you have the same statements to make, rather than repeating them. You can say you agree with the previous speaker and just give the bullet points. So we're going to begin. We will have Cynthia Jevons, followed by Ruth Van Antwerp. And please be ready, Ruth. And next will be Stacy Rorba.
Good morning. I'm Cynthia Reiser Jevons, currently serving as president of Keep the Code. One of the many concerns that Keep the Code has is of fire safety, because we feel that we live in Mendocino County and have seen a great increase in fire concern and real danger. And so this PowerPoint presentation that I prepared for you today was supposed to be up there. And I am very disappointed that I am not being able to present that to you today. Meanwhile, I will give you the presentation. Asphalt plant safety concerns. Asphalt plants use and store flammable materials for the production of asphalt. Asphalt plant accidents do happen. Just Google it. You'll find horrifying pictures. Mendocino County has experienced devastating fires in the past few years. The Mendocino County Complex Fire in 2018 is now the largest fire in California since 1932, the largest. Fires can be driven by unpredictable and high winds, which we have been experiencing. The proposed Harris Quarry asphalt plant would be sited in an area that has not burned in many years. This is a pine, Douglas fir, and oak mountaintop, and the surrounding area has a substantial fuel load. Fire can easily jump the road to areas outside the immediate asphalt plant and onto surrounding areas. I actually had a wonderful video for you all today of an asphalt plant fire, and it is truly horrifying. The firefighters are spraying much water on it, and it's not solving the problem. On to the next. This location is a high fire danger zone, bordering on a very high fire danger zone. The blue arrows that I show in the pictures here, which you will be able to see, shows the proposed site adjacent to the extreme fire risk zone, which is shown in orange. The asphalt plant would be located on Black Bart Road, which is the only ingress and egress road for the Black Bart subdivision, which is the home for 332 properties. According to the National Fire Protection Association, for 101 to 600 households, there should be at least 2 access routes. Mendocino County has been collecting substantial property taxes from these hundreds of properties for many years and has a duty to protect the residents from preventable danger. Is it legal for Mendocino County to put the residents at increased mortal risk from fire danger so a private company can produce cheaper asphalt than their local competition? If the asphalt plant is involved with or the cause of a fire accident, could the residents be trapped because there is only one exit route? Can Mendocino County afford
Jevons,
to be
you need to wrap
responsible?
up.
I am, thank you. Can Mendocino County afford to be responsible for approving a project that could cause deaths and trap many hundreds of residents in a fire emergency? Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Ruth Van Antwerp. Next up, Stacy Rorba.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name's Ruth Van Antwerp. I live in Ukiah. I was last here in 2005 on this issue, at which time there was no EIR. There was, my memory is a little foggy, but it was on the agenda to amend the zoning code and allow an asphalt plant at every quarry in Mendocino. Was not properly publicized. It was almost an accident that the neighbors found out about it. So that was 2005, 14 years ago. In the meantime, the county has granted vested rights to Northern Aggregates, and that did not hold up in court. I believe as supervisors, you took an oath to defend the Constitution of the United States, and I think that involves following the law. And I just want to say on alternative 4 and 5, if they're not economically feasible, that's okay. It's not your job to make Northern Aggregates profitable. Actually, I want to applaud Northern Aggregates for having 61 employees and being profitable. And I don't believe Keep the Code has anything against the extraction of the rock. So I'm glad they're profitable. It is not your job to make them more profitable. And I'm really sad that you have turned your backs on the residents of that community. It will degrade their quality of life. It will degrade their air quality. And I want to point out one flaw in the EIR. Before the EIR even starts, is it ESA, the name of your company? It states they have a commitment to sustainability, and that they're going to show their clients how to reduce emissions, but this project will not reduce emissions. It will add to emissions. Thank you.
Thank you. Stacy Rorba. Stacy will be followed by Rosamund Crowder.
Good morning. My name is Stacy Rohrbaugh, and I moved to Mendocino County in 1994 from Maryland. I live off-grid on a little piece of land, little piece of paradise, actually, that I'd like to stay living on for the rest of my life, up on Ridgeview Road. However, there are so many new considerations and changes since the EIR of 2012. One of them is the fire danger presented by building an asphalt plant on our highest ridgetop. This area sits in or next to what CAL FIRE in 2019 has labeled an extreme zone. Our new experiences with wildfire have shown how heavily forested areas can quickly blow up into major fire events. The neighboring property of the White Deer Lodge and the over 300 families who live behind this plant site could potentially be trapped. Myrrh Mill Road is closed indefinitely. I never ever considered Schaefer Ranch an exit route for myself in an emergency. So the only way I have out is through Black Bart Road to 101. And where is the evacuation plan for us? You know, in case this plant were to catch fire or blow up or simply become a victim of a wildfire going through. I'm concerned the litigated 200,000 gallon water tank used in the daily operations of the plant will not be enough in such an emergency. I am very concerned about the idea of a state-of-the-art asphalt plant being presented. I don't understand how running a large plant such as this with a diesel generator power is state-of-the-art. I find it ironic that one of the reasons for the location of this plant is to save on vehicle miles traveled by the trucks hauling rock and asphalt. When the power source of the plant is so antiquated, I would like to know who will be responsible for running this plant and who in the county government is certified to monitor the operations of such a plant. Is there anyone qualified? The quarry's track record of operating within rock mining permit requirements is not very good. I'd like to remind you of the fiasco also at the Grist Quarry on Covelo Road not too long ago. We are creating so many new potential problems by allowing such a plant. There is the affected air quality, particulate, and odoriferous, spreading far and wide. The American Lung Association has already labeled Mendocino County with an F score in air quality. How will the containment of toxic materials used in the asphalt and making of the asphalt be secured? How many nights of operation in a year? 100? Light and noise pollution are not why we live in rural Mendocino County.
Ma'am, your time is up.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm against it, of course. And
thank you for your comment.
I am against this plant, but I think investigating a
time is up.
portable, movable plant is like state-of-the-art right now as far as asphalt
Ma'am, your
plants.
time is up.
Thank
Please.
you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record, and Tom Buskey will be next.
Thank you. I'm Rosamond Crowder. Thank you for hearing me today. I have a letter here that is from Reax Engineering, and it was from December 15th, so you've just received it. And it's experts who are looking also at what you've already heard about Diablo winds. I'd like to mention that the direction of the winds is from the northeast and goes southwest, which goes directly towards the communities. So that's a part of the Diablo winds you should be aware of. And also the fact that the quarry is on the top of a mountain, much more affected by winds than other places. So this expert says that the 210,000 gallons of water for fire suppression is not only for fire suppression, it's used for operations in the quarry, so they don't feel that it's adequate. And also, personally, I live in the community west of the quarry, and I've just heard that the Williams Ranch Road was not considered an exit, and I'd like to bring your attention to the fact that the county just built a $2 million bridge on Muir Mill, and the traffic study that went along with that bridge building identified over 300 vehicles a day using that bridge. That's why that bridge was built, that $2 million bridge. So it was definitely a very useful exit, and I think that needs re-looking at. And I'd also like to remind you that it was an error in the findings of that the court identified. So it's not just what the facts say, it's how you interpret them. And that your staff may say that that everything has been thought of, but I just want you to really think about it again, and that the asphalt plant is an issue that does not take the jobs away from people at the quarry. The quarry can still operate, and we all very much appreciate that there is a quarry and such wonderful rock. And I thank you, and I hope you read this letter.
Thank you. Tom, before you speak, I want to tell two individuals in the back of the room we cannot have standing. I believe there is a seat available here, third row back, if you'd like to come. And then overflow is in conference room B. So I believe there's a place right in here. 1 minute, sir.
My name is Tom Buskey. I'm not a Karki, I'm a Buskey, and Chairman Brown. I live in the retirement village. I've been there for 4 years. I Googled asphalt explosions, and I encourage each one of you here, the county developer planners, and all of you to look at that. I looked at it, it's chilling. It's already been addressed by the first person, so I'm not going to go into that. I am going to go into, is the Harris people willing, and the county board willing, and the developers willing to accept responsibility for putting this asphalt plant in a high fire area? In 2017, October 8th, we experienced a fire that came 50 yards from where the village that we live in. It was stopped by the fire people. That was 2 years ago. Are you willing to accept a liability? PG&E is going bankrupt because of their neglect. If you put it in this place, knowing that a potential fire can just go wow, and I'm saying be prepared, be forewarned.
Ms. Buskey? Ma'am? Lynn? Please come forward.
Good morning. Thank you for the privilege of letting us have our chance to speak, and thank you for attending to letters that have already been submitted. I reference one that I did submit on October 14th, and I expressed many of the concerns that have been expressed today. I also invited our supervisor to meet with us in our village to address the folks that live downwind of this proposed operation. I'm looking forward to that meeting. I'm going to address several points from a report that was a letter that you also have that was received today or a day ago, that was prepared by Paul Miller, who's the managing principal and senior air quality analyst. And I'm going to address the updated cancer, chronic and acute health risks that are included in his letter. Specifically, the projections, according to the toxics that would be produced here, the thresholds are actually a 3 times increase in cancer cases, which that's 3 times, that's like, it goes up to as many as 15 point something cases per million people. And if any of you or family members have had to suffer cancer and the sequelae, I think this is a very serious thing. It's just numbers on a paper, but to increase the risk of cancer is a really big consideration. The emissions criteria pollutants was identified as a significant and unavoidable impact in the 2011 revised EIR. There's more information on the health impact of criteria air pollutants when they're significant. So there's a case, a recent California Supreme Court case that was the Sierra Club versus County of Fresno, which requires the EIR to provide more information on the health impact of criteria air pollutants when they're significant. And this particular analyst found that these are significant impacts. And the substances include nitrogen dioxide. And I encourage, if there's any way possible, to very carefully look at the new information that impacts the revised EIR.
And at the discretion of the chair, and worried that we might have an emergency, and our fire chief from Little Lake Fire Protection District won't be able to stay, I'm going to bring his speaker card forward. Fire Chief Wilkes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. I just want to talk about, we've got a couple of
consulting agencies that have talked on fire in our area, and fire's a big topic, and it's a big deal right now. I wanted to hit on those from the boots on the ground perspective with some numbers that have actually happened in our fire district. Historically, we've seen the big fires, and I appreciate the REACT's report that was put forward. We go to fires in the Ridgewood Ranch area. However, none of them have came in the history of me being on the fire department, 23 years. I've never been to a fire caused by northern aggregates in any way. Our fire risk in that area is due to vehicles on the highway, unpermitted construction in the Black Bart subdivision, rubbish accumulation that doesn't get taken care of and abated in the Ridgewood Ranch subdivision, improper generator use, as we saw during the public safety power shutdown, and also during that public safety power shutdown, we responded to a structure fire directly on Black Hawk Drive, which is in that subdivision, which had no spread to the wildland other than minimal around the structure. I was also surprised when I read the consultant report about some of the statistics in there when they never reached out to Little Lake Fire about our resources, what we have, what our capabilities are, how are we going to respond. I reached out to our PSAP, our dispatching agency, to find out if a public records request was submitted to them to find out our response times to that area. There was never a public records request submitted for response times. So accurate information was not gathered as far as what it takes for Little Lake Fire to respond to that area. As a regulator, I think it's important for us to know that once this finally happens and if this passes, it's our job to make sure that the proper amount of, due to California Public Resources Code, to make sure that the proper amount of water is on site in order to handle an emergency response to that area. We talk about the amount of available water at this time. Well, that water at this time meets the needs for the quarry at this time. As we get into the permit process and new equipment is involved, it's our job as regulators to look at the equipment involved, make sure it meets current standards, and we make sure, one of the things we make sure of is that fire protection is provided for in that area. And I want to go to vehicle accidents a little bit too. When Northern Aggregates took the time to, and their own money, to make the highway expansion bigger, to do acceleration, deceleration lanes in that area, we went to 0 vehicle accidents at the entrance of Black Bart Drive and the quarry. 0. In the early part of my career before this was done, we had major vehicle accidents in there, fatalities. You know, our volunteer firefighters were literally going to extricate people out of vehicles. There's been 0 since they put that in there. I actually consider Northern Aggregates a partner in public safety for that reason. And I see my time's up. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ann Kelly, followed by Lucy Kramer.
Hello, my name is Ann Kelly. I'm the Executive Director of Levita Charter School, and I'm on the board of Keep the Code. And today I would like to present what we consider a win-win for all parties. It's another version of Alternative 4. So it is a mobile plant alternative. So just for vocabulary's sake, a mobile plant is on wheels. A temporary plant that's in the EIR is a standalone that's meant to be constructed and deconstructed. It stays there for a long period of time. Mobile plants are used all over the world. California is using them quite a bit now in conjunction with concrete plants. On the cost, the temporary plant in the EIR and Alternative 4 was just the plant was $4.3 million. A mobile plant can be purchased for $1.5 million. And you can go up from there, of course. So I had pictures. Our PowerPoint has been denied. DMI, a Florida company, has the $1.5 million power of the mobile plant available. However, the Aztec plant is what Northern Aggregates has shown a preference for in both EIRs, and they have a really amazing mobile plant. It has the parts, it can be relocated within 3 days. It is fast setup and takedown. We had these lovely pictures of the what do you call that tower, that goes up in 15 minutes. The silos take a little longer because the grounding, but the silos hold hot asphalt for up to 4 days. It's designed to go from site to site. And then it saves on truck miles because you're right there on the job. If you introduce recycled asphalt, then it's even less truck miles. It's a lower cost system, and the amazing thing is the output is still incredible. It's at 400 tons per hour. In the first EIR, the top rate was 300 tons per hour. The setup time is a tenth of what it would cost to set up a large asphalt plant. Northern Aggregates is in the ideal position to have a mobile plant. They have zoned industrial sites in Talmadge and in Willits. They also have the Harris Quarry. Between the three of them, they could have the mobile plants could go between these places closer to the jobs. It would expand their job availability to the north and the south. The current advantages, the mobile plant is in all those locations. No rezoning is necessary. There is no need for the mineral combined processing district. It is less cost. It could be used for decades. There's fewer truck miles. If you're using the asphalt plant, it's even fewer. It's a shared community burden of the negative effects, greater equity, and it would capture more jobs north and south. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucy Kramer, Council, can I have you come here for a minute? Please state your name for the record.
Hi, thank you. I'm Lucy Kramer. I am a board member for the Alliance for Community Endeavors. We are a creative developer working to build livable housing in Mendocino County. I'm also a coordinator for the Gardens Project and advocate for sustainable local produce grown in Mendocino County. I recently had the opportunity to talk with John McCowan, where he elucidated why he was in support of the asphalt plant being built at Harris Quarry, and I really, really appreciated that input, and I understand the perspective of, why to some people it makes sense to build that there. At the time that we spoke, I was on the fence, but now I am opposed to that project being built on that property. I understand that based on the projections of population growth that it makes sense, although I do believe that those projections are antiquated and should be revisited. I'm also a recent graduate of Leadership Mendocino, class of 26. In the year that I was a student with Leadership Mendocino, every single class that we had monthly was completely centered around housing. Whether the topic of conversation for the day was education or natural resources or government, the barrier to success for every single industry in our county was housing across the board. Also, as a coordinator for the Gardens Project, I'm well acquainted with the fact that Mendocino County is in a food crisis and has been for years. 1 in 5 families in Mendocino County does not know where their next meal is coming from. Directly downstream from Harris Quarry are 3 farms, all growing organic produce. There are hundreds of animals being used both for therapy, like with the Seabiscuit Therapeutic Riding Foundation, as well as for food. Likewise, downstream are hundreds of residences, and upstream up Black Bart, there are over 300 more residents. Those residences will become less livable and less appropriate as housing and less marketable if this asphalt plant is developed. Likewise, I'm certain that most people here would not want to eat produce grown downstream from an asphalt plant, just as most of us wouldn't want to live next to one. I guarantee that we will see measurable market decreases in that produce being grown, and that is a significant threat to our community. I hope that you will consider not taking this compromise of pushing this project forward, as it will increase this housing crisis and the food crisis in our county. Also, for context, I just wanted to add that my major is in environmental studies with a focus on environmental justice, and I minor in geology. And so I have significant empathy for the project, and I still disagree with it moving forward.
Thank you. Harold Wilkins, followed by Ross Liberty. Howard, sorry.
Just a point of clarification before I start. I had requested additional time as counsel for Keep the Code. Is that request granted?
At the discretion of the chair, I will allow this. Arrangement should have been asked for previous.
I did.
How many minutes?
I had requested 10 minutes.
Mark him at 10.
I'll try and be shorter too. So, as I mentioned, I'm Howard Wilkins. I'm an attorney at Remy Moose Manley in Sacramento, California, and I've represented Keep the Code in this matter since 2006. So, hard to believe that we've all been here doing this for so long. This entire time, I want to make it clear that Keep the Code has not objected to the quarry expansion. And the project does involve increasing aggregate production by 3 times the amount that's allowed under the permit that expired, I think, 2 decades ago now. At the same time, we have objected to the asphalt plant in its present location and the mineral processing combining district that is proposed as part of this project. So it should be clear that we're not opposed to the project increasing aggregate production, but rather this asphalt plant and the consideration of alternatives to siting an asphalt plant at this particular location. You've received a number of letters in the last several days, both from supporters of the project and Keep the Code. I am quite confident that no one has had a chance to thoroughly review those. And one of the reasons that this all happened at the last minute is you skipped your planning commission process here that's required under the county code, under the premise that Northern Aggregates might not be able to extract the rock it needed if this wasn't heard before the end of this year. Well, we're now in December, and there's only a couple weeks left, so there is no need to rush this project like is presently proposed. And I would encourage you to follow your own county code and send this back to the Planning Commission so it can be thoroughly reviewed. All this information can be thoroughly reviewed before you make a decision. That's their role here for you. That's why you have a Planning Commission, is to decide and give you the advice on whether this constitutes significant new information. And there are a number of issues, and I'll briefly touch on those. I'm not going to read through the letters that you received because I don't have time to do that. But one of the big issues here was one of the premises for this project and why it was needed was the Willits bypass. And as you all know, that project has now been completed during the period of this project. It was one of the reasons that you originally adopted a statement of overriding considerations. It was the only reason that this quarry rationale, at least according to the ER, that there was a need for nighttime operations. And it was the reason why originally they said they couldn't live with more than 20, which was the reduced design alternative, which just eliminated the number of nights. So that completion of the Willits bypass not only affects the alternatives, it also affects the assumptions that went into all the calculations related to VMT, which touch on the impacts associated with air quality, with greenhouse gas emissions. So it really does change a lot in terms of what assumptions were made in terms of the ER and the calculations. And not re-looking at whether this still makes sense in light of the completion of the Willits bypass, whether that changes what alternatives are feasible and how it changes comparing alternatives. You just can't turn a blind eye to that. And we submitted comments explaining that. The other issue is there were these improvements to Highway 101. And we had requested that a long time ago as part of our comments, is that they needed to be included in this project as well as any other alternative. And it was an argument that there was no nexus for requiring these road improvements because they were existing conditions, and therefore they wouldn't be required if a temporary plant was installed or if the reduced nighttime alternative was adopted. One of the rationales for rejecting it at that time was they wouldn't provide immediate road improvements. Well, those road improvements have been built now, and now there is no justification that I can discern from the ER for rejecting Alternative 5. The rationale that's been set forth in the EnviroMine report and in the ER is that it requires a bypass. I mean, it requires its own interchange. Well, if you just heard that there are no impacts, or that the safety impacts associated with the entrance to the quarry have all been resolved and that there's been no accidents, the idea that you're going to say, well, we know they don't actually need all these nighttime operations in light of the Willits bypass being constructed, but it's infeasible to reduce nighttime operations at this project because we're going to require them to build an interchange that we don't want to build because it's not necessary. I mean, it defies common sense that you could make that finding. We're denying reducing nighttime operations, even though it will reduce significant and unavoidable impacts to air quality, to greenhouse gases, the light and glare, because we're going to require them to build an interchange if we're going to allow them to reduce their nighttime operations. You can't make that finding. At the end of the day, the entire premise for that defies common sense. And CEQA doesn't require you to defy common sense and just rotely agree with what's in the EIR. So I would encourage you to look at the findings and say, look, we can require them to eliminate nighttime operations or reduce nighttime operations at minimum to what's in Alternative 5, and it's not going to make the project infeasible because we're not going to require them to build an interchange that there's no need for. Increased fire risk. This is a huge issue. Last night you received a report from Reax Engineering, and the reason it came so late, just so you know, is because we only saw the comments from Ms. Wallace on Friday. Similarly, the health risk assessment that was apparently provided on Friday. There's been no public review of that. There's no way you possibly could have peer reviewed that and have your own independent judgment as to whether that health risk assessment is the county's opinion. So again, I highly encourage you to send this back to your planning commission so this information can actually be evaluated, so you can actually determine if there's significant new information that requires recirculation on the various impacts associated with the project as well as alternatives. In terms of fire, we submitted comments that explain that this document here, the fire hazard planning, the document that's produced by OPR, there was legislation passed in 2000, I'm going to get this wrong, I think it was 2011, it might have been earlier than that, that said at the time their next housing element, the county's next housing elements are updated, they're required to update their safety element to include and consider all the information in this document. The county, as you know, has not done that. When you approved your second housing development update a couple weeks ago, I understand, or the 10th, I guess it's only been about a week, you indicated that you plan to do this by 2022. Well, this was required to be completed by 2014. As a result, your general plan is not in compliance with the government code as it relates to fire hazards. And as a result, you cannot approve the mineral processing combining district. Because as your own RFP for this said, you need to do an analysis to determine whether your general plan includes all the provisions that would be required in here and whether the rest of your general plan is consistent with those requirements. So, and we've cited that in our comment letter. I think it's really important that you go back and look at that. And I'm just going to give you one example from this that I think the project touches on and the mineral processing combining district at minimum should include. It says, here's an example of a policy you should include for high fire areas like this. Prior to the construction of any structure, whether residential, recreational, commercial, a site-specific fuel mitigation plan shall be prepared. The location and development of any road or any other man-made structure that may act as a fuel barrier shall be done in combination of its maximum benefit as a fuel fire break. The plan shall cover the entire parcel and include measures to modify fuel loading prior to the development of the plan to maintain protection over time. So this is an example of the type of condition that you could include in the mineral processing combining district. This is the type of condition that should be required for this project. There's no fuel mitigation plan as part of this project that I'm aware of. The REACT report explains that the mitigation that is included as part of this project, if there was a fire ignition at or near the site, maybe not related to the asphalt plant, just at the site, that the mitigation would not be effective. If there were high Diablo winds and a drought condition. So, and this project's going to go a number of years. There will be droughts during this period of time. So I really would encourage you, I'm seeing my time is getting short, so to look at these letters, highly consider it. I also think, when you consider this mineral processing combining district, the adoption of it, one of the things that the board didn't grapple with last time and said it was going to send back to the Planning Commission is whether you will allow the importing of aggregate materials to any permitted site. So for example, if there's a really small aggregate operation, you don't allow them to put in a huge asphalt plant and then import a bunch of aggregate to that site. It's an issue that you talked about last time. You'd never decided it. My understanding was the Planning Commission was going to deal with it at some point, and that never happened. bottom line is you really need to look at some conditions for where you want to put asphalt and concrete plants in the county. Currently, this will allow asphalt and concrete plants to be sited anywhere in rural areas where there is a permitted aggregate facility. And the conditions that you currently have do not address fire risk, do not address evacuation, as well as a number of other things. And lastly, you should look at potentially limiting the production levels so that it can get under the NOx levels. Like I said, the NOx levels that were calculated back in 2011, the only EIR says that they should be less than significant by this point in time. So the idea that there may be no feasible mitigation is just not supported by the current evidence. I thank you for your time, and we'd encourage you to send this back to the Planning Commission.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Liberty, just one moment, please. I have a request by 2 supervisors that we invite Chief Wilkes back up. And I believe Supervisor Ted Williams had a question, because I'm just afraid you might have to leave, and we usually question speakers at the very end of public comment. And then I believe Supervisor McCowan as well.
Sure.
Chief Wilkes, do you have concern about the limited egress, that it's a one-access road?
I have concerns for limited egress in multiple parts of our community. Of course, it's an issue there. It's an issue in the Pine Mountain subdivision. It's an issue in Brook Trails. It's an issue everywhere.
And you would say it's an issue regardless of this particular plan today? It's a
Absolutely.
Do you know if there's any progress, or do we have a solution on the horizon to address the access?
I wish we did. There's been emails back and forth with the road association on Williams Ranch Road, and certainly the property owner. But as far as I know, it's stalled.
Would this project be safer to that community if we were to solve the second access?
I think the community as a whole would be better with second access, but I would say that in the Ridgewood Ranch area here. I don't think the Quarry project affects what we have now either way.
Okay.
Supervisor McCowan?
Brief follow-up. Would you consider Williams and Muir Mill, if it were available, to be an emergency ingress-egress?
Yeah, we used to use that road to get out there quicker to the west side of the Black Bart subdivision anytime we had an emergency. So we used it to get in, and certainly it was a viable way to get out.
Mm-hmm. Depending on where the fire is and where it's moving.
Absolutely.
The main thing I wanted to ask, however, comments were made that there is no fire mitigation associated with this proposed plant. Have you reviewed the plans and the proposed project for the asphalt plant, and do you have an opinion if there is appropriate fire mitigation or not?
I wouldn't get the project until after it goes through here and gets approved, and then they would have to submit a set of plans that comes to us to meet permits and mitigation. So I can tell you that under 4290 that there are going to be fire mitigation plans for ingress and egress of the quarry itself and the property where they're going to be working.
I think you're on record as part of the comments in the EIR that you do not believe the plant poses a fire risk.
Correct, and that's because as a regulator, I feel like it's our job to look at, as I stated before, to look at what's there, look at the equipment that's being used, and mitigate those hazards as far as location, area around, area, especially where it's located, the area around the machinery. We have a couple of acres around where the machinery would be located. You know, I feel like you can make those hazards. To segue that, we do the same thing when it comes to the cannabis manufacturing within our community. It's my job to review all equipment and make sure that it's safe for where it's going to be located.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fire Chief. I appreciate it. Thanks. So we have Mr. Liberty, followed by Marge Handley.
Good morning, Ross Liberty, Ukiah welder. You ever notice going back a ways that you go into a town with one video store, you can't get a VHS for $1. You used to be able to rent them for $1 if there's enough stores. It doesn't happen when there's one store. doesn't mean that the one store, or they're ripping you off. It doesn't mean that they're bad people. They're just not inclined to rent it for $1 when they can get more, right? And that's what competition does. And this area lacks in competition for asphalt plants. In fact, with my project, we've had to recently go to Healdsburg to get asphalt. So we're needing the competition that this project would bring. So 4 years and a week ago, the Board of Supervisors sent me a letter. I'm going to read just the first sentence of it here. As you're aware, the Board of Supervisors is proud of the factory pipe project you completed, which demonstrates our ability to work with local entrepreneurs and business owners, such as yourself, to grow the local economy. I see that kind of cooperation as a competitive advantage as our county moves forward to reinvent and reorient our local economy. I think that's very important. I think this is a key part of that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hanley, and you'll be followed by Richard Seltzer.
Good morning, Madam Chairman and members of the board. My name is Margie Handley, and I live in Willits. For 7 years, I owned and operated an asphalt plant, and I've probably heard every negative story that exists about asphalt plants. The truth is, most of the stories are perception and have little to do with reality. The new asphalt plants are state-of-the-art, computer-operated machines that are designed to meet California air quality standards, which happen to be the most stringent standards in the United States. Many years ago, Kaiser operated an asphalt plant sited right in downtown Santa Rosa on College Avenue. To my knowledge, there were very few problems in all the years that they were there. The truth is that a well-traveled country dirt road will put more particulate matter in the air in a month than an asphalt plant will emit in the lifetime of the plant. Northern Aggregates first applied for this permit in 2004. And now, 15 years later, they have dotted all the I's and crossed the T's and deserve to have this permit approved. The benefit to the county is enormous. Asphalt is now being trucked in from Humboldt County, Lake County, and Sonoma County. Granite Construction, that operates the plant in Ukiah, which is sited right on the Russian River and directly across from a mobile home park, have been there for years with few complaints. They buy much of their aggregate from the Harris Quarry. The rock is trucked back to the asphalt plant, then it's trucked up again the hill after they make the asphalt. I've always believed that an asphalt plant should be sited at the source of the raw material that is needed to make a finished product, thus eliminating many, many truck trips per day. Having an asphalt plant at this location will be an economic benefit to the county, as the price of asphalt should drop considerably. I urge you to approve this permit, and I might add I did own a portable plant, and whenever we wanted to move the plant, it takes so long to get a permit that by the time you get it, you don't need it anymore.
No clapping, please. Please, no clapping. Mr. Seltzer, followed by Crystal Howard.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. Comments are very brief. We all live in this county. We all drive on county roads. We all want a place to go shop. We all want a place to go to work, and we all want a place to live. We need aggregate. We need asphalt. We need concrete. As an anecdotal issue, 5 or 6 years ago, I had my driveway repaved. The contractor who did it, I had a contract with him. Didn't impact me at all. His supply of asphalt from Sonoma County was delayed. He had 5 guys sitting in my driveway for 5 hours, paying them while we waited for asphalt. While it didn't impact me, it does impact him, and it does impact the amount that he bids on any job into the future, because he has to allow for the risk that that will happen. A more local plant means much less risk of delay, and if there is a delay, a much shorter one. I encourage you to approve the project. Thank you.
Crystal Howard, followed by Rick Piffro.
Good morning. Crystal Howard, Environment Incorporated with San Diego County. The economic analysis of the proposed project prepared by myself evaluated the economic feasibility of alternative 4 and 5. Our analysis was evaluated first for the 2011 draft EIR and updated the analysis based on current information and circumstances in 2018-2019. In economics, it is customary to update the costs to reflect the value of current dollars. And so that is why the 2018-2019 was updated to reflect the current dollars. In both reports, the results concluded that both alternatives were economically infeasible because the analysis illustrated that revenues generated were not sufficient to cover the capital investment required from each alternative. Alternative 4, the revenues generated for supplying asphalt for one project would not generate sufficient revenues to cover the cost of investing in a new asphalt plant. For alternative 5, the economic analysis also showed that capital investment of the asphalt plant and interchange could not be recovered by revenues from the aggregate and asphalt sales. Our supplemental memo reviewed the ability to have a portable plant with a quote of $4.9 million from Aztec in the report. The cost of it is important to remember that when you have a portable asphalt plant, you have to consider the cost of transporting the aggregate to the portable plant as opposed to having the plant located at the facility, where you do not have the extra truck trips to transport the aggregate to supply the asphalt. In addition, you're avoiding the land use and air quality permit costs when you have to move it each time. Our analysis also evaluated the economic benefits of the Harris Quarry project to the area. Economic analysis reviewed the multiplier effect of project revenues. The multiplier captures direct and indirect benefits from the quarry. The multiplier for aggregate sales was found to be an average of aggregate and asphalt sales, was found to be an average of 1.5. Basically, for every dollar of revenue produced at the quarry, based on aggregate and asphalt, it would generate $1.5 in the community. So at a revenue of $10.3 million, the community would benefit in $17.3 million annually. Jobs is a really big benefit as well to the community. For every job at Harris Quarry, it would generate 6 jobs. And it's important that construction aggregate is the basic material for all infrastructure, and that over 90% of all of our roads are paved with asphalt. So it is a significant benefit to the area to have a local asphalt producer to supply asphalt for local roads. Thank you very much.
Rick Piffro, followed by Richie Dutra.
Rick Piffro, Red Valley, California. Thank you for letting us have the time to speak here today. I won't keep much of your time. I agree. Everything I was going to say is basically what Marge Handley had to say. And one item she did bring up was the particulars from dusty roads. By having cheaper asphalt, we can get some of those paved, which will save the sediment going into our rivers. One example would be the Greenfield Ranch. It's all dirt roads, no base on any of those roads. And I heard a comment from the Keep the Code attorney. I think most of the Willis bypass, I don't know, the percentage was mostly concrete. So I don't know what the percentage of asphalt was on that job, but I think most of it's all concrete on that bypass. So you might consider that in his comments. So, but basically what everybody said, I really support this. I think it's time to have it approved, get going with this project. It's been weighing on way too long, and we need to get this approved today so we can keep going. Thank you.
Richie Dutra, and Richie will be followed by David Lowe.
Good morning. Thank you. I've been listening to the area involving the portable hot plant versus a permanent hot plant. When a hot plant's up and running, I've been around Margie's in the past and permanent hot plants. There's no difference. You can move a permanent hot plant, it takes more time, but a portable plant, basically your emissions, your technology is all the same. There would be no difference. I live and operate an organic vineyard right across from Granite's hop plant. I could throw a rock and hit the hop plant from my organic Chardonnay. And I have never had any effect, nor do I notice it, nor has it ever affected our fruit or anything to that nature. And I mean, we're right there on the West Fork of the Russian River. So those are the comments I had. So, thank you very much.
Mr. Lowe? And Mr. Lowe will be followed by Rob Mackesy, and after Mr. Mackesy, we're going to take a 10-minute break.
Lucky. Thank you. My name is Dave Lowe, and I live in Redwood Valley. And this asphalt plant would help our road since it's terrible. I mean, it's so potholes and everything in it all the time, and I need to pave a little bit of it that I own anyway. But I haven't been able to afford to do it because of expensive costs Mr. Granite has put on his asphalt. And it would be, it'd be benefit to everybody as far as our whole county. The cheaper they can get the asphalt, the better off our roads are going to turn out to be. And as far as life goes in general, please, please let them have this permit. We need it. Thank you.
Mr. Mackesy?
Morning. I'm Rob Mackesy. I'm a direct neighbor to the quarry. I'm at 17500 North Highway 101, probably one of the closest neighbors. We've been there 12 years, and all I can say is that what I've seen, the highway's safer. You couldn't ask for better neighbors, good stewards of the land, and my wife and I fully support this project, and I hope you will as well. Thank you.
Okay, we are going to go for a break, and we'll be back in session at 11:05. Okay, everyone, please take a seat. And I will give a shout out to the overflow speakers. It'll be a number of speakers before we get to you. But Ms. Lewis and Ms. Kramer, we will get to you after about 4 or 5 more speakers. So that's in conference room B. James Rosado.
Hello, everybody. My name is James Rosado. I'm here to represent myself and my family of 5. Ducks, chickens, and organic food that we grow up on Black Hawk Drive, just above Black Bart. I'd like to request a couple extra minutes, but I'll try to stay under that.
No, sir. 3 minutes is what you get. Please go forward.
Okay. First off, I just want to quickly read. I found this mission statement on the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors, and their mission is, this is quotes, their mission is to create and maintain a responsive and responsible government that enhances the quality of life of the people of Mendocino County. Now I've heard people, I found it a little comical and ironic to ask a fire expert if a bunch of flammables up on the hillside in a flammable forest increases the fire risk. I also find it ironic, if everyone will Google an asphalt plant, there's a smokestack that's just spewing out thick black smoke. So it's also ironic and comical that you'd ask anyone if that increases the air pollution rate. I want to bring up a quick fact because I hear a lot of misinformation going around, especially by the people that are paid to be here. I'm not paid to be here, I'm at my own accord. This is from the American Lung Association. Mendocino County has now, before this asphalt plant, an F for particulate pollution. So you don't need to ask an expert if a smokestack is going to increase that pollution. The biggest concern here is the fire concern. We're in up Black Barton and Black Hawk Drive and the adjoining roads. We only have one way in and out. I heard that being danced around a little bit. There's only one way in and out, and it's right where the asphalt plant's proposed to be at the bottom of the road. We're at an extreme fire risk as we sit right now because we don't have any other escape route. It was an embarrassment that I heard a fireman say that there's no increased risk of fire because there's a few feet of dirt around the asphalt plant. When weather experts, as well as fire experts, have forced PG&E to start turning off our power because of these extreme bursts of wind.
Sir, your time's up. Thank you.
Why was I not allowed extra time when you allowed someone else extra time?
Sir, your time is up.
Just a question.
Janae Stevens, and Janae will be followed by Steve Helma.
Hi, thank you for listening to and hearing me. My name is Janae Stevens. I've lived for almost 40 years in the back of the Ridgewood Park subdivision off of Williams Ranch Road. And I'm also on, as an aside, on the steering committee for the Williams Ranch Road Fire Safe Council. And we are doing all we can to prevent fires and to find our ways out. In January of 2017, there was a landslide, as we all know, on Williams Ranch Road, and which cut off one of our escape routes. On October 9th, 2017, I received a phone call at 4 in the morning that the fire was coming up the ridge and I thought, how could that be if it started in Redwood Valley at 1 o'clock in the morning? Well, guess what? You know, fires spread really quickly, and I find it hard to believe, even if and I sent you all an email with some links to all of the different types of fires there have been at asphalt plants, but even if it wasn't the source of the fire, there's a lot of fuel there. And it's just scary. It does not give me peace of mind. I also want to say that I heard one of the proponents of the Quarry really trivialize climate change, and that hurt my heart because our planet is in peril, and we all need to take responsibility. I mean, I drive on asphalt. It's actually my biggest environmental footprint because I live out in the boonies. I think we need to find solutions, but the point is that we need to feel safe, and we don't feel safe. And I know that you're all really responsible for, human beings, and you care about the county. And I know that, we don't want the county to be liable for, I see that light there, liable for, for us not being able to get out in case of a fire. So anyway, thank you for listening. Thanks.
Steve, followed by Keith Woods. Restate your name for the record, sir.
My name is Steve Hellman. Thank you. I've been a resident of Ridgewood Ranch for 20 years, and in that time I've enjoyed living and working here in the county. And I just want to speak a little bit to the special nature of the ranch. And it's an unfortunate travesty of fate that somehow this project ends up right next door to something that's so special and dear as Ridgewood Ranch. As some of you are aware, it's the home of Seabiscuit. It's a tourist destination. We have people from all over the world that show up to come visit the ranch and learn more about Seabiscuit and the history of that horse. The ranch is also, I do a lot of hiking on the Mount Laughlin, and I bring people from the area to hike with me. And one of the things I always like to point out is the special location of the valley where the ranch is located. To the west are the redwoods and the marine environment. To our east, as soon as you get on Mount Laughlin, there are no more redwoods. It's dry country as you head into Lake County. To the north are the mountains, as we know, all the way north. And to the south of us are the fields. So it's a very interesting nexus of energy. It had a year-round Pomo village. It's just a very special place. And I think you have to stop and consider for a moment, it's unfortunate that this project is proposed for right next door. And if you decide to approve it, you probably should go ahead and take down one of the pretty pictures that's on your walls in your chambers here and replace it with a picture of the plant. It's important to consider the legacy that you're leaving when we think about this project. Remco is just one thing to consider. We don't know what could happen as a result of this project. There's no predicting. Thank you.
Mr. Woods, and Mr. Woods will be followed by Kayla Cabral-Dilla.
Thank you, Chair Brown, members of the board. My name is Keith Woods. I'm the CEO of an organization called the North Coast Builders Exchange. We have roughly 1,200 contractors and others affiliated with construction throughout Sonoma, Mendocino, Lake, and Napa County, and we have a sizable number of members up here. We are our organization, as you saw in a letter we sent you last August, encouraging you to advance the project and make a decision. We are strong supporters of this expansion and of Northern Aggregates' request. The contest for worst idea submitted this morning, based on my being through numerous public hearings, the worst idea was send it back to the Planning Commission. Can I implore you to make a decision? I don't know, based on the research that I've had a chance to do, the testimony I've heard, I don't know what else you're going to do or find if you send it back to them, or what they will find. So I'm hoping, whether it makes one side or the other unhappy, that this moves along. I'll make it short, I echo every point that the legal counsel for the applicant made early on. It was a wonderful, in my mind, presentation. It outlined all of what you should need to know in order to make some sort of decision today. I'm going to leave with you, in case you don't have them, the copies of the letter. I'll give it to Ms. Dunham. Copies of the letter we sent last August. And I want to just highlight part of what we said to you then, and it's come up today as well. Safe state and local roads are vital to economic growth in this county. The lack of progress on this project threatens jobs, sales tax revenue for the county, and a healthy, growing economy. And we wrapped up with, if we don't have a local source for aggregate and asphalt, the community suffers with fewer road projects due to the high cost of outside materials. Let me remind you, this isn't a building industry a fight alone. This is a community issue. Northern Aggregates and this project is a means to an end, and the end is more aggregate and asphalt for local roads that you need. I can tell you finally, the fire risk and all, the entire state of California is now a fire zone. Sad to say, that's part of one of the prices of living here, I guess. And I don't know that this project will contribute to making us more fire prone. But with all due respect to the gentleman over there, if I'm going to ask for fire risk advice, I'll take it from a guy in a fire uniform, not in a suit and tie. So I hope you heard what the chief said. Thank you.
Kayla, followed by Sonia Lewis.
My name is Kayla Cabardia. I moved to Mendocino 3 years ago from Los Angeles County to avoid and get away from exactly what everyone in the room is discussing now, and that's to be cozied up next to another plant. It's horrible, it's loud, it's dusty, it's annoying. I've been in the field working and have seen the explosions and the dust and everything that goes into the air, and it's not pleasant to be around. Above everything else, the community that has built up around this area, everyone that lives on Black Bart, I mean, they've been fighting for 14 years for a reason. It's not just because they're upset. They're disgruntled, they're unhappy. This is their quality of life that you hold in their hands, my quality of life that you guys hold in their hands. Beyond the emergency need for materials, I would hope that you would take into consideration the emergency need of the people that you stand to represent, the people that hope to grow your food, hope to educate your grandchildren about growing food, hope to impart wisdom on this community about how to be good land stewards, not just to the people, but to the actual land itself. I hope that when you guys make this decision that you really take into consideration the gravity of the people that you're making the choices for, not just the businesses that are standing to benefit from the decision. Thank you.
Sonia Lewis, followed by Dory Kramer.
Hi, I've lived in the area for a year now.
Restate your name for the record.
Sonia Lewis, and I live in the Golden Rule Mobile Village. I have lived in fire-prone areas, lived next door to a brief wildfire, fortunately, in western states, not just California. And I appreciate the recent remark that all of California is now fire-prone. And I have tremendous appreciation for the rapid response and the dedication of our firefighters in Northern California, in Mendocino County. But I was dismayed by our fire chiefs looking backwards, looking at recent years, not looking at, widely held climate change more extreme wind events, more unpredictable wind events, direction of wind. And I have, he and the hired consultant did not state how many yards of area are cleared around the plant. They said a couple of acres. They mentioned acres. That's not a good description. And so a little more clarity would be appreciated. I, like many, are concerned about the air quality as well as fire danger and lack of egress for my neighbors on Black Bart Road, as well as my mobile home park and the ranch as a whole. But we do have existing asphalt facilities in the county. Those others could be expanded. We should not be changing the code just arbitrarily. You know, rural and range is a declining value that we have in California, and you know, should be safeguarded. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak.
Dory, followed by Ellen Drill.
Hello, good morning. My name is Dory Kramer. I want to make a statement that I don't think anyone here is against aggregate or extracting rock. I am not opposed to asphalt production. I have a problem with the location, the proposed site of location. So I just want to make it really clear, it's not about asphalt, being in favor or against asphalt itself. I drive on asphalt every day. I wish that Richard Seltzer had had his driveway put in by a portable asphalt plant that Northern Aggregates could have provided instead of waiting hours for something out of the area. And it does make me feel awful to speak against the local business, because I feel a camaraderie with everyone in this room, those who work for Northern Aggregates and those who are asking for asphalt to be considered to be sited elsewhere. Let's imagine that I wanted to have a big dairy operation on Oak Street, and the local residents of Oak Street were against it. That would not mean that they were maligning milk or chopping down cheese. They would be saying this isn't the right siting for a dairy. Well, I think it's not the right siting for an asphalt plant. And I know we've talked about fire a lot, but I just want to mention that the California Public Utilities Commission has a updated fire map that shows Tier 2. Tier 2, the white is Willits. Tier 2 is elevated fire risk, and Tier 3 is extreme fire risk. And they've just reissued this map because Tier 3 of elevated risk is growing. Now, I understand that a fire may not be necessarily caused at the plant, but the 2011 EIR on page 13, it was talking about how the tank that's used for processing water is what's on site, and that there would be a need for more water, but it must be remembered that if petroleum is involved in a fire, whether it comes from the highway, which is definitely a source of accidents, cigarette butts, dragging chains, people doing crazy things. That's where a fire source might be. If it were to reach the plant, that water and oil don't mix, so it might not be the best thing to fight a fire if it involves any kind of petroleum product. That we need to investigate what is the way to fight a fire if oil is involved. And there's no provisions for that. The fire chief also mentioned generators as a source of risk, and this project has the premise of using generators. So I think that the portable asphalt plant must be considered. I know that Tina Wallace mentioned that it would be $2 million more. That number's a little in the air, $2 million more than what? But I think that Mr. Lucchetti and Mr. Dutra, I think they'd be okay with that. I think that they have a profit margin. They want to provide a service to our area, and maybe they would be okay with a little less profit.
Ellen Drill, followed by Timothy, and I'm not sure if it's Word or Ward.
Good morning. My name is Ellen Drell, and I am here speaking for the Willits Environmental Center. But first, I would like to say that I also have a letter from the Willits Ukiah High School Environmental Club, which I'll submit to the clerk after the break, after the lunch break. The Willits High School Environmental Club, Ukiah High School Environmental Club, implores the board to consider climate change issues and to look at more sustainable options for this project. The Willits Environmental Center opposes the project, but we support Alternative 6, which would be an extension of the existing permit to extract gravel at the present level. We also oppose the creation of a mineral processing combining district for all of the reasons that Howard Wilkins suggested, so I won't go through those again, but it's clear that that whole effort has not really been examined. The environmental impacts of it haven't been examined, and the options for having such a district at other mining sites around the county is so limited that clearly this whole effort it appears to be being put forward so that this particular company can site an asphalt plant at this particular place, which is not proper zoning for the interests of the entire county. Excuse me. There's so many issues, so many things have been brought up. It's hard to know how to use the last of these few minutes, but I just want to say that the overriding new circumstance is it's the shrinking window for human intervention in reining in catastrophic global warming. The greenhouse gas pollution thresholds established by the state and enforced now by the County Air Quality Management District are already woefully out of date if we are to meet the IPCC's targets of 50% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 and zero emissions by 2050. I say I'm already into the yellow light. This is where the rubber meets the road. The county needs to look at ways to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, not to end gravel extraction or prohibit asphalt plants, but to look at ways to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Expansion doesn't reduce them. Making asphalt cheaper doesn't reduce it. It puts us on this, it keeps us on the same path. We've got to get on a different path if we're going to survive. Thank you.
Timothy? Ward. Okay, thank you, sir. Followed by John Sakowitz.
Hello, good morning. My name's Timothy Ward. I grew up in Sonoma County, graduated university, and worked through my 20s in Santa Cruz County, and I've been a resident here in Mendocino for 9 years. I have a bachelor's degree in environmental studies and economics combined from UC Santa Cruz. For the last 8 years, I operated a small food farm business here in the county, helped a lot to develop local food infrastructure. Ridgewood Ranch proved to be a serious hub of the local food community here in Mendocino County. I'm now a resident at Ridgewood Ranch and work for the church on remodel construction at the ranch. So this is a personal backyard issue for me and my small children. In my comment, I intend to support these recommendations. Do not amend the zoning for rangeland contrary to the general plan. Do not approve a long-term placement of an asphalt plant in any non-industrial zone or an extreme fire danger zone. Approve the Harris Quarry to increase their extraction rate as they requested. Incentivize temporary mobile plants, which logically do the best at reducing vehicle miles traveled and most incentivize to recycle old asphalt. As the expert pointed out, there's a scarcity of aggregate resources, so recycling the old highway is essential. Placing asphalt production at a quarry does not incentivize recycling aggregate. As I stated in my intro, I was trained at university to deal with EIRs and to understand economics. I understand that our county has a need for asphalt, and the geography of our county is definitely challenging. I looked at the county road chart, the more than 1,000 miles of county roads. I get the need for asphalt. But to paraphrase directly from the EIR in your staff's words, I hope that you guys are well aware that the EIR is not a determination of need, of desirability, or of the significance of the impact of the particular project. Essentially, the EIR does not prove anything, and you need to use your discrimination intelligence to decide about this project. you should be pursuing real solutions, and I think mobile plants in temporary locations provide the best opportunity for our county. I have spent a lot of hours studying the 3 relevant EIRs. From a bird's eye view, I do think it's important to say that the elephant in the room is the zoning change to the general plan, and that's not a necessary evil. The analysis of the economic impacts were pretty shallow, I have to point out, and very much assumed for the bypass project where all the material is moving north, where really we know the bulk of the market demand is in the south, in the Ukiah Valley, and even further south. Thank you.
John Sakowitz, followed by Bud Garman.
Thank you, Chair Brown. I'll keep my comments very brief. I have no opinion on this project, even though it's been around since 2013. I will say this much. My first comment is that on January 8th, the first supervisory meeting of the year, we had our head of the Department of Transportation, Howard DeShield, comment that we had over $600 million in deferred maintenance to county roads. That aggregate and that asphalt will have to come from someplace to accomplish even a small part of that work. So that's a consideration. My second comment is, as supervisors, we have to know what we don't know. We have to go to experts. And the only unpaid professional licensed expert that you heard from today was the fire chief. And with that in mind, I think that you need more expert witnesses who are licensed professionals. I would recommend that Cal Fire have an opinion on this project. I would recommend that the head of your air quality management district have an opinion as to whether carcinogens and other pollutants are going to be released into the air. We have a new Climate Action Advisory Committee. I would ask them for an opinion as to whether this will be a carbon positive, negative, or neutral project. These are all 15 members of that committee that you vetted and appointed, and I'm sure they would have an opinion. I would get more expert witnesses that are professional, licensed people, not paid by either side. And then I would move forward with this as soon as possible. Finally, on a personal note, my family has known one of the owners and operators of this plant, the Allen family, for a very long time. Not recently, but back when our kids were at Ukiah Junior Academy together. And in every way, they are loving, kind, generous, and responsible. I cannot imagine Pat Allen doing anything that would be reckless or irresponsible with this plant. If you look at working guys in this room like Ernie or Ross, you'll see they've got mud on their shoes. You see they've got calluses on their hands. They have a vested interest in making their projects safe, responsible, as well as profitable. These are just guys filling a free market need. Thank you.
Bud, followed by Hal Wagonette. Mr. Garman?
Good morning. My name is Bud Garman, and I've been a local contractor in Mendocino County for longer than I remember. I truly support the quarry for lower cost aggregate. I support the quarry for lower cost concrete. And I support the quarry for asphalt production. Monetarily, I think all the people in this room and in our county would benefit by another source of aggregate. And that also includes asphalt. And I do believe that the quarry is a good steward. It's always clean and nice, and they've done a good job. It has benefited our business, and I truly believe that most people in this room aren't opposed to cheaper aggregate. And whenever the source of rock is available, it can benefit us entirely. I'm not that good of a speaker, but I think they've done a very good job. We haul trucks out of there, and the new exit and from the quarry to the road has been safe. Sometimes you have to wait a few seconds to get out on the highway, but whenever the source of aggregate is at the top of the mountain, you don't have a hill to climb. You can accelerate fairly rapidly. And I've not known of accidents as egress to the quarry and exit. But it makes sense to have the aggregate source right there with the asphalt plant. And I hope you consider that as a major factor in your decision. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hal Wagonette, followed by now Rob Mackesy, but I believe Rob's already spoken, correct?
Hal Wagonette from Willits. Before I start, I just want to thank the county IT staff for the great TV room and the other room there. You can follow this just very well. Okay, so I'm here to speak in support of the project. There's an overwhelming common sense support in the business and citizens in the area that I am aware of. We live in Mendocino County for various reasons, but good quality of life is high on the list for most of us. Although I was born here, this room is filled with people who came from somewhere else seeking that good life experience. Now, it's no accident that we have good clean air and water. We place legislation to ensure those goals, and we work individually and collectively toward those goals. Good quality life experiences also need a good economy, and that absolutely requires a top quality transportation network, schools, hospitals, water supply, recreation. Perfection in those things is not possible, but excellence is within our control. If you think Lake Mendocino needs riprap, if you think Howard Hospital needs a good foundation, if you think the skateboard park needs concrete engineered for thrills and safety, if you want our roads and highways to be smooth and prevent dust from choking our streams, there must be an excellent supply of rock for those things. Better yet, if it is centrally located where loaded trucks can save fuel by traveling downhill and return empty at minimal financial and environmental cost, and here it is at the Harris Quarry. Moreover, the applicant has cooperated with every request for information and studies and even performed over $1 million of highway safety improvements adjacent to the quarry. There are already 50 mitigation measures that the county will oversee and the applicant will pay for during the life of the project. This is an application for 30 years of operation that has already taken 15 years to get to the finish line. The decision before you is to allow the quarry operation, and the applicant has supplied the economic analysis for the last two topics as required. If and when a use permit for an asphalt plant is requested, appropriate conditions for that project may then be applied. But that's in the future. You're listening to the 40 or 50 or 150 of us here in the room today, but you have to make the decisions for 90,000 people. So consider all the people that are not in this room also, even though you're hearing from us. I encourage the board today to approve the application for the benefit and well-being of the entire county. Thank you.
Our last speaker card, Christopher Neary.
Good morning. My name is Christopher Neary from Willits. I'm a speaker of mercy here because I have the speaker forms of 33 speakers who are not going to speak, but I would just like to read off their names. Gene Wilson, Greg Nelson, Steve Brennan, Howard Duryea, Teresa Cooper, Corey Ordway, Judy Dutra, Jamie Bouthier, Heath Garman, Rusty Martinson, Bill Hay from Point Arena, Beta Garbman, Paul Riley, Stephanie Brennan, Amanda DeVrier, William White, Randolph Smith, Carrie Oliver, Vicki Crawford, Jesse Greavy, Steve Hull, Jim Brown, Wes Farbrain, Tammy Bray, Gary Swanson, Mike Brainbridge, Haley Riley, Wendy Eno, Gracie Tharp, Joseph Smith, Colin Dugan, Fred Barney, Walter Ordway, and Trevor Foray. Those are all speakers who would have liked to have spoken, so we saved about 99 minutes. If any of those speakers are present,
Please address the board.
It would be helpful if they would stand up so that the board can put some faces with names. Thank you very much, and I do support this project.
Okay, thank you. Cody Bartholomew, followed by Dimitri Brown, excuse me.
Hi, my name is Cody Bartholomew. I'm a member of the Golden Rule Church Association, lifetime resident of Ridgewood Ranch. First like to say that it's kind of a tough situation for me. There's a lot of people in this room, both sides of the aisle, that I have a lot of respect for. I'm a contractor and a builder. There's a lot of builders and business owners in this room that I respect. My fire chief in the back and members of my community that live down with me at Ridgewood Ranch. This seems like a really complex issue, but it really comes down, the whole conversation boils down to one thing. Will the courts uphold the decision that you make today? Our community has a genuine and justifiable reasons to oppose this project that are well documented. We've been proud stewards of this property that we use to the best of our ability to fulfill important community needs. We'll do whatever it takes to continue to defend our land and continue this work. For 13 years, this issue has been successfully litigated because it's so contrary to the general plan. This is time that could have been spent implementing a project that is consistent with the goals of this county. It's up to you to keep this issue from going back to the courts and be dictated by a judge in San Francisco. To do this, this project must be submitted to the Planning Commission for thorough review, updates made to the EIR so that it reflects the situation as it exists today, not 10 years ago, and realistic, viable alternatives that include new information can be studied. I really implore you to give this issue the time and attention that it deserves. Thank you.
Dimitri Brown, followed by Ernie Whiff.
Hi, my name is Dimitri Brown. Thank you for taking the time to hear me today.
I just have a quick comment about something that the expert fire witness said, that he hasn't, through all his research, wasn't able to find any previous fires due to asphalt plants. In a 30-second Google outside, real quick during our 10-minute break, I was able to find a Redding, California, Saturday, October 13th, 2018, North State Asphalt Company fire. March 23rd, 2018, Berkeley Asphalt Company fire. So I question how much of what he said is truthful or relevant to our conversation. Thank you.
Ernie Whiff, followed by Bruce Burton.
Thank you, Supervisors. I'm Ernie Whiff, local contractor. You know, I wasn't going to speak today, but I wonder what is going to be the next roadblock that is tried to thrown up for this particular project. 15 years ago, it was particulate matter. Then it was some other problem. Now it's fire. I don't believe that this project really equates to a major increase in any of those. So I support the project. Thank you very much.
Mr. Burton, followed by Ed Mitchell.
Good morning. Bruce Burton from Willits. 2 points I wanted to make. I did send a letter, and I won't go over those. I assume you've read it. The first, I think, is that we talk about Little Lake Fire Department and Chief Wilkes, and I was in that department for 20 years and a captain for most of that, so I'm a big fan of the Little Lake Fire Department. But less than 500 yards from this plant is CDF, and they're a pretty good fire department as well. And their response times are probably in the fire-prone time of year would be pretty significant. So that point is one. Number two, that I wanted to bring up is the interesting concept of creating wealth. And that point is that in economics, early economics, you learn that there's 3 ways to create wealth. And they are renewable resources industry, it's the non-renewable resource industry, which is obviously mining, and fishing. And this county happens to be possess all 3 of those. Those are real ways to create wealth. And I counter that with spending money. You can, in the state of California, local governments, county governments in the state, we have to spend wealth. We only have wealth to spend. If you want to spend money, go to the federal government, go to work for Congress. There you can spend money. They create money. They print money. It's just a piece of paper, but it seems to work. And so I would remind you that the proper and diligent managing of resources, of which this county has all 3, are important, very, very important proponents to growing and maintaining our quality of life and our jobs in this community. And managing that wealth, and here today we're talking about the mining resources, is a very important piece of that equation, and I support the project. Thank you.
Ed Mitchell, and Ed will be followed by Paul Riley.
Hi, my name is Ed Mitchell, and I live in Sherwood Road in Willits. And, you know, I think it's very true that we live in a fire-prone area, but we all chose to do that. I live quite a ways out, 9 miles out. I have Sherwood Road only to get out, but that was my choice. You know, I feel like if you're a real environmentalist, you should be supporting this project. It has had approval from the Air Quality Board, the Water Quality Board. It reduces truck traffic significantly. Also, I think a no vote on this particular project affects thousands of people in Mendocino County and would be a negative economic vote for the entire county. and I think you represent all of us, not a particular few. Thank you.
Paul Riley, followed by Bill Hay.
Hi, my name is Paul Riley. I live in Willits. Been there for 44 years. I was on Little Lake Fire for 16 years with Chief Wilkes. I was a battalion chief and assistant chief for 5 of those years. What they've done at the top of the grade with the roads has tremendously helped with vehicle accidents. I've been to multiple vehicle accidents there with fatalities. I coached in Willits Unified School for 21 years. I was on the Otters board as president for 4 years. My wife is president of the Boosters Club. And in saying all that, when you have a small town like that and you go to businesses to ask for donations and things like that, MCS is huge. They've never denied any of our requests. If you go to any fundraiser, they're one of the top companies there that are supporting and buying and auctions and different things. It's tremendous. They have over 60 employees. The other thing that I'm not hearing here is they're going to add an additional 10 employees. If you're familiar with Willits, Microfor just closed down. We just lost 18 jobs right there. So we will be gaining more jobs. So I encourage you to support this and continue to let Willits grow and Ukiah as well. Thank you.
Bill Hay.
Bill Hay from Point Arena. I own Bedrock. I own X-Bar Ranch and own Point Arena Waterworks. I'm hearing a lot of things here today, but one thing I haven't heard is about the California Coastal Commission, if you want to move a portable plant on that coast and where you would set it up. It's impossible to get a permit. And then when you have a portable plant, you got to have a place to put it and an area to haul all the material in. First, you'd have to haul all the aggregate in, then you have to haul the oil in, and you have to have a containment, and then you have to have all these permits. That's impossible. Been there all my life, 76 years. I strongly support this project for the Harris Ranch. We buy a lot of material from them and come out of Point Arena and go up here and get it. We also go to Santa Rosa, and there's 2 asphalt plants in Santa Rosa. There's Sire and there's Bodine, and then there's Sire in Healdsburg. That trip alone in a good day is 3 hours. In a good day. In a poor day, you could take up to 4.5 hours. Time you get the hot mix there, a lot of it is cold, especially in the front of the trucks, in the front of the trailer. We've come to Frank's and Randy's up here and got a lot of riprap, a lot of material for our aggregate, but we also serve in Sonoma County, so that makes us go south, which is a little bit closer, especially at Sea Ranch. These folks, if you've driven over Mountain View Road, Frank Dutra and his son did one of the best asphalt patches for the county that you could ever ask for. It's better than anybody in the state of California can do. Those boys know how to lay asphalt, and they've done an excellent job, and you couldn't ask for better people to deal with. Trying to move these portable asphalt plants around, that's not going to work for you. Right at the quarry, where you have the material, you bring in, the only thing you're bringing in is the oil. And you have a containment there, and that's where it belongs. It doesn't belong any place along the side of the road. Yes, I've been all over the world. I've seen Canada, I've seen Oregon, I've seen where they have the portable asphalt plants, but they're not in the terrain that we are. And so that's very important. You folks put all that together and vote on this project today, because without it, Mendocino County would be in a desperate need for getting aggregates. And I don't believe bringing it in from Lake County, bringing it in from Sonoma County is a very viable thing for you. So I strongly want you to vote for this project.
Thank you. Your time's
Thank
up.
you.
Okay, I'm out of speaker cards, and I am going to say, supervisors, brace yourself. We're going to go into a half an hour into our lunch hour to try to move this along. Mr. Howard, did you want to speak?
Good morning. Lee Howard. I was here when this all started. And we were here before because we had a general plan discussion long time ago. And this pretty well meets what we were looking at way back then. The reality is this is needed. I have a small construction company that does paving, dirt work, and the rest. I did a small job this year out at Manchester. The material came from Sire and Healdsburg. Did another one out on Simpson Road, small paving, came from Sire and Healdsburg. Getting the material from Sire to the job site and having it still hot is always a challenge. This would make all the difference to places like Poonkenny, Covelo, Laytonville, and on out. You can't underplay that. The reality is this is a needed facility. It's been looked at and reevaluated and evaluated. I find it interesting about the fire today. All of a sudden we're going to have fire. Back in the 60s, there was fire in a lot of these asphalt plants. They ignited from the tanks that were there. That has all been overcome in many ways. But we don't even say that before this plant is going to be operational, it's going to have to go through another reevaluation for a chief to sign off on mitigation. Just another little quirk in the whole thing. The reality is there's been several thousands of dollars spent on this operation. And the people that are here and doing it are locals. They were graduated from school here. They're raising their families here as I am. So please look at this very seriously. It's been evaluated before. Thank you.
Okay. Moving along, applicants, do you have some final remarks?
Thank you. Good almost afternoon. Tina Wallace again. And in our urging this board to reapprove the Harris-Quarry entitlement package, I'm going to touch on some issues that were raised during the public comment, and I'll touch on them in the order that they were raised. First is the REACTS letter. This letter is not significant new information. Indeed, the contents within the letter belie its claim that this is new information. The letter relies on the Diablo winds and a recitation of historic fires. By definition, those things are not new. They were available to the county in the 2012 proceeding, and some were even considered in the 2012 EIR, if not all of them. The second thing, you've heard a number of comments about asphalt plants and the potential for them to spontaneously combust. In the county's file, you have a letter from Ms. Gunkel. Ms. Gunkel is an asphalt plant expert, and she looked at the evolution of asphalt plant design, and in her letter, she noted that due to design evolution, high risk of fires has been eliminated in asphalt plants that use a counterflow drum mixer. And if you look at the 2011 draft EIR at page 70, it explicitly states that this project will use a counterflow drum mixer. That problem was addressed by evolutions in design many decades ago. And Ms. Gunkel concluded that with today's counterflow drum mixers, they operate efficiently, quietly, without odors, and without visible emissions, in addition to having no discernible fire risk. Excuse me. The next thing I want to clarify is you heard a comment that a portable asphalt plant would cost $2 million more. That's not correct. A portable asphalt plant would operate at a $2 million loss, rendering that alternative infeasible. You also heard a comment about a Frant Ranch decision where the California Supreme Court found that the EIR inadequately analyzed air quality impacts and inadequately communicated that information to the public. The Frant Ranch decision and those facts are very different than what's before you today. In that case, it was in Fresno County, one of the poorest air quality areas in the state of California, and the project would have produced air quality emissions and contaminants that were 7 to 10 times higher than any significance threshold. Even though it wasn't required under the current thresholds, the 2015 OEHA standards, or what was in effect when the project was approved in 2012, this project is below those standards. Those are very different circumstances. You've also had a call that you remand this matter to the Planning Commission for reconsideration of the CEQA document. As the final EIR states, there's a legal decision called Tracy First versus the Citizens of Tracy, and that court specifically said and held that in circumstances exactly like this, remand of the Planning Commission for changes to the CEQA document is not required. You've also heard a call for more alternatives. I would point out that the range of alternatives was litigated as part of Keep the Code's lawsuit, and the Superior Court, which was its decision, which was affirmed by the Court of Appeal, is that the range of alternatives was legally adequate. You've also had a claim that this project is inconsistent with the general plan or the housing element update of the general plan. Your general plan was adopted in 2009. This project was first unanimously approved in 2012. Any claims of general plan consistency have been waived under the doctrine of res judicata or the doctrine of collateral estoppel. One of the bases for this argument is that the project site is in a very high fire hazard area. That's not correct. It's in a high fire hazard area, so that statute doesn't apply. And in closing, there's been much discussion of what would be required when this project goes to the Little Lake Fire District for evaluation. And I would point you to Condition of Approval 49 attached to your staff report. And that condition of approval says that the applicant shall comply with all Little Lake Fire District requirements, including a sign, liquid on-site storage tanks. Little Lake Fire District shall review and approve the final project design to ensure adequate hydrant location and fire flow to the hydrants. Little Lake Fire Protection District will approve the size, type, and number of fire extinguishers for the project. Approved spark arresters must be installed on all internal combustion engines that require them. These items are required during and after construction. Additionally, the water storage tank will be fit with the apparatus that the Little Lake Fire District and/or CAL FIRE require to be able to access water in the fire tank. In closing, the project will also be required to have a vegetation management plan. And in light of all of this information and the narrow issues that are before the Board of Supervisors today, we respectfully request that you reapprove the Harris Quarry entitlements. Thank you.
Final remarks by staff, then we'll go to questions from supervisors.
We are available for any questions that the supervisors may have.
Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One question, the temporary asphalt plant. I believe that what ultimately was analyzed by that alternative would have had that plant operate a maximum of 5 years, but only for one project. Is that accurate?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. I believe that's accurate. I think Ms. Acker-Krog is going to just double check that, the report.
And also, it would only fulfill 2 of 5 objectives of the project.
Julia Acker-Krog, Chief Planner. Yes, if you look at the page 9 of your board memorandum, it discusses alternative 5 there, which talks about it being relatively similar, but limiting nighttime activities to only be allowed 20 nights per year. Oh, and I'm sorry, am I on the wrong one here too? Let me make sure here. excuse me, alternative 4. Pardon me, that's going to be beginning on page, also on page 9. So this talks about that it's identical to the proposed project, including all EIR recommended mitigation measures, except that the asphalt plant would be issued a temporary use permit for a period of only 5 years. It only meets 2 of the applicant's 5 objectives and partially met a third. And let's see here, it's infeasible based upon the economic constraints as well as establishing economic feasibility studies. I believe the discussion about the one project was really related to alternative 5 as opposed to alternative 4.
We may disagree, but at a maximum, though, it would be operating for 5 years.
Correct.
And I believe also it would be sited in although it's a temporary plant, it would be plunked down in one location, the proposed asphalt plant site, I believe. This isn't something that would be trucked around to different projects around the county, as if that would be feasible. So am I correct? This would be siting the temporary plant in one location for a maximum of 5 years?
Yes, it would.
Thank you.
Supervisor Williams.
Was the projected operating loss based on those 5 years, or was there a apples to apples comparison of say 30 years, the same of the life of this permanent project? Or maybe I could rephrase, why was 5 years chosen rather than equal duration?
The 5 years is typically the maximum that you can have without the zoning code amendment that's also proposed here. But we do have a representative from Enviromine as well here in the audience if you would like to ask more questions about the economic analysis that was prepared.
I would.
Can the expert please come forward? We're limited with time.
Thank you. So the 5 years is the requirement for how long a temporary asphalt plant could be operated. And so the idea was to be able to take the asphalt plant to different locations.
To be operated in entirety or at one location?
So the portable asphalt plant would go to a different location wherever there was work. So that's what it is. So it's basically for 5 years it would be allowed to operate at different locations, responding to different projects. And so the economic analysis looked at over 5 years, paying for the asphalt plant and the revenues generated from the project, each project.
Is it your belief if we were to look at a longer period, say 30 years, that we wouldn't be projecting a loss with the portable plant?
I didn't look at that. I wouldn't.
If you had to guess, based on your expert knowledge?
I didn't.
Supervisor Williams, just to clarify, the alternative 4 in the EIR, it was a temporary asphalt plant at a stationary location under the county code without the proposed ordinance amendments. The maximum use of a temporary asphalt plant is 5 years, and that temporary asphalt plant can only serve one specific job. That economic analysis was prepared by Enviromine. In response to public comments calling for a portable asphalt plant, which is not stationary and goes from location to location, Enviromine did an analysis of that. We cannot speculate, because the analysis has not been done, as to the 30-year economic impacts of either a temporary asphalt plant that is stationary for 5 years, serving one job, versus a portable asphalt plant, because there's no way that could exist under your county code. So that would be speculation, and we don't do that.
I have a follow-up question then. Did you factor in selling the portable asphalt plant at the end of the 5 years?
There was a salvage value included, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Haschuk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question about the EIR and the one way in, one way out. And with the study being done before the slide on Williams Ranch Road, which happened in 2017, blocking off that kind of what I consider an exit for the whole Black Bart area. Was that really taken into consideration as a new development for this project?
The slide that occurred on that road was not considered an access point in the original EIR, so it was not ever considered an access point, and the fact that it's now gone doesn't change that conclusion. So the fact that the slide occurred really doesn't matter to the prior EIR because it was never considered an access point. Jana, do you want to add to that?
I agree with what you said. It's true. The 2012 EIR did not assume that that would be a viable, feasible point of access at all. So whether people used it for that purpose is separate. The EIR did not assume that that would be useful for access or evacuation.
Yeah, it's just I've been working a lot this past year on one-way in, one-way out communities, and Supervisor Jurdy and I are on an ad hoc that specifically addresses that. And we've had to deal with some of the implications of what's happening in that Black Bart area because of the road closure, and trying to get that open because people are fearful under normal conditions because of what's been happening in Paradise and the fires we've had. So I just don't understand why it wouldn't be considered an access point.
Were you going to respond?
Yeah, I was just going to say that's just the way it was treated in the prior EIR, and that, again, is finalized, litigated, and finished. You know, there is probably direction that could be taken for prior EIRs, but as to the 2012 EIR, it is final.
Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And not only did the previous EIR not consider that to be an emergency ingress or egress, several of the people commenting in opposition to the quarry emphatically declared that this was a one-way in, one-way out situation, and specifically referred to Williams as not being an emergency access. So it was evaluated on the basis it is one way in, one way out. That hasn't changed based on the slide. It's only a little bit more one way in, one way out.
Okay, seeing no more questions from supervisors, I need to ask County Council that once we close the public hearing, can we still have guidance through the multitude of motions that need to be made? It was said early on that we would be guided through.
Yes, Madam Chair, I believe that's appropriate.
Okay. Supervisor Williams?
Do you not want my questions?
Huh?
Do you not want me to ask questions?
Well, I didn't see your pen up. I'm getting ready to close the public hearing.
Yeah, that's what got my attention. I thought we had a lot. I imagined we had a lot more questions.
No, there
No,
wasn't.
okay. So I have a few. I'd like clarification on the 6 jobs created for every 61. What's the source? I'm going to try to be quick here, so brief answers are fine.
It was the Bureau of Economic Analysis, RIMS 2.
Related to this
data.
project or just asphalt manufacturing in general?
In Mendocino County.
In Mendocino County?
Yes.
Should special considerations be given to this project because of the road work that was done voluntarily?
Supervisor Williams, I'm not sure I understand your question.
I've heard an argument that significant work was done along the highway to make it safer. Should we use that to give special consideration to this proposal today?
Again, what's before you is very narrow. It's
Yeah.
the reconsideration of alternatives 4 and 5. You received a number of comments about the public improvement and traffic safety, and we responded that 1, CEQA specifically allows an applicant to proceed with the project at the applicant's own risk while litigation is pending, and that's what occurred. And 2, we provided substantial evidence to show that the comments about traffic safety do not constitute significant new information as CEQA defines the term. So it's not, it is relevant to the county's decision to not recirculate the 2019 EIR.
Okay, understood. Last time the applicant was here, there was talk about shutting down, I think July or August. Has that happened?
No, it has not.
And why?
Because we were working through the court system to pursue other alternatives.
Okay. And then last, does the applicant have any input on the one-way access? It's certainly one of my concerns. I'm trying to convince myself to vote in favor of approving the project. This is one of the big bullet points for me. An industrial project at a location where there's already access limitation doesn't sit well considering recent fires and fires in areas and severity that were unprecedented. Does the applicant have any ability to help alleviate this concern?
Let me break this down, if you will. First of all, again, going back to what's before the board today, it's the reconsideration and compliance with the trial court's order, which was limited to alternatives 4 and 5. The fire issues were not litigated, as I recall, but barred by the doctrine of res judicata. So that's the legal platform. As a practical matter, I believe that your next question was, what can the applicant do going forward? And given, again, the narrow scope of what's before this board today, all that the applicant can do is what the applicant has committed to do and is in fact required to do, specifically compliance with the mitigation measures, specifically compliance with condition 56 of the condition of approvals that I read to you a few minutes ago. In addition to that, under, I believe, the fire code, as is set forth in Mr. Losh's letter, they have to have defensible space. They have to have fire hydrants. They have a 210,000-gallon water tank available on the site for fire suppression purposes. They have hydrants at the asphalt plant. The 9-acre asphalt plant site will not actually be dirt or vegetation. It will be asphalt. So what they can do is comply with their conditions of approval, which they pay for the county to enforce against them, and they pay for the county to inspect and enforce the mitigation measures, and to be good operators. And you've heard a plethora of testimony today that these are applicants that are sound and reasonable and go above and beyond in every scenario.
Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the appropriate time, I'm prepared to make a motion, and we do have a recommended action motion. I think it's pretty explanatory, and can that all be made in one motion? And it's simply 7 parts rescinding what was previously done, and then 7 reapproving if that's what the board chooses to do. So could that just be the recommended motion?
If I may answer, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I don't see a problem with that. The reason that the motions were laid out in that manner was to make it easy for the board if they were to decide to go that route.
Trying to control
The guidance is there primarily if there's going to be any questions or variation. We have counsel who has specifically looked at this in the context of the litigation. And so if there's going to be any variation from what's written there, I would just suggest that we rely on the advice of Ms. Thomas and Mr. Kudrowski as to how we need to frame any action with respect to the litigation.
Thank you.
Okay, the public hearing is closed at 12:20 p.m. And now the matter is before the Board of Supervisors. Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this actually began in 2004 with direction from the then Board of Supervisors to the applicant and I think to planning staff to consider co-locating an asphalt plant with a quarry to allow that to occur. And it wasn't only for this one, but other quarries would have that opportunity. So I also, one point, it wasn't emphasized overly much today, but we've got plenty of comments in the record from 2012 and more recently. This really is economic development for Mendocino County. And as far as the environmental issues, I do believe they've all been addressed and responded to. The one comment any comments not having to do with alternatives 4 and 5 won't be responded to. Well, despite that comment being made, every comment was responded to abundantly. With that, Madam Chair, I would make the recommended action.
And that recommended action would be items 1 through 14?
Correct. And I don't know if they should be read into the record. If so, perhaps the clerk could do that, but.
I would suggest that it would be sufficient to say as listed on the published agenda summary.
So moved.
Supervisor Drudy?
I'll second that, and I just want to add that I think some of the comments that I heard from members of the public had to do with the improvements made to Highway 101. Didn't infer that the county should approve this because those improvements were made to the public right-of-way. But I know as someone who sees lots of permits, I was a little surprised to see the applicant actually make such a significant improvement to Highway 101 when it wasn't a condition of a project. I can't say I've seen an applicant make that significant of an improvement to a public space when it wasn't a condition. So I think that goes to the point of the credibility of the applicant, and there's 71 conditions here as to whether or not they will fulfill them. So I think that speaks to that issue more than anything else.
Thank you, Supervisor Drudy. Supervisors, any other comment? Okay, seeing none.
I would appreciate hearing from the other supervisors, particularly. It seems clear that there's a benefit to the environment of carrying heavy material downhill. We need asphalt. It's good for the economy. It also looks like a loss for residents who live immediate proximity to the proposed plant. Do you have any thoughts on that? I'm curious where you stand.
Supervisor McCowan?
Well, immediate proximity. There are very few residences located within a mile. One of those individuals who may be the closest spoke in support of the project. People living to the west, the real impact they're going to see is when they round that last corner, they're going to see an asphalt plant instead of a forested hillside. Other than that, when they're at their residence, I doubt they'll even know the plant is there.
Myself, Supervisor Williams, I believe Supervisor McCowan responded appropriately, and I'm going to vote in support. I think this is something that we need. It's economy, it's jobs, it's good roads. And having a local source is something that we've been missing and need. Supervisor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that, good points were made on both sides today. I think that we do need the asphalt. We do need this job creation. But at the same time, we have these communities that are right near in that area. We have unprecedented fire danger in our communities that we have to deal with, and we're trying to deal with, and people are certainly scared about any kind of fire danger, and in this situation, certainly an asphalt plant being put at the kind of the bottleneck for any kind of escape route that they'd have for these 1,000 people that live in that area. And I also feel for the community down at Ridgewood Ranch, which is one of the, I think, treasures of our county. And just to have, the 3 times as much quarry dust and then the asphalt pollutants going down into that valley just seems really tragic. And also the plans they have for this senior housing up at the top of Ridgewood at the White Deer Ranch. I just, no one wants something like this in their backyard. But in this situation, I think there's large communities that have to deal with it. And so that's where I'm coming from.
All right, supervisors, we're going to vote by the button.
The motion carries with Supervisors Haschak and Williams dissenting.
Okay, the board is going to go into a working lunch hour for a closed session, and they are going to be hearing about 9A and 9B. When we come out of closed session and reconvene for the afternoon, we will report out. So thank you very much. So, Carmel, 5. session at 1:34. The board had a closed working session, and it was conference with legal counsel. 9B was withdrawn. 9A, information was received. Now we'll move on to our 1:30 item, and this is agenda item 6A, discussion and possible action regarding implementation of Measure V, declaring intentionally killed and left standing trees a public nuisance. Supervisor Haschek, you are the sponsor. Please introduce the item, sir.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Most everyone in this room probably knows the history of Measure V, and it's been gone back and forth. The latest was the letter that County Council sent to MRC, stating that the county believed that we have the ability to enforce it, and which provided the legal justification for the county's defense. And so I thought that we should just have a discussion on, one of the questions being of how do we enforce Measure V and how that would look. And so one item that got brought up at a previous board meeting was to send it to the General Government Standing Committee and have them really look at it and explore what the different options would be. And so I think because the people voted for this ordinance, and we should honor it enough by figuring out how we would implement it and enforce it. So that's where we are with it.
Okay, sir, and any other information or to be shared, anyone else? Or do we go to public comment? Supervisor Jurdy?
I'll just ask county staff, county council or CEO, if they have received a letter back from MRC in response to the county's letter.
I'll go first. Speaking from the executive office, to my knowledge, I have not received a letter back, and I'll refer it over to county council.
And our office has not received a response either. I will say that when the letter went out, I did reach out to MRC's attorney, Steve Johnson, just to let him know that per the board's direction, the letter contained an invitation for discussion as to alternative practices to I believe the term was frilling that was used in his letter. However, at that time, he indicated that a number of MRC's staff were out on the holidays, and they may not be getting back to us soon.
Any other questions, supervisors? Statements? Seeing none? Oh, Supervisor Haschek?
And I would just like to add that I did have a conversation with some of the people at MRC, and that I think that whichever way we go in dealing with this issue, I would like to see a task force or something developed where we can look at the issue of these tan oaks and what to do with them and how to make an economically viable program out of it. And so it's a kind of a win-win where we can create jobs and deal with these dead standing trees at the same time. So I would like to see that move forward. I don't know if it's a board directive or anything, but I'm willing to work on that too.
Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, whichever method the company currently uses to control tan oak costs them money. So if there were a way to gain economic value from the tan oak, I'm pretty sure they would be very open to that. So the fact that's not happening now may indicate the numerous different conditions that need to come together to make it a profitable operation aren't currently there. I know that they and others have looked at making tan oak economically viable. I'm not aware of anyone doing it on a large enough scale that would accomplish their objective in reducing the percentage of tan oak.
I think there's been a lot of research and a lot of test products to date, but, times change. So maybe your suggestion is a good one. Supervisor McCowan?
Just one more, since you brought this item forward, do you have an opinion on what the county should do in terms of enforcement? Should we be taking an active role, and what would that look like?
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As far as the first point, I have had numerous people in the 3rd District and outside come to me saying, hey, we've got this solution for, Tan Oak, and we think it's a viable option. And so I think that getting these parties together and just kind of looking at what maybe new technology or whatever is a good idea, and that would be a good thing for, the environment, and maybe create new businesses from it. My recommendation here is to send this to the standing committee, the General Government Standing Committee, to really have the time to look at what the enforcement options are, and have an in-depth discussion about how to deal with it. So I'm willing to put that forward, and I put that forward in my rationale.
Okay, we're going to go to public comment. For each speaker, you each have 3 minutes to speak. We'd like to begin with Lee McClellan. Lee? Please come forward to the podium, state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Lee McClellan, and I am here standing with everyone else here because I feel and experience a sadness when a corporate business is not fulfilling, when they're breaking the law. A law has been made, and the people agree upon this, and it saddens me that they're not being put into, held up to what they're supposed to be doing. And I would like for a change to happen here. Thank you.
Thank you. And clerk, we need to time him. Terry DeSulke, and Terry will be followed by Naomi Wagner.
Good afternoon. My name is Terry DeSulke. I should let you know that I have filed a complaint, and I will give you copies of that as soon as I'm finished. So I live out in what we call Turtle Creek. I have land that's adjacent to MRC. I also overlook some MRC land. I live across the big river from Mendocino Redwood Company land, where I can still and have today seen dead standing trees since 2018, greater than 5 meters in height. In late 2018, I got a grant that cleared for fire suppression from USDA. After this clearing was done on my land, I could see large swaths of dead standing trees across the river and canyon from my home. I couldn't see them before, now I can. Great view, thank you, MRC. I ask you, why do I as a landowner do the right thing by clearing the understory to suppress fire in my community when the danger from dead standing trees negates everything I have done and puts me and my community in danger? Why is this allowed to happen when we voted that it would no longer be allowed? I did receive a confirmation number this morning via email because Friday when I was trying to file my complaint, nobody knew where I needed to file it. So I finally got a confirmation number, and it says, "Hi Terry, I've logged your complaint in, and the number is 1C 2019-0587. When I spoke to you at the counter last week, I explained that while an important matter, code enforcement has no regulations, ordinances as of yet to enforce owner businesses to remove dead trees." So that's where we stand, and I'd like to give you a copy of my complaint, and I'd like to see this law that the people voted on enforced. It's called democracy. Thank you.
Naomi?
Naomi Wagner, west of Willits. I have a video that I've requested to show, and I'd like permission to do that as part of my public expression. And it is 5 minutes long. I believe there are people who are willing to give up their time to show it.
No. It's just not the practice that we have. If you'd submitted it to the clerk, we maybe could have watched it as, doing our studying that we usually do. But no, we won't allow that today.
Well, Carrie, I did communicate
I'm
with
sorry,
you.
Naomi, you're using your time. Please go forward.
Okay, we will be able to show it in the hall. It's very unfortunate that we're being denied this means of public expression. I do think that I went through all the steps that were necessary to help that happen. I did not send it to you because I didn't know how to submit it. I thought we would submit it today, and it's just a matter of a link. We will submit the video, and we'll certainly be showing it widely because and I'll tell you what it's called. Mendocino County is burning, and basically what you're going to see is what it really looks like out there. You see the forest fires that we've been enduring over the last 5 years, and you see the tiny, tiny belts of conifers that are left and the huge roads, and you see the dead standing trees, just unbelievable swaths of them. And you need to be able to see this to actually appreciate the extent of what is being done to this county. It's not only Mendocino Redwood Company, but it's mainly them. And by their own statistics, they show that they've now poisoned trees over about 110,000 acres of their 220,000 acre holdings. It is drastic. It is an emergency. We need to address this, and I hope that you will take it seriously and more seriously than you already have, because it really is up to you now. The county council has given you his opinion. The state is not going to intervene, so I'm wishing you the courage to do the right thing. Thank you.
Beth Bosk, and Beth will be followed by Margaret Coster.
Beth Bosk, Albion. Takes me an hour and a half to drive here to speak for 3 minutes. Usually I watch the board meetings on the internet. You are depriving everybody on the coast who would have to drive for an hour and a half to 2 hours to get here from seeing the evidence that Naomi Wagner wanted to present to you and to the county as a whole. I support John Hassick's motion to send the question of how to enforce Measure V to the Standing Government Committee. The measure needs to be enforced. If the question is, are dead trees more combustible than live ones? The answer is yes.
Thank you, Margaret. And Margaret will be followed by Madge Strong.
Good afternoon. My name is Margaret Coster, and as some of you may know, I've been involved and am involved with Move to Amend, which is an effort to amend the United States Constitution to say that a corporation is not a person with constitutional rights, and that spending money on political communication is not itself political speech. So I want to thank Supervisor Hasjack for bringing this forward, and although I would characterize the board's action on this matter as somewhat timid, it is action, and that is more than we have seen on other topics, so I thank you for proceeding. Mendocino Redwood Company is a corporation, and corporation is a privilege. It is granted by the government through the corporate charter, and the government is supposed to be, in our system, answerable to the people. So the people of Mendocino County have told you that we do not want dead standing trees, that we want some other way for Mendocino Redwood Company to conduct itself. Mendocino Redwood Company does not have inherent rights. They have privileges. Privileges for the conduct of business, and those privileges are granted to them through the legislative process. So they don't have an absolute right to make money, and they don't have a right to do whatever they want. And the people should have something to say about what they do because we are the ones that have given them the privilege to be a money-making corporation. Thank you.
Madge Strong, and Madge will be followed by Rosamond Crowder.
Thank you, Chair Brown and members of the Board of Supervisors. It's been 3.5 years since Measure V passed overwhelmingly by the voters, and it also became law that same year, 2016. And it's really been a long wait for anything to actually be enforced. So I am very glad that you are finally moving forward. I appreciated the County Council's opinion that this is something that not only has been made law, but that it makes sense, that it is enforceable. Enforcing it is part of the economic environment. So when Congress passes mileage requirements for cars, car manufacturers have to factor that into how they build their cars. Maybe it costs them more, maybe it doesn't. Maybe they retool and it works even better. Maybe MRC can retool and figure out some better ways to do business that are legal and that comply with the law that was passed by the voters of Mendocino County. That is their responsibility. It is your responsibility to hold them to that by enforcing the law. I hope that the penalties that go with violating the law are enough to motivate them to do the right thing. But that is your job to enforce the law, their job to figure out how to do it, and I'm quite sure that they will be able to figure it out. I just think you need to get on with enforcing it. It's also, as has been pointed out, really scary to live in a county that is this fire prone, that is this, at risk. And so getting 110,000 acres of areas that are filled with dead trees that are combustible. Not only that, they're also full of all sorts of herbicides that go into the smoke, and the firefighters have to inhale it when they fight the fires. These are all things that are part of why Measure V makes sense. So I really am thankful that you will today send this to the committee and that they will come up with a very solid and motivating enforcement mechanism. Thank you very much.
Rosamond? And she will be followed by Bill Heil.
Rosamond Crowder. I live outside of Willits, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I wanted to thank County Council for the excellent letter recently written regarding the legality of Measure V. And I've heard that there are 3 possible ways that the code could be enforced. One is through code enforcement, one is through the sheriff, and one is through the ag department. And it's not just agricultural, timber is agricultural, that are leaving standing dead trees. I'm also aware that PG&E and even CAL FIRE leave standing dead trees. And I think the sheriff has plenty of more emergency things to take care of. So I really think, personally, I think code enforcement is the way to go. I was kind of disturbed to hear the earlier speaker talk about her attempt to give notification to code enforcement and have them not be able to identify that this was an ordinance violation. And so maybe that could be looked into, how to streamline that. I think it's a little odd that all these years that this has been an ordinance, that there haven't been more people sending in notifications to code enforcement. And, I think it's important that the public still is involved and not just pass it off to the sheriffs, who's busy, having to prioritize their list of things to look into. And so I've heard that that people are really concerned about being the one to hand in a code enforcement violation because they feel like they could be targeted. I know this has happened in other cases where people have put in a violation and code enforcement gives the person who is doing the violation the name of the person that turned them in. And, you know, this sort of thing it's just, neighbors don't like to turn in neighbors. So that could be looked into. And also, I'm also somewhat concerned, I mean, maybe I'm just imagining things, but I would not want all these dead standing trees to be in something like turned into pellets. I'm really concerned about the pellet plant that's currently operating, and I heard this morning that the violations were directly tied to the volume of pellets that were being made. And also, if these trees are poisoned, the pellets would then have the poison in them. So I just wanted to alert you to that if you're looking for ways to deal with tan oak. So I really think code enforcement is the method, and I hope you will support code enforcement in doing that. Thank you.
Bill? And after Bill will be John Anderson.
Thank you. Bill Heil. First of all, I want to thank the board and the government, our county government, for actually taking the ordinance we passed 3.5 years ago seriously. I know it's a big issue. I know that Mendocino Redwood Company is a huge economic force in our county, and it's hard to buck them when they control so much of our natural resources. So thank you. I also know that there are timber companies that are abiding by the rules, and I think both Conservation Fund and the Redwood Forest Council, they have bought and are managing the same cutover timberland that MRC bought, same kind of thing, without herbicides. Some of them would like to maybe use a little bit, but they're honoring the rules. And I think that it's incumbent on the Board of Supervisors to honor them as well as be afraid yet take on Mendocino Redwood Company. Thank you.
John Anderson?
Hi, Board. John Anderson with MRC. Just wanted to state that we do stand by our 2016 letter to the county. However, we are open to working with the county, working on a working group. We understand other people have tried things with tan oak as well. We're not pretending to have the answer, so if there is a solution, then we are all ears on that. We have a bit of a concern if we move towards enforcement, that kind of leads maybe down a road towards litigation and will keep us from being openly involved in any working group if we get legal advice that tells us not to do that. So we'd like to avoid that. But there are some good ideas that are out there on other forest and restoration projects that have material that is subcommercial. RCRC is working on a project in the Sierras. So bringing together all these ideas to come up with a possible solution, I think, would be a better route to go. But we would be happy to participate in that.
Okay, don't leave.
Okay.
Supervisor Williams?
Excuse me.
Hey, John.
Hi.
Do you have any constructive ideas about how we can make this problem go away? There are a whole lot of people who are not happy with the practice. I understand it'll cost MRC and derail the restoration of the ratio of species to stop the practice altogether. And we're just at this standstill.
Yeah.
And I like the working group idea. I don't want to see litigation if we can avoid it. But can you help drive us in a direction where we can make peace and put this behind us?
Well, I think this working group would be a good way to go about that. Let's bring everybody's ideas together here. We've tried making flooring out of this. We've tried using herbicide alternatives. We've been working on this for 20 plus years. We think this is an effective method right now because the trees that we've treated 20 years ago, 10 years ago, even 5 years ago are now on the ground, so we don't have 110,000 acres of dead standing trees. We've got much, much less than that. So
How many
I
acres?
think just having an educational component of this too.
How many acres would you say?
Oh, right now
Today,
they are
yeah.
standing?
Yeah.
Oh, it's hard. You know, it takes about 5 years for a tree to fall over. So, you know, there might be, it's hard for me to say, just because of variability between stands and which ones are in wind-prone areas, and so there's a lot of variables there.
I appreciate it. I hope this working group can do it in front of the public eye. I know
Sure.
I and others have been accused of having private meetings. And so while sometimes taking this cameras out of the picture allows discussions that otherwise wouldn't happen,
Yeah.
I don't think the public will appreciate it. So if there's a way for us to do this, have this working group meet and talk about, I see people agreeing in the room, about how to move forward collaboratively, I'd like to be part of that.
Great.
Supervisor McCallum?
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the current rate of application, how many years would you, if things continued as they are, how many years do you think it would take to treat those areas that you've identified for treatment?
I don't have I can get that exact number for you, but, you know, we're probably looking at, you know, 10 years, maybe 20 years. Again, it's not, like you suggest, it's not every single acre that we own. We have some areas that have their natural level of conifers now, and so there's not a need to manage the tan oak in those areas. So it's just those areas have been mismanaged in the past, have that imbalance that the forest practice rules require us to keep in check and reduce whenever any management occurs in the forest.
So as part of the working group, in addition to looking at alternatives, would you also be open to what modifications can you make to your current practice in terms of in what proximity to residences, whether it's, you know, an isolated one or a community? My understanding a few years ago, Anderson Valley, Nash Mill Road, you would stay, I think, a couple of ridges away, potentially. Anyway, there's some things you could do that would help address some of the current concerns of neighbors who don't want the practice immediately adjacent to them.
Absolutely, and that's what we've done with a number of owners, is looking at green belts. Sometimes we have to retain intact forest whenever we're thinning out some of these places, so let's put those close to property lines. We can try using chainsaws instead of having dead standing trees. We've seen that to be problematic in the past because of how the vigorous nature of the resprouting of the tan oak. And so we have worked with various landowners right adjacent to us to address their concerns. And that includes just using this treatment in sporadic areas throughout the watershed, letting those green up, and then, you know, let's go look at other areas that we need to treat to restore these forests back to their conifer dominance.
And likewise, I've heard different things on access to firewood cutters. Years past, I know you were very, my belief is you were very accommodating. I heard recently maybe not quite so much so, because that's another method of reducing, at least in site-specific areas, or to allow adjacent property owners to do vegetation clearance. Are those things that you currently allow with, you know, appropriate agreements, or?
We do have permits for people that would like to come on the property to do various things, anything from something like that to recreational activities. Yeah, we do have a permit process for that. And we have updated our vegetation management plan, and that involves tan oak treatment as well. That's on our website. That talks about further reductions in the amount of hardwood that we treat, and also goes into details of how, because we are FSC certified, that we cannot convert true oak forests or even tan oak forests that are natural into conifer. So there's all aspects of this vegetation management plan that talks about areas we just don't manage the tan oak because it's natural, and it goes into the details of how much tan oak we do treat when we do go into a stand.
This is outrageous. Just obey the law. The movie will be shown outside.
This is not about that. We came to talk.
Beth, please, or leave the room.
What are you doing, Carrie?
cease.
You 3 minutes are up. Particular ordinance.
I'm going to call a recess and have the room cleared if you don't be quiet.
Any further questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I would like to ask Mr. Schultz, our Planning and Building Director, Services Director, code enforcement complaints, are they kept confidential?
Yes, we currently, Brent Schultz, Planning and Building Services Director, we do keep them confidential. We speak to county council from time to time about them, but we do, and we keep a record, we log all of them that come in. And then we have a process to work those through and try to resolve them.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that the public understands that those names are kept confidential.
Madam Chair, may I clarify just a little
Yes.
bit? So there have been a few situations, so there is an evidence code section that specifically protects the confidentiality of a party reporting information for enforcement purposes. We have worked with code enforcement. They have historically kept that information confidential. I believe there may have been a couple of exceptions in which the reporting party self-disclosed the fact that they were the reporting party. That is, outside of the code enforcement proceeding, they were making that information public, in which case I don't think we have a basis to withhold that anymore. But by and large, if the reporting party wants the information kept confidential, their identity is kept confidential.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Which of you are first? And we're going over time with this item.
Mine's for Brent. I have a question for the planning director. In regards to code enforcement, I understand a complaint has been filed. What are the next steps, and is there anything this board could do to prioritize so that we can get to the bottom of it? Has there been a code violation? I would expect code enforcement to, I don't know, document it, take a report, some photos, bring it back.
Madam Chair, if I could address the board, Brett Schultz again. I did see there was a complaint. It's been logged. I haven't had a chance to talk to our our code enforcement staff about that yet. So we take them through a normal process of analyzing them. Are they in compliance or not with our codes? And then we take whatever necessary action.
And what action would that be in this case if the complaint is found to hold merit?
Well, it really depends on, what they've done, and I can't really speak to it yet because I haven't been briefed by our code enforcement manager. I did see one come in, but I don't know quite yet what it is. But we take all the complaints very seriously, and we try to get through them. But as you know, we have limited staff. We only have 5 code enforcement staff, and we get about 600 complaints a year, all kinds of complaints. So.
Supervisor McCowan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we've heard a couple of alternatives. Refer to general government, which of course would be Brown acted, public, once a month, additional burden on staff resources to participate. We've also heard a working group thrown out there. And, I kind of like that idea that we might have 2 supervisors who would be an ad hoc working group. We would appoint only those 2, but they could meet with any relevant stakeholders, including industry and neighbors. And I guess to move it along and see if that idea has any traction, I would move that we appoint Supervisors Haschek and Williams to an ad hoc committee to work with interested stakeholders to review alternatives to the current method and as well as mitigations.
Supervisor McCowan, could you clarify mitigations? I'm not clear what we would bring back.
That would be the types of things such as allowing neighbors to do vegetation clearance, firewood cutters, or to keep a specified distance away from neighbors, or anything else the ad hoc comes up with that seems viable.
So one of the concerns I have is this...
Hang on, because we have a motion on the floor. We don't have a second. You asked for clarification, so the motion dies for lack of a second. Supervisor Haschek?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. If we're into making motions right now, I wasn't clear if we were done with public comments. But
Well, I received 2 speaker cards very late, and they don't even say what the topic is, but we were already into discussion, so.
Okay. Okay, so I would make a motion then to restate Supervisor McCowan's motion, plus add that we do send it to the General Government Committee to look at the enforcement mechanisms.
So we have a motion,
I would second that.
and we have a second. Supervisor Jurdy?
So I just want to point out that if it's sent to a standing committee, then those 2 supervisors cannot discuss this issue outside of those standing committee meetings, and that very much limits any creative discussions, any discussions with members of the public outside of those meetings by the 2 supervisors as a group. So I think there's flexibility that's needed in this issue, and I'm curious that there was no second to Supervisor McCowan's motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
I'd like to withdraw the second.
The motion dies for lack of a second now. So the chair would like to entertain a motion. I'm not seeing one come forward. Supervisor Williams?
I move we direct code enforcement to investigate and document the first complaint and return to this board within 30 days.
I'll second.
Okay, discussion?
I think I'm concerned we're reverting to grandstanding here and not actually doing anything. Supervisor McCowan offered very generously to create an ad hoc committee of the 2 supervisors who are putting this issue above many other county issues. I don't understand why we're not proceeding along those lines.
Okay, can I stop for just a moment?
Absolutely.
We are running up against a timed item, but Raquel, Maria, I'm not sure what you wanted to speak on. Are you Raquel? Where's Maria? Okay. Measure V. So it is on Measure V? Yes. Okay. It's kind of hard to know what to do. Get up very quickly and state whatever your comment is.
Okay, sorry, I've never done this before. This is my first time.
Welcome.
So I hear you guys talking, and I hear you guys talking to the MRC rep, and all I really hear you guys saying is that you're going to try and work with MRC and not really work with the people who have voted in Measure V for 3.5 years, and I don't see why nothing is being done about this. You are literally saying, how long is it going to take you to finish committing these crimes? 10 years, 20 years to finish committing your crimes? Or let's just commit your crimes a little bit further away from other people's lands. That's not what we want. We want you to stop it. We want you to say, hey, you're a company, we don't care, you're committing crimes. Stop these crimes, because it's illegal. If I commit a crime, I go to jail. They commit a crime, they just get money for it.
Maria?
My name is Mariah Gillarden. I'm partly in the zone that's affected if this goes up in flames, but I mainly came here to observe the process, and I feel, and to support the community that is fighting for their right to be heard. And I would like to donate my remaining 2 minutes to Beth as one of the people who worked so hard on it and has come so far to speak. And I ask you to please let me give her 2 minutes.
I'm sorry. We need to move forward. We have a timed item and we're past that, just as we gave you a time, specific time. So either conclude or go forward.
well, then I conclude that as an observer, I don't find this a very democratic process, and it seems bizarre that this happens in such a small county where we know each other. And this is kind of weather-worn. I was hoping to retire it, but I think we're back to defending that we once voted, and we're not sure if it's being enforced. And that's really sad and disappointing.
Okay, back to Board of Supervisors. Supervisors? Supervisor McCowan, I'm sorry.
Well, we do have a motion on the floor. The motion doesn't seem to get us any closer to a solution. So, you know, directing investigation of one complaint, and despite the county letter, which was a very well-written letter responding to the legal points raised by MRC in their letter of 2016, MRC stands by their letter. So point counterpoint, only a court could decide, and it would seem like having the working group with all parties, and the speakers misinformed, all relevant parties, that includes industry, it includes affected landowners, it includes interested community members. The ad hoc would be able to meet with all of them to consider alternatives and mitigations. That would seem to move the ball a lot further down the road than giving direction to look at one complaint, which probably at that point puts the company out of the discussion.
So clerk, please read the motion. Who made the motion and who seconded?
We have a motion on the floor from Supervisor Williams, seconded by Supervisor Hashchak, which reads, direct code enforcement to investigate a document first complaint and return to the board within 30 days for reporting.
Supervisor Williams, you...
Yeah, I would be willing to amend the motion to include creating the proposed ad hoc, and I'd be happy to serve on it. What I don't want to do is create that ad hoc and not have any information to work with. I don't know. We've heard that there's a violation. Without some documentation on whether there is and what it looks like, it's very hard to move forward. I don't want the ad hoc to be given a task that's, you know, go keep busy and come back in a while. It needs to be, the scope needs to be reduced. And that's, so if you would support this motion with the inclusion of forming the ad hoc, I'd be happy to amend.
Supervisor McCowan?
The motion not stating the direction to investigate the complaint would not preclude the ad hoc from doing so in meeting with staff on that topic. And I'd maybe seek confirmation from County Council.
My apologies, Madam Chair. I'm losing track a little bit as to where we are on the proposals.
If we were to appoint an ad hoc to meet with relevant stakeholders, including industry, adjacent landowners, community members, and staff, would anything preclude that ad hoc from meeting with staff on the issue of the complaint that has been filed?
I don't know that it would in terms of the process. However, you may want, rather than for the ad hoc to meet with staff while the investigation is ongoing, if there are particular things that they're looking at, you might want to give them the opportunity to complete that and to come back, rather than having essentially a policy discussion in the middle of a factual investigation.
So the two are oil and water, basically.
Not completely, but I would suggest that it would be beneficial to separate them.
What does this have to do with enforcement of Measure B?
Beth, please leave the room. Okay, Lindsay.
Hi. For clarification, with Supervisor Williams with a motion on the floor and Supervisor Hashchak seconding, I would appreciate clarification from Supervisor Williams as to language and the motion text.
Do you have it at all for me to correct?
I have, all I have is direct code enforcement to investigate a document first complaint and return to the board within 30 days and creation of an ad hoc.
That's the motion, that's correct.
Okay.
Okay.
And does the seconder concur with the amendment?
Yes.
Thank you.
Supervisor Drury.
I'm curious why every time this issue comes on the agenda, the two new supervisors are determined to be in the minority on this board. It seems no matter how generous the rest of the board is in accommodating the wishes of the two new supervisors are looking for an opportunity to be outvoted. I mean, we had the same motion that Supervisor Hashak brought forward today to send this to general government, failed on a 2-3 vote because Supervisor Williams refused to support it. Now it seems that Supervisor Williams is looking for an opportunity to be in the minority yet again.
Okay, we do have a motion on the floor.
Before voting, may I please know who is on the ad hoc?
I believe it was Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Haschak
That was not stated.
That's not in the motion.
that said they would serve.
Can we amend the motion to clarify Supervisor Williams and Haschak will serve on the new ad hoc? And to respond to Supervisor Jurdy, I would prefer being in the majority. I would like you to come along. All we're asking is that code enforcement follow up on the complaint. What we don't want to see is a long backlog hold this complaint in a queue for a year or longer. The ad hoc won't have anything to work on if that's the case. And so the two together are the perfect marriage here. We get the data to work with and we get the ad hoc assigned to work on it.
Supervisor Jurdy.
I'm glad to hear that the ad hoc will be formed because that was not part of the motion just a minute ago.
Gentlemen, let's
vote.
Okay, so the motion again, please read it.
One final time, a motion with amendment from Supervisor Williams, seconded by Supervisor Haschak, reads, direct code enforcement to investigate a document first complaint and return to the board within 30 days and create an ad hoc of Supervisor Williams and Haschak.
Okay.
The motion carries with Supervisor McCowan dissenting.
All righty. Yes, Ms.
Chair Brown,
Angela.
thank you. Just one comment that this motion is stated for 30 days. January 7th, this board should adopt the calendar, so then we would know when this item would actually come back.
Right.
Thank you.
Because we don't have a calendar for the new year, correct?
That's correct.
So we're moving on to our 2 o'clock timed item. And this is agenda item number 5B. It's a notice public hearing, discussion and possible action on general plan amendment, including the following sub-items. 1, adoption of a resolution, adopting general plan amendment, and adoption of ordinance, adopting or rezoning with a contract rezone. That's Savage, located at 12201 Powerhouse Road, Potter Valley, and adoption of a resolution adopting a mitigated negative declaration related thereto, and 2, adoption of a resolution adopting general plan amendment and adoption of an ordinance adopting rezoning, LaCasey, located at 1051 Sanford Ranch Road, Ukiah, and adoption of resolution adopting a negative declaration related thereto. Planning and Building Services is the sponsor. And since this is a public hearing, I'd like to explain the process and how the proceedings will take place. Once the public hearing is opened, we will receive further correspondence, telephone calls, make sure all those have already been recorded. Starting with the Savage, we'll have a staff presentation. Then we'll have the applicant presentation with a maximum of 20 minutes, and the clerk will time that. Then we'll go to public input, public comment. Those wishing to speak know you'll have 3 minutes. You need to come up to the podium, state your name for the record, and please be ready to come up when you hear your name called. Then after public comment, staff will present final remarks. Then the Board of Supervisors can ask questions either of staff or the public. The public hearing will not be closed at that time. We will move on to LaCasey's rezone, and go through the same process. And it's only at the very end, before we can entertain a motion, that the public hearing be closed. And we do have a number of items, and I believe County Council can help us through that process when we get to the end and ready to close the public hearing and consider a motion. So we're going to begin on the Savage rezone, and staff, please present the item.
I'm sorry, proper notice has been established.
Thank you, Lindsay.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Jesse Davis, Planning and Building Services. This afternoon, I would like to present to you General Plan Amendment 2019-0001, Rezone 2019-0002, Project A, which proposes to reclassify the general plan of APN 174-100-02, a property in Potter Valley, from suburban residential to remote residential, and rezone from suburban residential to upland residential, with this contract rezone combining district. The proposed project requires a contract to impose conditions. Thus, a contract rezone has been prepared and is appropriate to protect sensitive resource areas located on the subject parcels. I should also note that the Planning Commission, at their October 17th hearing in 2019, recommended approval, a unanimous approval, of this project to the Board of Supervisors and adoption of the mitigated negative declaration. It should be noted that the UR designation, or the upland residential designation, is a more appropriate transitional zoning from the Potter Valley downtown core to its agricultural hinterlands. Cannabis cultivation was a catalyzing factor for the submission of this general plan amendment and rezone application. As presently zoned, this property is subject to the sunset clause, and thus, without this general plan amendment, would be forced to cease cultivation activities by May 4th, 2020, without approval of this application. Staff would recommend that the Board of Supervisors adopt the mitigated negative declaration before you and approve this general plan amendment and rezone. We are happy to take any questions.
Okay, Supervisors, questions? And I would like, just 1 minute, Supervisor.
Sure.
Clerk, we did also say that all correspondence and telephone calls have been recorded.
So we've received a number of, a multitude of communications regarding this agenda item since publication, and they have all been scanned and uploaded to the item and are available for public view.
Thank you. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think there's a number of items in the staff report that went to the Planning Commission dated October 17th that would indicate that this parcel is really not that appropriate for the high-density residential classification of suburban residential. And I think it may have been in the applicant's statement, but I think staff may agree with a lot of those comments. And one of those things is, if it were to be developed SR, is there a potential that that would result in an unintended expansion of infrastructure to serve it?
If I may, through the chair. With regards to infrastructure expansion, there is a lack of domestic water supply for Potter Valley, and so as a result, infrastructure extension to this parcel would not be applicable at this time.
And then is the condition of the road network in that area a concern also?
At this time, that would not be a concern, as for all cultivation activities, a pre-existing cultivation site was required, and as a result, this is in line with existing traffic patterns and circulation.
Would high-density residential development have an effect on integrity of nearby agricultural areas?
As proposed, this would actually limit the residential density of the of the subject property. Again, the limited infrastructure in Potter Valley would not allow for density above at the full extent of a suburban residential realization.
And therefore, the need to develop water or wastewater facilities could be in conflict with policy DE 118.
If you may, Supervisor, could you identify the policy again?
DE 118.
Given that there is no development proposed with this particular subject property or action, this action would be consistent with Development Policy DE 15.
Well, again, the comment is having to develop on-site septic would be in conflict with the policy potentially, and therefore it's more favorable to upzone it rather than keep it high-density residential.
That would be one argument, yes, Supervisor.
And then similar, it does say that the residential development would conflict with policy DE 35 in that it would have an impact on adjacent ag lands.
Yes, Supervisor, and I understand your point of reasoning here. Residential development in this particular area of Potter Valley would be more transitional, and therefore an upland residential designation such as this would be more appropriate than a higher density, which could pose potential conflicts with its surrounding adjacent parcels, which are zoned agriculturally. And so from your approach, yes, sir, that would be part of the reason we were able to make this finding, in part because the density that's proposed here is less than the extreme of the suburban residential.
And then in a similar vein, the comment is that traffic and hazards related thereto will be increased on the existing county road, and policy DE 128 is cited. And again, these are roads that don't have adequate shoulder, no sidewalk.
Correct. And as a result, again, this is why the upland residential would be a more appropriate transitional designation from the Potter Valley downtown core into the agricultural surroundings.
And then also it obviously would require the expansion of utility service to serve these parcels.
If we were to pursue a full build-out under suburban residential, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I believe that original zoning was back in the late 70s or early 80s in that general plan update. And I think
different era.
A different era and different property owner that wants to see the change. Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, this is time for public comment. I received no speaker forms on the Savage rezone. Anyone that wants to speak, please come up. Seeing no one coming up. Supervisors, are those all the questions of staff?
On Savage.
Okay, so we're going to move on to Lucchese. The same procedures apply.
Thank you,
So
Supervisors.
We are going to ask staff.
Thank you, Julia Acker-Krog, Chief Planner. So this in front of you, this second item is General Plan Amendment 2019-002 and Rezone 2019-0003, which is to reclassify APN 181-05030 and a portion of APN 181-05031 from agricultural with a 40-acre minimum parcel size to suburban residential, which because of the water district that serves the area would have a 12,000 square foot minimum parcel size. It's important to note that there are extensive general plan agricultural policies, and the Ukiah Valley Area Plan also has specific criteria related to agricultural land conversions. And there's a more detailed analysis in the staff report that was done for the Planning Commission hearing on October 17th, 2019. But staff has found that the various policies and the conversion goals and policies that staff can substantiate and support this conversion to suburban residential. I do want to note, as was in the packet, that the Planning Commission at their October 17th, 2019 meeting was not able to make a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors on this matter. There were motions made in each direction, but there was lack of a majority for either. So they made a motion, and that passed to send this item onto the Board of Supervisors for consideration without a recommendation. And we are available for any questions you have.
Okay. Supervisors, questions? Yes, my question, Supervisor McCowan?
Please.
My question would be, which of the commissioners was missing? It's my understanding it was a 3-3 vote.
Commissioner Nelson was absent at that meeting.
And that's the ag representative?
That is correct.
Right. Any other questions?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm having sat on the Planning Commission with Greg Nelson and heard his comments on the Lovers Lane area for one. pretty sure he would have been standing up for the integrity of protecting ag zone. So I'm stunned, frankly, that we have an initial study and environmental checklist that leads us to a conclusion that we can have a negative deck for this property, not even a mitigated negative declaration. And I look particularly at the agriculture and forestry resources, convert prime farmland, unique farmland, or farmland of statewide importance. That's less than significant. And that's a lot of language that, gee, it's only a portion of the property that is really prime ag land. And then conflict with existing zoning for ag use or a Williamson Act contract. There is no Williamson Act contract, but there certainly is existing zoning for ag, and yet that's less than significant. And it just goes right on down the line. Every impact is less than significant. The reason I asked the questions regarding Savage, I think this is the flip side of Savage. On Savage, we had a down zoning from a high-density residential to a more appropriate zone, and specific policies were cited that don't support having that be in a high-density residential zoning. Here the opposite is true. We have ag zoning, and we're going to upzone it to allow for intensive residential development without any of the infrastructure to support it, in violation of numerous Ukiah Valley area plan policies that encourage development to take place on an infill basis, or at least close to the urban core, rather than stretching out the distance that people will have to go to receive services. The roads in this area, particularly the little corner that is not part of this process, that's a pretty bad corner. There's absolutely no shoulder there except for the driveway entrance into the Reservation Road, is it? Yeah, Recreation Road. So all of these roads here that would serve this have little or no shoulder. You can barely get a fog line in place. In fact, some cases, it's not wide enough to put in a fog line. It's just mystifying to me. And then the threat to the big block of ag land adjacent to it is so obvious. And the rationale that says, gee, this is getting hemmed in by development, we need to rezone it. How does anyone think that same logic wouldn't apply to the ag land adjacent to it? So I don't see how you can check those boxes saying less than significant.
If I may respond briefly to Supervisor McCowan's statements. With regards to this project, I think different than the item you heard before, there's water district service to these parcels at this time. And I think it's important to note that the application in front of you today is solely for the general plan amendment and rezone, and there would be a future subdivision application to actually build out this parcel to its full extent. And with that, there would be, analysis required related to transportation, utilities, any sort of public infrastructure within the area, and may actually result in improvements being done to some of the areas that are of concern, some of the items you mentioned about transportation and such. Of course, that's speculative right now, as we don't have the subdivision application in front of us today. But that's really where, going through a subdivision process, we also look at the adjacency to agricultural lands, see the appropriateness of having residences abutting that area. I think it's also important to note that, directly to the south of this project site is an area that was rezoned and given a general plan amendment as well to go to suburban residential, and is built out at a rather high density. And there's two ways of looking at this, either as an extension of the existing residential use, or looking at it as a full conversion.
Are you talking about Eunice Court?
Yes.
Okay, that was done, I think, before I was even in high school.
Yeah, I'm not aware
Been a
of
while.
any new residential conversion in probably 40 plus years. Eunice Court was a mistake. It shouldn't be used to justify another mistake. And with all due respect, this rezoning is a project, and I would think under CEQA, as part of this project, we have to analyze the ultimate logical impact that could flow from this, which would be build out at the suburban residential level, hindered maybe by the lack of sewage, so it would have to have septic. But all of those items except water availability that argued against high-density residential for Savage argue against conversion of this prime ag land to high-density residential. And I think we're really remiss as well as legally vulnerable if we go forward with this.
Supervisor Haschak?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Supervisor McCowan made a lot of points that I was going to make. And especially it's concerning that there's no actual plan moving forward with this. It's just, we're looking at either a major subdivision, it kind of looks like, if we're looking at 1,200 square or 12,000 square foot per lot. And, but I was looking through the correspondence, and one of them said that there was this is prime farmland and farmland of statewide importance designation that LAFCO is obligated to preserve. So what's your comment about that? I hope you're familiar with that, what they're talking about.
Susan Summerford, staff planner. Supervisor, in researching and analyzing this project and seeing the prime and unique farmland designation for a portion of the parcel, I reached out and got a soil-specific report that I then extracted information from in order to answer and deal with the environmental document regarding the agricultural forestry resources, and feel like fleshed out that information very thoroughly. And what was revealed from the site-specific soil was that the portion of the parcel that is before you today to be rezoned, it does not represent prime or unique farmland. It's a section of it that is to the south, and it doesn't encompass this parcel. And that was the reason that I checked the less significant box for that.
But isn't there, isn't there a difference between the federal mapping, the USDA, and what the State Department of Conservation has?
I believe there is, but those two pieces of information were analyzed together, and the same result was found.
Okay. Sorry, Supervisor. Go ahead.
Well, I understand that there's this kind of a conflict between what the designation of the soil is, but the fact of the matter is that it has been vineyard, correct?
Yes, sir, that's true.
Okay, thank you.
Now we're going to go to the applicant for the applicant's presentation. And I did skip over that on Savage, so we will come back. So, sir, please go forward. State your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Board, Chairman Brown and other board members. I'm James Barrett, and I'm here representing Mr. Lucchese today. And we would like to present some information to you regarding the proposed project. I guess my first question is this: have you received page A of the application, which had a lot of statements that were directed toward this particular project? It was attached to the application. I did not see it in the board documents, and that I would like to submit to you at this time. Two documents were submitted with the application. One was a transcript of a discussion with Mr. Lucchese, and the other one is this statement that was prepared by Mr. Ronco and myself. have any of you looked at that or seen it?
I don't think, if it was not in the packet, we have not seen it.
Okay.
So it may be that we continue down with the public hearing process, and we may need to take a break so each supervisor can read the two documents over.
There's only portions of it that I would like to highlight, and so if you would like for me to do that before I get into the actual presentation, I certainly will do that.
Well, I prefer your presentation because you have limited time to give it.
First, let me begin by stating that we thank Susan for the report that she has prepared, and the staff report, even not as extensive as we would have liked, and the initial study that she prepared, the analysis and recommendations for a negative declaration. I would like to make a few more comments that further support her analysis and the staff report. But first, let me explain the background and process we used in this proposed project. Mr. Rocco and I met with Mr. Lucchese more than a year ago. At that time, we discussed the merits, the issues, the obstacles, and his vision for the project. We conducted our own initial study. We evaluated the Mendocino County General Plan, Ukiah Valley Area Plan as it relates to the proposed project. We looked at the area land uses and development potentials and the development that had occurred there. We decided that a residential project that represents the existing neighborhood and provides homes that are, excuse me, my voice is gone today, that provides homes that are in the affordable medium price point would meet a current need. Our only caveat was an issue of changing the general plan from AG to another classification that would allow residential development. We believe that this is the right place and the right time for this project. We decided that a residential project that would accommodate lots 20,000 square feet to 40,000 square feet, which is nearly an acre in size, would accomplish consistency with the neighborhood. Oh, thank you very much. We picked and proposed that the SR, since it is an extension of adjacent property designations. With this in mind, we approached the county for a roundtable hearing to discuss any potential issues. The only negative issue determined was the conversion of ag to residential. We believed, as well as the planning staff, that a change from AG to residential is timely and meets required findings of the Mendocino County General Plan and the Ukiah Valley Area Plan. I wanted to give you a short history of the property. This property was bought by Don's father, Joe Lucchese, in the 1930s. This first planning occurred in the 1940s. It consists of 7 legal parcels of various size. This is one of the smaller size, but there are 7 legal parcels of this property that they own there now, which consists of about 78 acres. A brief thumbnail history of ag zoning and in this particular area is as follows. the particular property was blanketed in the ag zoning in order to implement the California Land Conservation Act, which is the Williamson Act of 1965. Prior to that, the zoning on the property in the whole county in 1956 was called a zoning enabling ordinance, and everything was zoned A1. And the only thing that you needed to do to accomplish any kind of an activity, other than a few things, very objectionable things, slaughterhouses and so forth, was obtain a use permit. So that occurred until 1968, whenever, or 1965, when the Williamson Act was adopted by the state of California. To implement this Williamson Act, 1965, the AG zoning, which you see there now, didn't become effective and in the ordinance until 1968. But to implement the Williamson Act, which was very popular with the county at the time, because the assessor had just said, oh, zone your property and put it in an ag preserve and you can save all this money on taxes. And so there was a real flood, hundreds of applications made for ag preserve and zoning. One of the qualifications was that you had to have the AG zoning prior to getting a contract with the county and entering into that contract for an ag preserve and getting the tax benefit. So what we did at planning was trying to take each one of these applications, which they were spotty everywhere, and in the particular location where we have there, we tried to do some area-wide planning and zoning at the same time. And so that we did, and we blanketed in areas that had not been asked for the Williamson Act. The Lucchese property was one of those. He never had indicated that he wanted to be in the ag preserve. It never was established as an ag preserve and entered into a contract, because the Lucchese family had always thought that this was a, basically in the future was an infill area, and that they would not retain it in ag from now on. So he did not ask for a rezoning. He was blanketed in these blanket overall nice looking green maps that we prepared and was adopted by the Planning Commission and the board. It had to be zoned to the AG to qualify for placement in an ag preserve contract. And this would be to qualify either a type 1 or a type 2. The Soil Conservation Service Bible at the time, the Bottomland Survey, had indicated that, as well as the ordinance that we prepared for implementing the ag preserve program, that property to be put into the ag preserve and contract had to be a site class 1 or 2 under the soil conservation ratings. So, and it required 100 acres to form the contract. So Mr. Lucchese had neither. His property, which I'll get into shortly, is a site class 4. And so it may or may not have been included as an agricultural preserve. It probably was. The county was very liberal in establishing preserves and allowing people in the contracts. So it may have been acceptable at the time, but he did not place it in there. He never asked for it to be placed in there, and just wound up with an AG zoning on the property. I've already told you that his property is listed as site class 4 under the Soil Conservation Service rating system. I want to add a couple of comments with respect to the design. There's been a question, we don't see a design. Well, there are a lot of parameters that go into design, and that is a lot further down the road. The design would include a 200-foot buffer, which is basically a 3-acre swath on the east side of the proposed 10-acre site. It involves, and that's, in addition to that, we have about 17% of the property that's left that's involved in easements and roadway. So basically, we're not talking high density, folks. This piece of property, in my evaluation, and in the county staff evaluation, they're talking potentially 20 units. And that was because we had originally said we'd like to have 10, 15 units, whatever we might be able to develop on this site. There's a lot of other parameters that are involved. We have this property is in the M4 MS4 stormwater retention area. So what it means is that we have to provide, and future development has to provide, on-site stormwater retention devices. When you couple that with the soils types that are in the area and the use of septic system, which now requires not only your primary site that you're going to build immediately, but also a reserve replacement site. And then you add the stormwater retention devices, which may be trenches or whatever it might be designed at the time. You don't have 12,000 square foot lots. So that 12,000 is not a viable acreage there. And so our evaluation, or my evaluation is, after I've done a lot of subdivisions, is that we'd be very fortunate to have 15 parcels there of varying sizes. And, you know, we have to meet the housing code as far as 2 houses or 2% as low income. We don't envision this project as low income. We want it to be what the neighborhood is experiencing there now. And so those are about half-acre lots. Some may be a little bit smaller, some are a little bit larger. And we want to provide the opportunity. There's a lot of other things going on as far as the housing. We want to provide an opportunity for people that want to have a choice, to have a yard, to have a little bit larger house and not live in town in a multi-story or very high-density location, such as some of the ones that's been developed in the city of Ukiah. We know that that the housing, the 2018 Regional Housing Needs Assessment Report states that the housing need, we need 1,349 units, and that excludes the city housing count that they have to provide on their own. We're looking at, you know, very low is 291, low 179, above average 702. We're thinking that our project would involve housing that is at a moderate level, and the need is 177. There's been some comment that Supervisor has made with respect to the roads. The general plan and the Ukiah Valley area plan shows Sanford Ranch Road as a minor collector and a 2-lane minor collector. Its level of service right now is A, which is the best it can be. There's been an ADT at the time that the Ukiah Valley area plan was developed of 1,270 ADT. And to get to its capacity, it would have to get up to 10,500 trips a day. It's nowhere near that. I know there's been comments made by folks that live in the area about the traffic and the safety and so forth. Well, it might have been good that when they did their petition that they'd ask those, everybody that signed as well as others, to slow down some. That's an enforcement problem. There's nothing wrong, and we're not going to contribute, as the staff has already said, this project will not contribute significantly to any traffic issues. And so we agree with staff on that. Okay, I'll try to conclude real quick, so I've got 3 minutes, and here it goes. This property will be sold, you know, and probably as well as other. Mr. Lucchese is going to keep the interior part of that property as long as he can, as long as he's living, and maybe thereafter. But this property, as well as, you know, the future can hold 7 parcels that's going to be gone. There was a little confusion. This project is not the pear orchard that was taken out. And obviously it was taken out because of the economic viability that a pear orchard in Mendocino County provides at this time. We believe it is infill. The existing AG, agricultural zoning, allows many uses by right that could be more impactful to the adjoining properties. Again, we believe this is the right place and time for the project. We hope you agree. Adopt the negative declaration and grant the general plan change and the zoning change. Thank you.
Questions? Okay. All right, we're going to go to public comment. First speaker, Michael Owen. And he'll be followed by John Mayfield.
Hi, I'm Michael Owen. Hello, supervisors. I've lived across the street from Don's Vineyard for many years. And one thing I object to this hearing is that we're now pitted against, it's either yes or no, but I'm indifferent. I feel like we've lived with this zoning. We've dealt with it. We've put up with the noise and the dust, and to my knowledge, we haven't complained. We all know Don. We see him every day when he's out there driving around, and we see his workers. We hear all the stuff that's going on. So we're actually pretty much in tune with the farming practices, and we like it. So my feeling is what's the change for? Why are we suddenly just picking this up and giving Don a windfall? I don't see it. And if we are going to give him a windfall, what's he giving us? I don't see any parks, no trails, no, public things we can use, parking even, or something like that. So I just say, let's just keep it the way it is. It's a good community, and as far as I'm concerned, and all our neighbors, Don's part of it. We've always liked him, and he's like, as far as I know, he likes us. So thank you for your consideration.
Mr. Mayfield, followed by Susan. Era?
Madam Chairman and members of the board, I'm John Mayfield, and I had a little bit to do with the original conversion of this to the zoning that it was. I was on the Board of Supervisors at the time and worked with Lucchese and all the rest of the folks to get the Williamson Act in place and the rest of it. In those early days even, it was envisioned that this would be residential on the western portions of the Lucchese property because of the soil types and the rest, and particularly on this corner, and the transportation element that needs some improvement out there with the roads. You've got a lever if somebody comes in to develop this, as Jim Barrett mentioned. Somebody's going to come in and propose some lots there, and you can require the dedication of the frontage along there and a possible improvement to improve that turn that leads to the Recreation Road, goes on around to Regina Heights and the rest of it. You can't do that under the current conditions. So Don can sit there and watch the narrow road, and the neighbors across the street will do it. I've got family that lives in that area, and so I travel that road frequently. And you're not going to get the road improved and the things that needs to be done on that corner where Recreation Road takes off, Sanford Ranch Road turns around the corner until somebody proposes to do something. And this would give you that opportunity when it comes back to the county and to the board to require those improvements on that street and on the right side of it. And until that happens, you're going to live with what's there. And it is not good. We all recognize that. But talk to the Public Works Department. They're not going to go out there and spend money to acquire that property and do the improvements on it. It's going to take a proposal. And this would give you the opportunity to do that. This piece of ground, in the days that we dealt with Joe and Don and I were contemporaries in school, and with them, they recognized that this was not the highest quality portion of that as far as farming is concerned. You heard the type of soil that it is and the transitions that's out there on this. And anybody that knows anything about this alluvial plain that we deal with, you recognize that there are differences in it. So I encourage you to allow this to go through, do the general plan amendment on it so that somebody can bring in a proposal. You can extract from them the widening and the improvement of that road for the safety of the people that are there. And you got to remember that that's part of your responsibility. So I encourage you to improve this. Thank you.
Susan, and Susan will be followed by Sharon Wiedegartner. I don't know if I said that right.
Hello, my name is Susan Ear. I've been a resident of Sanford Ranch Road for 37 years. I am opposed to this proposal. I've been in communication with approximately 50 other residents on Sanford Ranch Road as well as roads neighboring that Sanford Ranch area. I want to focus on in particular, the policy and vision in the Ukiah Valley Area Plan, which I believe this proposal is in conflict with. The Ukiah Valley Area Plan states development remain as compact as possible, prefer that our communities grow inward and upward. Before expanding, this proposal involves an outward expansion into productive ag lands, whether it's prime or not. There is nothing wrong per county plan for this to continue as ag land. This will rezone the farmland, will remove current open spaces, which are described in the area plan, the Ukiah Valley Area Plan, that define the Talmadge. Open spaces define the Talmadge area as a rural and agricultural region. Also, the UVAP states that development should be reconsidered or avoided in those areas with known hazards. Annually, Talmadge floods, Talmadge including Talmadge Road and sometimes Perkins, limiting residents' access to services and possibly restricting some of the needed emergency response. Talmadge is on the Makama Fault, which is a subsystem of San Andreas Fault. We had evidence of this on November 18th when we had a 3.2 earthquake. The epicenter was in Talmadge. This area is high risk for fires. Numbers of residents in the communities this year lost their homeowners insurance. The reason for their cancellation was high risk for fires. In addition, UVAP states future growth will have adequate transportation, sewer, water, and other facilities prior to development. We already know comments from the board as well as reports that from the county. We don't know about the sewer as of yet. Septic tanks would be used. We question whether this will have an impact. I don't know on the aquifer, the quality of the water, putting in 20 or more septic tanks in this area. We have questions about that, as well as a hearing and reading the report from the county. We understand there are allowable accessory units. They're talking about half-acre lots. All those half-acre lots could have accessory units. What would then, is there adequate water? Rogina has said 20. If we're looking at more like 40 dwellings, is this really realistic in this area? I would also like to mention that there are many other housing developments currently underway in the unincorporated areas, that including Garden Gate with 200 units, Ore Creek through Rural Community Housing Development, senior housing 80 units, and others. Let's focus on those. I would also like to say that the Ukiah Valley Area Plan says that we will have access to recreation, safe networks for walking and bicycling, and promote the health of the community. I understand that the county feels the roads are adequate. Just one last comment. One last comment. It's not just the traffic. It is actually the lack of shoulders on the road.
Susan.
This is where people come to walk, bicycle, walk their children in strollers. This is unsafe. Thank you very much, and I encourage you to oppose this proposal.
Sharon, followed by Mary Ann Vilwalk.
Hi, Board. Good afternoon. My name is Sharon Wiedegartner, and actually, thank you, Supervisor McCowan. You addressed most of the issues that I was going to speak of. So I'm going to make this short, and I just ask, we strongly believe that this proposal to rezone the 12-acre Lucchese Vineyards along Sanford Ranch Road from ag zoning to suburban residential zoning is seriously flawed. So we urge you to vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
Mary Ann, followed by Denise. Halt.
Yes. Oh, don't fall down. Can you do that first? Oh, okay. I apologize then. I want to refer briefly to the Google Earth image that shows the entire agricultural area surrounded by Sanford Ranch Road. It is part of the public comments, and I brought copies for all of you. I had wanted it to be shown on the overhead, but in lieu of that, because I didn't think it could be done, I just brought copies for all of you. But it is part of your packet. The reason that I think this image is important is that it shows the size and extent of the ag land that is being put in jeopardy by this. The area, it's about 2 miles around the perimeter. It's over 100 acres. There's more ag land there than Mr. Lucchese owns. And I feel like the maps that, staff maps that came with your board packet, it shows only like about 2/3 of it. It does not show the entire acreage. And this Google map does show you that, surrounded or bounded by Sanford Ranch Road, go east all the way to the city of 10,000 Buddhists and so forth. And of course, and this particular proposal takes out pretty much the entire northwest corner of this land. It goes east all the way to the end of that old development Eunice Court that sticks out into the field. So it's a pretty large part of it. And of course, if it is approved, the rest of all that acreage, which is productive land, it's resource land, it's doomed, because you can't say yes to this and then turn down the next applicant, because it's just a matter of the if the rationale is that those houses, which are all around it, and if you look at that Google map, those houses, that configuration and density of the housing has been the same since the 60s. It's been there for over 40 years. There is the idea that in the last 30 years their residents have encroached on this farmland. It's just preposterous. It's been very stable for many, many years. Anyway, the need for housing cannot be allowed to obliterate the goals and directives of the general plan and the Ukiah Valley Area Plan, which is to preserve and protect ag lands. This is especially true when the housing element itself states that there's enough land already zoned and has the infrastructure to accommodate the needed residential housing. This project does not even propose any housing. It just asks to amend the general plan to sell it.
Wrap up, please.
And I have gone over. I have more to say, but thank you very much. And
thank you. And you did submit correspondence.
I did.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Correspondence must be received by all members of the board, the public, the CEO, and county council at the same time. And so in accordance with that, we're following protocol. So it will be available very shortly.
Okay. Yes, and she submitted a letter early on. So, Denise, and Denise will be followed by Alan Nicholson.
Denise had, I'm going to go ahead and finish what she said. This proposed project, in fact, does not actually propose any housing. It just asks to amend the GP so the land can be sold to a developer. It's the cart before the horse, but any type of residential development in this location constitutes sprawl and will cause problems for the county and the city, some foreseen and some not. This location is not close to an urban service center, lacks much infrastructure needed to support the residential growth. The city of Ukiah recognizes this, has voiced objections, and on the ground that impacts on the city were not evaluated or considered. This is required by the UVAP and is one more reason this project should not be approved. With health uttermost in many people's minds today, more residents of all ages are utilizing Sanford Ranch Road to get exercise and stay fit. This includes joggers, bicyclists, entire families walking with their children and dogs. Golden retrievers, actually, who come to this area to walk. Ambience that these beautiful vineyards framed by the Sanhedrin Mountains offer. Again, there is no indication that the planning staff or the county is even slightly aware of the extent to which community residents utilize Sanford Ranch Road simply for recreation, despite having to dodge speeding cars. That's true. There are no parks to the east of Ukiah, let alone within 1/2 mile of the subject site as criteria set by the Mendocino County General Plan. Parks, recreation, that shall be provided for all new housing per policy DE-179 cited on page 24 of the Planning Department's initial study and environmental checklist. Will there be plans to create park or building a recreational facility to accommodate the needs of the potential addition of the 80 to 100 new residents living in this proposed housing development? Per planning staff reported, checked no impact on potential recreational impact criteria. I also want to say, last time we were here, they were saying like 20 homes, but on that 20 different homes, they were saying that they could build, each one of those could have a granny unit, and on top of that could have a farm spot person to live there too. That's like 3 residences on one. It's a total impact on the environment. And I wanted to say thanks for my whole neighborhood. We rock out there. Thank you.
One moment, please. You need to state your name for the record, ma'am.
Oh, I did. I'm sorry. Denise Hatt.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Alan Nicholson. The state loses a square mile of farmland every 5 days. California has lost an average of 50,000 acres of farmland every year for the past 30 years. Mendocino County contains less than 50,000 acres of productive farmland. It has lost 1,400 acres of farmland in 2 years between 14 and 16, the last time records were posted. Ag land conservation is a critical and vital part of our economy. The county UVAP and the general plan. The proposed development would permanently remove the special ag land for future use. In addition to the general plan and the UVAP emphasis on ag conservation, the state legislature has directed LAFCO to discourage urban sprawl and support the presence of ag land, the preservation of ag land. The proposed rezone parcel is land that LAFCO is obligated to preserve under its own adopted directive. And furthermore, the State Public Resources Code, section 21002 states, the legislature finds and declares that it is the policy of the state that public agencies should not approve projects proposed if there are feasible alternatives or feasible mitigation measures available which would substantially lessen the significant environmental effects of such projects. In fact, there are 2 feasible and approved alternatives zoned with use permits in the county general plan at this point. The 46-acre Gardens Gate, which is approved for 200 housing units. The other approved housing solution is the Brush Street Triangle with 90 acres that is already zoned for mixed use and with no master plan, but is waiting for developers. The impacts are the loss of this irreplaceable ag land will encourage unplanned sprawl throughout Talmadge and the Ukiah Valley. This project proposes future development of a subdivision into lots of a 12,000 acre minimum. The proposed project would add over 100 vehicle trips per day to the neighborhood, mandating area road safety improvements. This would be a major subdivision with none of the state or county protocols for such use and should be denied as inadequate by the state law and by county municipal code. Because of the reasons stated above, it is inconsistent with and does not meet the intent of the UVAP or the general plan. It burdens ag conservation and farming in the Ukiah Valley, a critical and vital part of our economy. And there are feasible and superior housing alternatives to meet our housing needs in the Ukiah Valley. Thank you. I wish you all to deny this project as proposed.
Next is Aaron Simmons, and followed by Pete Bushby.
Howdy, my name is Aaron Simmons, and I live on Sanford Ranch Road. I have been living there since 1975, and I happen to live on the parcel down the street that we thought they were going to make the adjustment to. I just want to say back in 1982-83, my mom was up here against Board of Supervisors fighting he and his father wanting to subdivide these parcels for the same thing, for development. There's a specific reason we moved out to Talmadge. It was for the ag land. I'm a cowgirl. I rode my horses in there, you know, and around the area, around Sanford Ranch Road. And, you know, now I am an older adult and I love where I live. I do environmental site assessments for land exchanges for my job. And one of my concerns is the environment. There's steelhead, yellow-legged frog, and everything in McClure Creek. And what goes up comes down into the creek. McClure Creek floods across his vineyards and across people's, front yards, the roads, down into the houses, down around in front of our house. But, there's a lot of things they didn't consider. They showed flooding maps. The flood maps do not consider climate change. Global climate change is a big, big thing. And the McClure is a protected tributary coming into the Russian River off of Cow Mountain. I mean, I have the stream inventory report if you'd like me to give it to you guys to look at from Fish and Game in 2006. But there's so many other things. There is once we get rid of the ag land, 40 acres of ag land an hour in California, once we get rid of the ag land, you can't bring it back. And that one, first that parcel and then parcel in front of me, and then what if the Ruddicks decide to sell, down the road a bit? It's just, it's awful. So anyways, I'll get back to Mike. Thank you. I pose it.
Pete Bushby, followed by Vincent Bartolome.
Hi, my name's Pete Bushby, and I have to applaud the people that live on Sanford Ranch Road. They've about covered everything that needs to be covered. There's not a whole lot I can add to it, except that I own 3 homes out there. They're on the side of the hill, and I have a view of the southern side of that valley, which overlooks Dawn's property. And whenever people come up to my house, I have these big bay windows. 3 of them, they're huge. My house is the house of windows. And everyone says, what a beautiful view looking at the vineyards. And what I would not want to see is the top of roofs there. This is one of my concerns, selfish of me, but it is. But I think that none of us are being selfish wanting to see this beautiful land maintained the way it is. I would propose that Don's a good friend of mine. His wife is a good friend of mine. And I hope this doesn't make us all enemies. I don't like doing that. But, it'd be interesting to see what his gross amount of grapes have been over the last 10 years. If they're saying that this land is becoming, I'll say, sterile and isn't providing what it needs to provide, then let's look at the records and see what he's had his gross tonnage out of there. Beside the fact that destroying ag land is just nuts. There are other places that this can happen. Being that I'm a retired firefighter with the city of Ukiah, and the fire district. I've seen the flooding out there, and it can get pretty hectic when people can't get home or to work because Perkins and Talmadge are flooding, let alone you go down to Hopland, because normally it's the first one that goes. My wife is an RN at the hospital, and I was on duty the night that we had the flooding, and I was on the phone saying, you need to leave now if you want to be home. So she had to go all the way down to Hopland to get home. I just see a mad scramble for people trying to get out of there when there's flooding or to get home. That firehouse that's out there at the end of Sanford Ranch and Talmadge is not staffed. It is and that was the reason that it was put out there, was so when we had flooding, they would have an engine out there. But sometimes that's not a viable solution. So I would just say that keep it ag. It's just too beautiful out there. Thank you.
Vincent, followed by Sage San Giacomo.
Hello, Board of Supervisors. My name is Vincent Bartolome. I've lived in the area my whole life. My family has extensive ag land holdings in the area, and I make a living just like Don does with wine grapes. Most of the arguments the landowner or the homeowners have been making around there, I've heard for 45, 50 years since I was a little kid. None of these people against the thing are ag landowners. When the Dharma Room Buddhist University was allowed to go in there, that completely ruined several thousand acres of land, ag land. They're talking about viable ag land. Don's place isn't viable ag land. The Dharma Room Buddhist University has completely ruined the area. In a few years, we're not going to be able to we're not going to be able to do ag crops there because the state of California has such ridiculous laws. In eventuality, we're not going to be able to do anything near schools, pesticides, dust, noise. They're already making laws against that, and sooner or later, it's going to apply to the new university out there, and all that ag land is going to be unviable. There's already problems with trespassing. New laws make it illegal to have one piece of dog feces on your property. They can condemn 50 acres of land. Can we keep the homeowners that live there from traveling in the ag land now? No. So what's 20 more houses going to make a difference of? Whoops. I'm just saying the whole area has already been shot by the Buddhist University, and we should allow Don to go forward. It's a lot of this people here are saying it's not in my backyard. They need houses. Yeah, we need houses, but not in my backyard. It's just like, the environmentalists with the forest and how there's fire danger now. For years we couldn't do any fire protection. Now we have all these forest fires. The same with houses. You got to build houses. And that's a fine area for building houses, not viable ag land. It's surrounded by houses already. You can't if you put buffer zones in, you wouldn't have any land left to grow crops on. I don't know. Let Don do his project. I'm for it. Thank you.
Sage San Giacomo, followed by Frank McGarvey.
Good afternoon. Excuse me, Sage San Giacomo, City Manager for the City of Ukiah, and I am speaking today on behalf of the City of Ukiah. The City of Ukiah has been engaged in this process from the very beginning when it went to the Planning Commission, and part of your packet and was part of the Planning Commission packet is our May 2nd, 2019 letter that identified a number of issues regarding this project. Namely, one, the environmental analysis on this project we do not feel was adequate to address the likely significant impacts that will be part of a project at this site. And I would only go to reiterate Supervisor McGowan's points, I think, and Supervisor Hashtag's points related to the lack of the environmental the environmental analysis related to this project. In fact, we've even heard today from the project, from the applicant, that there's a lot of additional scoping and about what the project could be or is likely to be. You don't have the benefit of any of that analysis before you to be able to make a determination as to what it's to be or not to be, or what those impacts are going to be. And I think you have to rely on the fact that of the likely impacts and err on the side that those be the most significant build-out impacts from this type of rezoning that you must take into consideration. The second point that I want to make is that it's not consistent with the Ukiah Valley Area Plan. This is a position that has been supported by the Ukiah City Council at their December 4th, 2019 meeting on a 5-0 vote, found that this project is not consistent with the Ukiah Valley Area Plan. They had the benefit of the Planning Commission documents and everything that went before the Planning Commission, as well as city staff analysis related to that, assertion that it's not consistent. I want to point that this is a significant vote. As our cities become more and more impacted and build out, if we can't rely on the plans that are put in place that govern city and county development in our valley, then what do we rely on? And what it will end up leading to is haphazard and piecemeal development. And so I strongly encourage you to consider it from that side of the coin, that if we can't rely on the Ukiah Valley Area Plan to guide development within our valley, then what do we use to guide development? The other point with regard to housing, the City of Ukiah strongly supports housing in the Ukiah Valley. Your own Ukiah housing element that was just approved at your last meeting doesn't identify this as a need. In fact, it's quite the opposite. It identifies that there is sufficient land already zoned that is available for housing development. Thank you.
Frank McGarvey, followed by Mari Roden.
So, Frank McGarvey, lived in Sanford Ranch Road for 37 years. And I'm going to be fairly brief because much of what I'm concerned about has already been covered. The biggest one for me was safety, and that has already been covered. Living out there for as long as I have, we've had to deal, not every year, but most years, with flood. Of course, most recently, the power shutoffs. We've had to do with evacuation warnings. Good friends with a firefighter, and the most recent fire hadn't stopped at Highway 20. It had been a straight shot with the prevailing wind right down to that whole area. And earthquake. Historically, over 100 years or so, there's definitely been major earthquakes in the area. So why create another problem for the county that the county has to deal with, is basically my question. There are a lot of areas that have a stronger infrastructure that can meet the housing needs. I'm also concerned about the environmental impact. I saw very little research done. One of my neighbors actually looked at the Fish and Game report from 2006, which was based on a 2001 survey done by Fish and Game. And there are protected species in the McClure Creek, and to my knowledge, that has not been done. I also see no development of the area as a whole. I heard a gentleman speak about, the impact of the city of Buddhist and the ag land, and kind of the coming together of all these different interests. But there's been no large plan to kind of take all these into consideration. It seems like it's more focused in on how many houses we can have, no inclusion of parks, to make it a nice area for the people who live there now. The most difficult for me has been, in addition to these other difficult areas, has been it's really been hard to know exactly how to respond, because again, there has been no large plan that we can really respond to. It's just we're going to want to put housings here, those kind of things. So Housing needs are being met by other areas. I think that covers it. Thank you for your time and your concern.
Thank you. Mari?
Mari Roden, Ukiah. Of course, we all know that we need housing in the Ukiah Valley, and I support the development of new housing, but not at the expense of our agricultural lands. The importance of agricultural lands to the Ukiah Valley is codified in the UVAP, which laid out how the area would grow as determined by those who live and work in the valley and consider it their community. And the UVAP vision states, in part, we, the community, wish to preserve the aesthetic qualities that give the Ukiah Valley its character, such as its small-town nature, historic buildings, and surrounding views of the hills and agricultural lands. We wish for the community to remain as compact as possible, preferring to grow inward and upward before expanding. The community of people who call Ukiah home have a clear collective vision for growth. They want to preserve the small town feel of Ukiah, including its historic buildings and the agricultural areas surrounding it. They want to preserve the view sheds, and they want the community to remain compact, preferring to see it grow up rather than sprawl out. If you start approving small zoning changes like the one proposed, you may set a precedent for piecemeal changes of agriculturally designated lands to residential that will, as they accumulate over time, forever change the character of the valley that residents hold so dear. And then there's another issue that I want to bring up, which has to do with the relationship between the city of Ukiah and the county, and how the UVAP was really a milestone in the effort of the city and the county to work together on planning issues for the valley. And so it's really significant that, you know, you don't make the decision to go away from a decision that was jointly, that came together and was approved jointly by the two bodies and the people who live in the community. So I hope you will not approve this zoning change. Thanks.
Okay, I haven't any more speaker cards. And so we do have, we've been going for 2 hours. Staff is going to receive a break. So it's a 10-minute break. We'll be back here at, I guess, 10 till or 15 till.
May I ask?
Supervisor McCowan?
So, thank you, Madam Chair. The way this is shaping up, at least some of us, I think perhaps all of us, are perfectly willing to support the Savage general plan and rezone, but I don't think we're all agreed on the other item. They're both wrapped together currently. Is it possible?
Sir, we can take care of that when we finish hearing.
Well, staff could start working on it if we want them to separate the two out.
Staff was given direction to do that, correct, County Council?
Correct. Thank you.
Mr. Slaughter, we will take you before we go for that break. Please come forward.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, good afternoon, Board. Craig Slaughter, Community Development Director, City of Ukiah. And usually my comments on items of this nature would be more technical. I think a lot of the technical comments have been made here today and through all the public comments have been submitted. So I'm going to talk more about kind of a big picture policy perspective and why this is so important at such a critical time in the development of our valley. We have to remember that with the Ukiah Valley Area Plan, for example, that was something that was developed in 2009, but it really reflected years of joint planning between the city and the county. The 1995, a lot of people don't realize this, but the 1995 City of Ukiah General Plan, which was actually called the City of Ukiah Valley General Plan.
Growth Management Steering Committee, and yes.
It was envisioned for the future of the valley, for development of the valley. And so why this is so important at this point is, as mentioned a little bit earlier, we're really talking about the preservation of our agricultural identity in the valley. And so it's not really a question about housing. But as a developer once told me, you must have good planning to have good housing. So we want to see these communities develop into viable neighborhoods with access to infrastructure and services, but we don't want to see this sprawl type development occur. And that was what was envisioned in the UVAP in some of our early planning documents. And so I hope you just consider that policy perspective that was set really years before all of us as you consider this project. Thank you.
Craig, I didn't mean to interrupt you. You just brought back a lot of memories for me.
Chair, I saw your name on the Growth Management Steering Committee when I was doing some research, so I'm well aware.
Thank you. 5 years. My life.
Was that 5 years of your life?
It was 5 years of my life. Okay, thank you, and we are going to go to break. Okay, the board is back in session. Staff, do you have some remarks to make?
Thank you, Julia Ackerkrog. I just wanted to respond briefly to one of the comments that was made and just correct it for the record, that going to the suburban residential zoning district would not also allow agricultural housing. Really what it allows is a primary residence and potentially an accessory dwelling unit, but still subject to approval by the Regina Heights Water District as well too. So it would require that they be able to establish connections, demonstrate adequate sewer. And then additionally, I wanted to note with regards to the floodplain hazard area, those maps are generated by FEMA. We don't necessarily have control with how those floodplain areas are laid out. And also that the floodplain area does not actually abut the portion of the parcel that is being requested to be changed today. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear for the record, and we're of course available for any questions.
The flooding in that area and the drainage, there's a lot of backup.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor.
Madam Chair, if I could address
yes.
the board. Brent Schultz, Planning and Building Services Director. First of all, I want to respond to some of the things that City of Ukiah said. And the first is the negative deck is fine. I have done many negative decks and mitigated neg decks. I've done a lot of EIRs. I take offense to it that they say it's wrong, it's right. Two, I want to tell you that the project will have to go through a subdivision map process. We will have an opportunity to put conditions on this project, roads, transportation, internal circulation, and there's going to be a chance here to fix some of these flooding issues. There's a potential that the project will never be able to mitigate them, which we would recommend against the subdivision map. So we're not even there yet. And yes, it is. Some projects come through with everything and we're able to look at it all together and submit it to you. In this case, they're just doing the rezone and general plan amendment. I've done a million of these and we're not doing it in some kind of strange way and we're not piecemealing this process. I do disagree heartily with, and one of the things I want to bring up that Craig said, and the site is substantially changing. It's got housing all around it. It's not a great site for grapes anymore. And who knows, after talking to all the people I've got to talk to in the county, I don't know when it's going to ever be great there. And then the last few things is we're not losing a bunch of ag land. That is a farce. If you look at the negative deck, we've got more ag land. It's grown a little bit. If you take this it's 10.7 acres. It's probably going to end up being 10 to 15. I was thinking, if this was like the projects I did in Anaheim, I can understand people being upset because it was 400 units in a sea of 6,000 square foot lot, single family. And it really did have impacts. And I know I'm new to the county and I am learning, and I know ag is very precious. And I think it is beautiful and we should preserve it. But I also hate the fact of losing a chance that if it's 15 units, and I don't think they're going to get to 15, with all their mitigations, I lose right now. If they come in, I get 4 affordable units. They'll probably apply for state density bonus, and then I'll get 2. But at least I got 2. And by the way, our housing element's not through HCD yet. Yeah, it got the preliminary okay. And yes, we have like 2,400 units on there in our inventory. I don't know, because of the new state laws looking at water and sewer, I don't know what they're going to reduce that down to. I hate to lose a potential private citizen coming forward and saying, hey, I'm willing to rezone and pay for it and get it. So I know, it may not make its way through, but I had to counter some of those things being said by our friends in the city.
Okay. Any other remarks? Supervisor Jurdy.
Just a question. Julia, so you said that the zoning would not allow for the agricultural worker housing, but with parcels as small as 12,000 square feet, there could be the main unit, the second unit, and isn't it true that there could also be a junior accessory dwelling unit if the buildings were designed in a way to accommodate that?
Thank you for that correction. You are correct. And same with the accessory dwelling unit. There's certain standards that you have to meet within our code, and the junior accessory dwelling unit is really a much more limited unit intended to be sort of carved out of an existing primary residence.
Okay. So I did not allow the presentation by the applicant on the Savage property, so I'm inviting Mr. Barrett. You are the agent, correct?
Yes, I am.
For Savage's property.
Yes, I was asked by Mr. Ronco and Mr. Savage to stand in today for them. Mr. Ronco is seriously ill, and we won't be seeing him for a little while, and we wish him well in being, with his recovery. So I volunteered to stand up today. I looked at the staff report. I did looked at the initial study. Everything was in concert with the way that I have been a planner for too many years to mention. And so I do recommend that you approve that project, approve the initial study with a negative declaration and the general plan and zone change.
Thank you. Okay, board members, any other comments?
Madam Chair, just if I may, since we went out of order in terms of the applicant presentation, I would just suggest a brief opportunity for any public comment.
Any public? Thank you.
On that particular application.
Okay, on Savage, any other public comment? Seeing no one come forward, it is back to the board. Board members, I'll call on you in just a minute. I do want you to know I instructed staff to be able to give us the ability to take both separately, take one, then take the other, if you so desire. So we're getting into the final now, and do you have more questions of staff?
Comments.
Okay, because no motion until I close the public hearing. Go forward, Supervisor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Comments were made that circulation's not an issue. It's level of service. It's going to be level of service for a long time. That's great for vehicular traffic. It doesn't address the issue that you don't have any shoulder for much of the area in the vicinity of this project. There's no safe place for pedestrians or bicyclists. Other issues, there's no services available within a walkable distance. Also, the Ukiah Valley Area Plan is a county document. It's actually a specific plan within the county general plan, and within the planning area that it covers, if there's a conflict between it and the general plan, the Ukiah Valley Area Plan would take precedence. And I respectfully disagree that a negative declaration is appropriate in this situation. We have the proposed development just north of Lover's Lane that's bounded by already developed property on the south, or industrialized property, freeway on the east, conservation easement on the west, Ore Springs Road and development beyond that to the north. And yet that isolated 23 acres of ag land is, it was required that a full EIR be done for that. Here we have development, or we have an ag parcel that is surrounded on three sides by development, but it's within a large block, and thank you, Mary Ann Vilwalk, for submitting the aerial that shows the entire area bounded by Sanford Ranch Road. And there's probably 80 or 90 acres of ag land that could be at risk if we follow the logic that says this particular parcel here is rendered not suitable for ag based on the encroaching development. You could use that same logic that the subject site is a good example of a historic ag use that now appears to be out of place in the increasingly residential enclave. That can be used to cause the next domino to fall. There's other parcels within that block that have residential development right in proximity to them. For all of the reasons above, I just don't see that a neg deck is appropriate. I think there's a number of impacts. We haven't even discussed air quality, and putting this many more homes in an area where it will be totally auto-dependent development. It undercuts the policies favoring a walkable, bikeable community, policies favoring infill concentration of development in already developed areas or in the urbanized core. So for all of those reasons, I unfortunately would not be able to support this as much as I know that we need housing. This is, I do not believe, the right place or the right time.
And I do have some comments, and I'm like Mr. Bushby. I've known both applicants most all my life. I grew up here. So for me, this is very, very awkward because I consider both very fine families. But I do have to say, I did serve on the Growth Management Steering Committee for the City of Ukiah for 5 years. And at the time, and maybe still, because it's never been legalized, their sphere of influence is from Burke Hill north to Highway 20 and from ridgetop to ridgetop. But I did chair the subcommittee on land use within Ukiah Valley when we were going through that process. And then also I was on the board when the UVAP was passed, and Supervisor McCowan was as well. I participated in that process up until the time I became a supervisor. So what strikes me, I looked at some of the language of the City of Ukiah's letter and testimony, and also Mary Ann Vilwalk. So I appreciated both of those because they actually did pull out the UVAP goals and policies, and also that of our general plan. And so to summarize, this particular project would rezone farmland that is to be protected under the UVAP, and it's also under the general plan. Farmland is to be protected, and allowing further encroachment into an ag area creates a dominoes effect to all surrounding ag properties. And that was very much discussed not only through the former process I did with the City of Ukiah, but also with the general plan. That was widely discussed. And there were a number of rezones that came through with the general plan before it was adopted, and then those rezones, they were all a part of that, and that was very much considered by the Board of Supervisors at the time. And then another worry for me is for the particular agricultural area is the extension of the sewer lines. I think that has to come with more development, and when you do that, that means that it's ripe for further development. And actually, that was a battle that was fought about 20 years ago when there was a proposal to extend the sewer lines out Talmadge Road and also to Regina Heights. Another concern I have, and I get lots of phone calls on this, since it is the first district, is the area is high-risk flood zone, and drainage is very difficult. Talmadge Road, as we all know, is the shortest California state road in the state, and they don't take care of it. They don't keep it up. You should have sidewalks going up and down Talmadge Road. You should have bike lanes. But Caltrans doesn't care because it's the smallest one. And I had to fight really hard to get 4 stop signs put up, or actually 3, in specific areas with Caltrans. But Caltrans should bring that up to current standards. Now, I must explain part of the issue with flooding is because of the creek areas, the drainage ditches, and for whether it's Caltrans or the county, to go through the process of months and months and months of getting permits to clean out the brush and to make changes in that area is very difficult. And I think I heard a number of speakers talk about some of the aquatic species that are located there, and that's why it makes it so difficult. And many times you can look at bridges, roads, anywhere around this county, and we must wait months in order to, and even longer than that, I think a couple have been years, to get the permits to do the upgrades that are necessary. And I was a little shocked that the USDA mapping is different than Department of Conservation, which keeps the state farmland mapping. And they really had two different definitions and on the property itself. So, and then on Williamson Act, I live on a family farm. My husband was born and raised on that farm, and we're not in Williamson Act. And if you had the land for a very long time, you didn't go into Williamson Act unless you wanted to lower your property value, you know, your taxes even more. So there are many people that aren't, but it also, back in the day, for Williamson Act land, you had, the way that the rules were, you had to have 100 acres. So many times there were several parcels that went in together for Williamson Act. And knowing Joe LaCasey, he was probably looking at all that and decided that's not the way he wanted to go. But having said all of that, I'm really conflicted in which way I'm going to go. I want to hear further from my colleagues, but I do appreciate all the comment, and I do appreciate the fact that we are looking for housing. We need housing for all income levels throughout this county and Ukiah Valley, but we also need housing that's adjacent to proper infrastructure, such as sewer, and I know Regina Water is out there and can provide the potable water, but certainly the sewer part really worries me. So having said that, supervisors, we're going to close the public hearing, and I'll entertain a motion. And that would be on the Savage property first, and I believe it's all in there. Council, I think you're going to have to guide us through. Or Matt?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski. The items are packaged together as a general plan amendment together, but most of the actions are actually separate items. Item number 1 is a resolution simply for the environmental document for the Savage project. Number 2 is the environmental document for the Lucchese project. Number 3 is a resolution that is something that's tying the two of them together. It's one single general plan amendment resolution for both projects. And depending on the outcome of maybe some straw votes by the board, we could present a modified resolution depending on the outcome of where the board's going on these two projects. Number 4 is the ordinance rezoning for the Savage project, and number 5 is an ordinance rezoning for the Lucchese project. So I think if
so number 3 is together.
Correct. And staff does have a version of that in draft form, but I think if there's any, maybe a straw vote by the board in terms of where these general plan amendments are going, we can revise the motion as necessary.
Okay. Supervisor Haschek.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Along with what Supervisor McCown was saying earlier, is I think that we probably are all in agreement with the Savage plan and the rezoning of that. And so it probably is wise to split the two and deal with each one individually.
Yes.
So, Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, if the Savage version can go forward, we would simply adopt everything for the Savage project. And then the next question becomes, for the joint resolution regarding both projects, if staff, if it's desired for staff to bring forward a different language for a recommended denial of the Lucchese project. And then the two items for the Lucchese project, both for the environmental document and the rezone, just would not be adopted. So knowing if there's board direction on what to do with the Lucchese project, we would present red line language for the board to consider for the resolution.
Supervisor McCowan?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I do think, I haven't heard anyone express concern. I haven't heard anyone express concern about the Savage project, but we know we're split on Lucchese, or maybe we're not split, but we should probably take a straw poll and see where we stand on that. I know at least two of us have stated we don't support it. Madam Chair, you've expressed reservations, and we haven't heard from two.
Supervisor Jurdy?
I think it's problematic to approve the Lucchese given the conflicts with the Ukiah Valley Area Plan. I think we need to support the Ukiah Area Valley Plan's vision that this community created for itself.
Supervisor Williams?
I support the direction given by Chair Brown.
Okay. So, Supervisor McCowan?
Well, it looks like the board would be looking for a motion that would allow us to approve Savage and deny Lucchese. And on the assumption we would approve both, staff had neatly packaged it all up. But so I don't know how quickly or what direction you would give if we want to approve one, deny the other. You're maybe indicating the only thing we need to change is the resolution?
Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, yes, I can read out some proposed changes to that general plan amendment resolution, which is item number 3 as part of the packet. In the 5th whereas clause, that currently is just describing the negative declaration prepared for Project B. The resolution refers to Project B, as that's the Lucchese project. We would insert one additional clause at the immediately following the whereas clause. So it would read, whereas for Project B, pursuant to Public Resources Code Section 21080B5, CEQA does not apply to projects for which a public agency rejects or disapproves. However, comma. So it's just a preface there for that CEQA clause to note that to deny a project, there's no need for CEQA. But that being said, we had done something for CEQA.
Supervisor McCowan?
So then, would it be appropriate would this be an appropriate motion? Move approval of the necessary actions to approve the Savage General Plan Amendment and rezone, and to deny the Lucchese General Plan Amendment and rezone, and incorporating the revision to the resolution.
Madam Chair, if I may, I just want to make sure we have all of the revisions to the resolution read into the record at this time. If there's more, I think we need to read those into the record before proceeding with that motion.
There are a handful more, less than that. Actually, going back up to the title of the resolution, there would be right now that resolution title included approving a general plan amendment GP_2019-0002. We would change the word approving to denying. That's the second use of the word approving in the title. On page 3 of the resolution, it's the continuation of paragraph 1 from the second page regarding general plan consistency findings. The last sentence currently, as drafted, read, the proposal has been determined to be consistent with applicable provisions of the Mendocino County General Plan and Zoning Code. We would strike that language and replace it to read, the proposal has been determined to be inconsistent with applicable provisions of the Mendocino County General Plan and Zoning Code, and then continue on, particularly related to conversion of agricultural lands to non-agricultural uses, comma, as further described in finding 2, Ukiah Valley Area Plan consistency. All of finding 2 would be replaced with the following. following the bold language. Per the UVAP, proposals to convert agricultural lands must meet specific criteria in order to be compliant. The application fails to meet these requirements and that expansion of infrastructure is necessary. Net effects on agricultural uses in the vicinity are unable to be minimized, and the existing residential uses that surround the site represent an established community that integrates agricultural and residential uses harmoniously, period. The third finding for environmental protection would be stricken.
Okay.
And there's one more thing. There's a denial,
Oh, okay.
very important denial word coming up. In the two further resolved clauses below that, regarding Project B, it would be the board denies General Plan Amendment GP underscore 2019-0002 for Project B. And that's all.
Okay. Lindsay, are you following all of this?
No, but it's in the record.
Okay. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I wonder how many of the rest of us are following all of this precisely, and I appreciate the willingness and the skill to amend the resolution on the fly, but maybe it'd be a better practice to continue this until tomorrow and have the revised motions in front of us so we all are clear, and then staff has the opportunity in case there's anything else they haven't caught.
So
we do want it to be right.
I do need to ask the legal question. Once we've closed the public hearing, can we continue the motion and the vote to tomorrow's business?
Yes, Madam Chair, but I would note that we also have, we have an electronic copy available. We could distribute that to the board at this time with a red line if that would be easier.
And the public.
Yes, yeah, to be clear, that I meant that would include the public as well.
Okay, what if the public does not have an iPad like we have?
Well, we would print off copies.
You would print copies?
Yes.
Okay. So, can we pause?
Certainly, if the chair would like to break for just, say, 5 minutes, I believe that would be enough time for us to get copies available.
Okay. It's back in session. Mr. Krodowski, can you please read the motion for us so we get it right?
So we're modifying the recommended action or motion as follows. 1, adopt a resolution adopting a mitigated negative declaration for a general plan amendment and rezoning, GP 2019-0001/R 2019-0002, Savage, located at 12201 Powerhouse Road, Potter Valley, APN 174-100-02, and authorize chair to sign same. We're adopting a resolution as modified at the board hearing, approving general plan amendment GP 2019-0001 Savage and denying general plan GP 2019-0002 Lucchese and authorize chair to sign same. We are adopting an ordinance changing the zoning of APN 174-100-02 from suburban residential, 40,000 square foot minimum parcel size, to upland residential, 20 acre minimum parcel size with a contract rezone combining district, and authorize chair to sign same.
And we did the ordinance, number 5?
No, number 5 is being stricken because that ordinance was regarding the Lucchese property.
Okay. All right. Think we have it. Supervisors, that is the motion. Supervisor McCowan, are you making the motion?
Yes, and we do have the amended resolution on the Lucchese.
Microphone.
Thank you. Yes, and we do have the revised resolution on the Lucchese project as well.
And Madam Chair, if I
Yes.
may, the revised resolution has been distributed to the board, and copies are available for the public in the back of the room.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay. So we have a motion, and we have a motion by Supervisor McCowan, a second by Supervisor Haschak. Any more discussion? Okay, we're going to vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, board members.
Thank you, staff. Okay. We are going to convene as the Board of Directors of the Mendocino County Air Quality Management District in consideration of Agenda Item 7A. So 7A is discussion and possible action, including approval of list of applicants for AB 923, motor vehicle program funds for the replacement of school buses, approval of the transfer of funds from the district's AB 923 motor vehicle program fund balance to increase appropriations for budget unit 0327 expense accounts, line item 863136, some motor vehicle program grants by $485,806, authorization for the Air Quality Management District to expend funds from the district's AB 923 motor vehicle program fund for school bus replacement on approved applicants, and authorization for the air pollution control officer to enter into an agreement with each of the approved applicants for the award of AB 923 funds. Air Quality Management District is the sponsor, and will you please introduce the item?
Yes, Barbara Moet, Air Pollution Control Officer. In 2004, the legislature authorized local air districts to collect a $2 fee for motor vehicle registration fees to implement programs to mitigate air pollution caused by motor vehicles. This is AB 923. In 2005, our board authorized the district to begin collecting this registration fee. In Mendocino County, these fees are limited to the use of replacement or retrofit of diesel-powered school buses and match funds for Carl Moyer grant programs. So these are all diesel engine replacement or retrofit uses. This fee generates the Air District approximately $180,000 a year. And in 2006, the board approved the district's school bus replacement program for expenditure of AB 923 motor vehicle program funds. Since 2007, the board has approved funding for 12 school buses within the county in the amount of approximately $1.6 million. Table 1 on your memo shows grants for school buses provided to date. I can go through that if you like. Just quickly, one bus to Anderson Valley Unified School District, one to Laytonville Unified School District, two to Point Arena Joint Union School District, two to Potter Valley Community School District, one to Round Valley, two to Ukiah Unified, and three to Willits Unified School Districts. In addition to these funds, there was another school bus funding program called Lower Emissions School Bus Program that was administered by the state that's provided another approximately $1.9 million to replace school buses in Mendocino County, which is a lot of money. At this time, the district is requesting authorization to fund the replacement of 3 school buses for a total of $485,806. And to authorization to enter into a standardized contractual agreement with each of the applicants outlining the requirements associated with the funding. All projects are funded on a reimbursement basis in accordance with the district's grant policy guidelines adopted by the board in 2002, as amended in 2007. The district's AB 923 fund balance does have available funding for these projects. So we are requesting to fund application 1811 from Anderson Valley Unified School District to replace a 2005 Bluebird school bus with a 2019 Bluebird school bus for a total of $186,726. Application 1808 for Willis Unified School District to replace a 2010 Ford school bus with a 2019 Thomas school bus for a price of $158,540. And then application 1809 for Willits Unified School District, again, to replace a 2001 GMC school bus with a 2019 Thomas. That would also, the price of that would also be $158,540. And the 3 buses under consideration here total $485,806.
Second.
Oh, wait a minute, I think we should talk about this first.
This is a good way to end the day, right?
Madam Chair, I would suggest having an opportunity for public comment before
I
the
think
motion.
so. So we do have a motion and a second, but I do want to compliment you. This is so important for our school districts. Having been a trustee on a school board for 2 terms, it's very difficult to come up with that funding to do bus replacement, and certainly you need it. Coming to work this morning, there was a Ukiah Unified bus broken down right there on Empire Drive. All the children had been taken off, but you know, it's a real struggle for school districts.
Yes.
And so when I heard this first came in, I was so excited about it. And then understanding the different school districts that were getting the funding. And then I was very excited of our old school bus called the Bookmobile. And we were able to take these funds and match them with USDA rural development in order to replace that bus, which was a big, big deal for many of our very rural residents with the Bookmobile throughout the county. So I think we do have some statements by other supervisors, and then we're going to go to public comment. I don't know who was first, gentlemen.
I'll go. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I've been in communication with the superintendent of Willits Unified School District, and it's very important to them to get these buses. certainly. And as a person who stood out there welcoming the kids to school in the early mornings, and it's great to have clean school buses too.
Correct.
So I appreciate this very much.
Supervisor Williams.
In the coming years, should we be looking at electric school buses, which I understand are now available and being used by some school districts?
Yes, we will. And some have been funded. Yeah.
And the only issue I see with that is they're going to have to build an electrical recharge station.
Yes.
At the districts, and for some of the really rural districts, that might be a real issue. Maybe not for Ukiah Unified, some of the bigger ones, Fort Bragg, Willits, but for some of these really small school districts, Round Valley, Potter Valley, Anderson Valley, et cetera, it may be a real struggle.
Yes.
And I can think of others in the 4th District.
Yeah, so replacement does not necessarily mean with another diesel bus.
Okay, let's go to public comment. Anyone from the public that would like to comment, please come forward. Seeing no one come forward. Barbara, you're back up. And we do have a motion on the floor, and that's to, it is the recommended action. Motion by Supervisor McCowan, seconded by Supervisor Haschak. Okay, let's vote by the button.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you so
All right.
much.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Oh my gosh. This has been a very long day and very intense. We really haven't had a break. Maybe a short one during our lunch hour. And there's no other business, but we will be back in session at 9 a.m. Tomorrow. And I can remember when we were discussing this meeting, we were talking about beginning it at 10 or 1. And that time wouldn't have covered all that we covered today. So I appreciate all your work and see everyone tomorrow morning. We're adjourned. Bam. At 4:45, Lindsay. Okay, thank you.